You need us to count you down?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and count her down. I'm ready to go when you are.
Okay, let's start in 3, 2, 1.
And we're off.
Awesome. So yeah, when L starts off here, he's just placing the mailbox on the map, and then there's some opening cinematics. Uh, really nothing much to do but to wait until he has control of his character.
Aside from mashing the X button.
Yeah. That first song that plays, the one that L skips, by mashing X, I think it's the exact same song that plays at the end of the game, right?
It's a slight variation.
Okay. That's good to know.
If you have the soundtrack, you'll actually see that it includes 2 songs, one labeled opening, one labeled ending.
Ah. Are they both they're both called the Song of Mana though, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, usually most RPGs have like a special end song that's totally different, but cool to know.
We actually skipped that cutscene so much that when we were doing the Dragon Percent race for... oh god, I've already forgotten the name of it.
Was that the one by the RPG chick, or?
Yeah, over on RPG Limit Break. They asked us what song we wanted to play, and all 3 of us agreed. Yeah, the opening theme. Because we never get to hear it. Go play that.
That's funny.
That was what they were playing in the break.
The very first thing that L did here was he looked at the Final Fantasy VIII save file just to guarantee him a chocobo as the first pet. He set Blammo as his ST. So, got the color blocks from the Sproutling and is heading out. Not a lot of people do this all events speed run. I guess it's takes a long time. It takes like a lot of dedication to learn it.
Yeah, I think we've got 3 people who've ever run it, maybe 2.
I think it was Quat, Ellervated, and Silent.
And Sigs, yeah. Yep. I don't know if Quattro ever finished his run, so I don't know if he's technically submitted it or not.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, 2/3, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, so actually the category is pretty open. I think L could get the time down even more than he already has, and I still think that there's a few skips to be found or had. So very first thing he's doing here is getting the Jade Egg and Elazur, or Lapis Lazuli friend here.
And he made it through without screwing up. Hardest part of the run over.
Oh man. I think the buried treasure is like really dreadful in terms of like messing it up.
Okay, so it looks like I just had to look this up. We have 2 people on the board for this run.
Okay.
Only 1 if you're doing it on emulator.
Okay.
It's Ellervated and Quattro.
Yeah, so it's still a pretty like not too competitive in terms of people trying to get that.
Hey, it's a free 2nd or 3rd place if you have 8 hours to spare.
Yeah, for real. My emulator one's way too slow for me to even attempt this. It'll probably take me like 11 hours. So El ditched Elazul for Niccolo to grab the wheel here. Before he would do them separately, but we were talking that it might be faster just to do it this way and go straight from McKiv Caverns to the Luon Highway without having to re-enter Domina.
I mean, this is pretty much the start of ferry route,
Yeah.
but backwards. Or no, wait, it is exactly the same. You're going into the caves first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just the start of ferry.
And I think he's going to do it exactly the same way. Go into the caves, beat up the Duink, grind
Grab
for the
an
axe.
axe.
Yeah, exactly the same. You know, I've been messing around with Lost Princess for like the past week and a half or so. And if you complete it later in the game, the boinks are there. Like, you don't have to complete Lost Princess for the boinks to appear. They just appear naturally as you do other things in the game. So if he didn't need that axe, he could actually complete Lost Princess in like 2 minutes. Just boink down and then fight the Duink really quick. Like 2 screens away from the Duink. But yeah, he actually needs that axe. It's pretty important. So that's why he does it nice and early.
The axe is kind of all of our damage.
Yeah. Hey, Mukanada, welcome. And if I mispronounce anybody's name in the chat, I'm sorry.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Welcome,
Mushrooms
Mookie.
aren't too bad.
Mookie. There you go.
The mushrooms played nice today.
Yep. Then we have these 2 bloodsuckers and a Poto. He's using Blammo. It's a good tactic to get rid of everybody. 1 hit.
Blammo is OP.
Yeah. Well, for a starter ST, definitely.
For any ST, Blammo is too good, man.
It's not attack on everyone. It does have like a area of effect that's like a circle around your character.
But it's
flying
a
saw
big
blades.
circle.
Yeah, I think flying saw blades for the axe is attack on everyone.
It is, yeah. But Blammo just has the most damage.
Oh wow.
I don't know if you've seen it, but in my runs, I run hammer through the entire game. So
Okay.
after getting the axe, I buy gold hammer in Lumina.
Okay.
And the Blammo on gold hammer kills all 3 dragons in the mana tree in a single hit.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so that's a 1-button clear of one of the final rooms.
Holy smokes. So here we have the Duink. The Duink, and he has like a few like normal attacks. He has the kick, he has the hammer, and then he could throw the hammer for a normal attack. This is his Frost Breath ST, which causes a, what do you call it, the freeze status. So if you or your partner or your pet, if you come here with a pet, get hit with it, you turn into a little snowman.
The snowmen are the best and worst part of this game.
Is his second ST, and he's bringing down the hammer. He also has a third ST where he could shake the ceiling and the stalactites fall.
At least that one's pretty easy to dodge.
Yeah, they kind of fall all over, but you can tell where they're going to fall from before and just walk into a safe space. You got Big Bang. So this is the first appearance of Pearl in the game. Pearl tends to wander off and get lost, and we're going to see that really soon when he enters the Luon Highway. She's just going to be hanging out in the beginning. And this is just going to be a theme for her. She's also going to be like wandering around the Luon Highway. Something that I guess some people can miss if you're just playing the game casually or speedrunning. If you talk to Pearl in the Luon Highway and then you re-enter Domina, Elazul will be in the bar again talking to Rachel, and he'll be really upset that he lost Pearl. And Sandra, the character that we saw right before fighting the Dwayne, will be in the second floor of the Mana Blessings Inn in Domina, and she'll ask if we've seen Pearl as well. And it's something that, you know, once you enter the Luon Highway, you're probably going straight to finish Nicolo's business unusual, so that's an easy scene to miss.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of these that are just completely unknown to a lot of people just because if you do one thing out of order, you never see it.
Oh, and most of the stuff is like, depending on how you play the game, you cut yourself off from other stuff. For example, there's an extra scene with Duel right in the beginning of the game. If you enter the house before Duel, he tells you something. He actually calls Tipo Dovely as well, which is pretty funny. It's a bad pun, because Tipo looks like a dove. But anyway, that scene with Duel has to happen before he enters. And so if you do that, you cannot get the scene where Niccolo comes out of the bar. So you kind of like choose one or the other, but you can't see both. Also, for early game missable scenes, I don't know if you've ever done this, Gnome, but if you try to leave home multiple times without talking to the Sproutling, he kind of gets mad and throws the damn color blocks at you. He's like, here, take it. Don't ignore me.
I have done that once on accident, yes.
It's pretty funny. He gets more and more irate the more you try to ignore him. Samanto. So Ella is actually going to collect all the mirror pieces already, so we'll put that redeem towards next month. So yeah, I'll just grinded out the axe. This looks like the two-handed axe, right? This is the earth splitter. And he'll be using this until he tempers a really nice hammer.
Yep, we are running Earth Splitter, which is... I think Ellervated prefers Earth Splitter? I can't remember.
It's the more powerful.
Yeah, probably for this run, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the big difference between the two of them, you've got Earth Splitter and Black Elk, the Black Elk being a one-handed axe.
Welcome, Samanto.
The Earth Splitter is a bit more powerful. Yeah. Earth Splitter is a bit more powerful, whereas the Black Elk is a bit faster in movement and attack speed.
Yeah. So now we're entering the Luon Highway, passing Pearl and Duel. There, we're just gonna make our way all the way to the end to fight the Mantis Ant, just straight to the right, and that'll be the second out of 68 quests. One interesting thing to note here, and actually before when he had Elazul too, if you place the Luon Highway and just bring Elazul and Niccolo to talk to Gaius, there's like extra commentary as well with all the NPCs in the game talking to Gaius. So you can do that before actually doing Wisdom of Gaius. There you go, he got Counter-Strike. Did he actually change it? I didn't. I didn't notice. It looks like he looked at it.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it comes out. I mean, maybe he'll just be using spin.
Yeah, I just put spin on at that point because I don't really use Counter-Strike till the end of the game or later in the game.
Yeah, I think it's more important for Mana Goddess.
That's the most important fight for it, definitely. There are a few other points where it can be useful.
Yeah, the Sierra battle is pretty rough in the Bone Fortress.
Yeah, that and the I forget his name.
Even the Dana battle, it
in
wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, and Dana as well. Punk Master.
Oh, the Punk Master. That's in the jungle, right?
Yeah. He's also a good one to use it on. Needed a minute to remember what his name was.
Yeah. I'm really bad with the names of the bosses. But this is the Mantis Ant. Usually,
everybody knows Mantis Ant.
Yeah, he comes up in all of the mana games. And there you go. He's dead. He didn't even get one ST off.
Good fight.
Yeah, that was really good. And now we lose Niccolo. So something to note that if you do quests with the NPC that you're supposed to do it with, most of the time you lose them. For example, you do Lost Princess with Elazul, and then he goes away after. Or you do Nick's Business with Niccolo, and he goes away after. But if you do it with any other NPC, they actually stay with you. I think the only exceptions would be the Lark missions. Lark tends to stay with you after each of the dragon missions.
Yep.
So he's going back into Domina, I think, to do the grab Dana and then do the pet quest. So this quest with Dana is actually missable and failable. If for any reason after you grab her you lose her, then in the menu, in your diary, it has an X next to it as if you didn't complete it and you're not able to. For Wisdom of Gaius. Also, once you place Gato, Dana hangs out in Gato, and you're not able to recruit her to do this quest in the inn. So this pet quest is going to serve two purposes. It's going to get him his pet chocobo, and also it's going to give him some items that he needs to complete Pee Wee Birdie down the line, all the way at the end of the game.
Very important quest.
Yeah, otherwise he'd have to farm all the fruits and stuff that he needs for Pee Wee Birdie. It's annoying.
Yeah, it's not a good time.
Actually, the only thing he could use here is the dice berry, or if something had dropped the meat, then I guess he could use that too. Like somewhere in Luon or in the McKiv Caverns. But yeah, from what he gets here, he only uses the dice berry to capture the egg. Now, the way to hatch eggs in this game, you actually have to walk around a few days, like in the world map, and then come back to the barn, and eventually the eggs would hatch. Depending on the rarity of the egg, more rare eggs would take longer to hatch. So something like the 8 mummy or the land dragon would take a lot longer to hatch than, let's say, a rabbite.
Yeah, it's interesting that they all have different amounts of time required.
Yeah, it's actually the same thing with the fruits that you farm in from Trent. So something like a toadstool shed, which is really rare, would take a lot longer to grow than the spiny carrot. And the spiny carrot is faster than the pumpkin. So like if you're just growing orange things, like if you give red and yellow seeds and you grow a lot of orange fruit, the spiny carrots will be first to harvest. And it also depends on the mana levels at home. And so if you place the mana tree close to home, everything's just a lot faster in terms of both pet times and harvesting fruit times. Boink. That's so funny. So this boink transports you to the center of the Luon Highway, and it's like 2 or 3 screens away from Gaius. It's a nice little skip there. You don't have to go through all those screens. According to the encyclopedia, I think they're like they're in tune with space, and their tails are supposed to point to wherever they're going to transport you to. Rising Claw and Flying Saw Blades. There you go. I think that's all the STs he needs for the X.
Yeah, I don't think we need much more than that. Flying Saw Blades takes care of pretty much everything.
Yeah, and then Rising Claw would be if you're like one-on-one. It's a bit stronger, so it's better if you're one-on-one. And Saw Blades if you're surrounded.
Very good for taking care of multiple enemy issues.
I like how his name is fully capitalized.
I missed that. What was it?
No, his name is like fully capitalized.
Yeah, his name in
so
the highway.
Text looks funny.
I was always so confused as a kid when I went in there and it was using my name as part of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's 2 places in the Luon Highway that does that, and there's probably one other place in the world that does that. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'll try to pay attention to the names of places.
I don't know another one that does it. I thought it was just the highway, but there could be another. I can't say I've fully paid attention to every single area in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so right now he's going to enter and leave home to get the little sorcerers. So it's funny because the pelican lets you know that there's like a pumpkin patch over at the, what do you call it? The outskirts, just beyond the outskirts. I think it's called the western end of Domina. And if you talk to the pelican along the way, he'll say again, "Oh no, the pumpkin patch!" Like she always says. Sorry, I keep saying he. She always says that she's just a mail carrier, but then she'll say, "Oh, the pumpkin patch! Like help!"
Yeah, it's interesting finding the different things that she says. So hairy, scary.
So hairy, scary. Yeah.
I would like to know how those 4 little weeds were keeping this guy down.
I think they're a bit stronger than the ones in the highway too, like by level. At this point in the game when he plays it, just because he's placed so many lands down. So that's going to set him up to do the Mana Orchards quest. He still has to harvest 1 piece of fruit to complete that.
I believe he got all the seeds he needed.
Yeah. You really only need to give him 1.
That's right. Yeah, you can give 1 or 2, and they produce different fruits depending.
Yeah, depending on the color.
And I think the shape as well.
Does shape affect it?
I can't remember. Now I'm curious.
I always go by color because like the big seeds are green and they tend to produce green fruit. The crooked seeds and the oblong seeds, which are red and yellow, tend to produce orange fruit. The red seeds tend to produce like the cherries. The purples give you a little bit of a mix between purple, blue, and red. Like lily pods and squall fins and, that type of stuff. I always go by color, and then the spiny seed is special. It's sort of like one of the more rare seeds to obtain, and whenever you mix it with a different seed, it sort of gives you like a more rare variety of that seed.
Maybe that's what it was. It's been a while since I've fiddled with planting.
Yeah, actually I have the guide here. Let me just go to that. Al started the Flame of Hope here.
As I like to call it, Ruben's finest hour.
Oh god. Rubens. Poor guy.
I'm sure he'll be perfectly fine.
No, he's not gonna be fine.
I mean, the good news is in this storyline he comes back.
Oh, that is true. Because we're doing all the events, he will come back.
See? Perfectly fine. Wasn't even worried.
Technically, this is, although they have the Jumi characters, it's not like actually part of the Jumi quests, sort of, in terms of the graphics that you get.
Yeah, this is just a generic storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Mukinata, it's funny you say that. I don't think he actually appears in the underworld, does he?
He does.
Rubens? He
Yes, he
does.
does.
Okay, then yes. He will in fact be perfectly fine in hell.
Actually, so that's an interesting thing to know. The more you play, certain characters that die will appear in the underworld. Specifically, Rubens, Esmeralda, and Diana appear there. Sorry, Rubens, Esmeralda, and Diana, not Deanna, not the girl from the fairy quest, but the ones from the Jumi quests appear in the underworld.
I believe the other one is Dana, actually. D-A-E? Wouldn't it be Dana?
No, Diana, the diamond girl from the Jumi quest.
Yeah, I mean from fairies specifically.
I don't know.
Cat girl.
I've been looking for her after I killed her with Escad, and she didn't appear down there. But I didn't complete the fairy completely. I just did the quest where she died.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Does she appear there?
I went looking and she wasn't there. But I haven't done it with I haven't tried to kill Escad to see if he appears there. And
he absolutely does.
He does? Okay.
I'm like 99% certain I've run into him there after killing him.
Okay. I've tried like funny things like killing the Pee-wee birdie in the Domina Inn. That doesn't appear there. I've tried like to see who appears and who doesn't early on, but I haven't done like a full playthrough in a long time.
And so begins our ignorance of nuns. We don't care about them. They can stay on the ground. They're fine.
Yeah, the nuns in Garo, they seem a bit standoffish if you talk to them. Like, they don't like new people. They're actually upset that the new nuns...
It's true. It's like, would they even accept the help up?
Yeah.
Yeah, they really don't like us. Like, there are... I know we never go in, though. There are side rooms in here that have usually a couple nuns in them that you can talk to, and they all are very aloof and just don't give you much information.
Yeah, and actually, I think it's... is it 2 torches? There's one where you have to go through the dungeon area here, and if you talk to the nuns, they're like, oh, finish what you have to do, then get out.
Yeah, pretty much. There's a reason we leave them on the ground. And in the jungle.
Rip Rubens.
Rip Rubens.
And so this scene, I don't know if you've ever completed this with Elazul, but he is so dramatic when Rubens dies. He's like, no! Exclamation points, and like, it's kind of messed up if you do this quest with Elazul.
He'll get over it.
So good old Inspector Boyd here, since the beginning, has been looking for Sandra. If you talk to him way early, first time you enter Domina, just outside the church area, he'll tell you that he's after somebody who's been stealing stuff. A thief.
I feel like a lot of this could have been prevented if he just told us what he was looking for.
Yeah. Definitely. Also, it seems like, well, the Jumi don't like to like say who they are, and so I guess nobody here in Gato knew that Rubens was a Jumi. But if he had said something like, "Oh, by the way, I have a ruby core,"
Yeah, I mean, that kind of comes along with being hunted for 1,000 years.
yeah, they actually have an intense conversation if you have Elazul, as to whether Pearl should know that Rubens is in Gato or not. They decide to keep it a secret from her. Now we're making our way to see the Cancun bird over here. And this will finish up the Flame of Hope.
It always confused me how Sonder was able to use the Cancun bird. And then all of a sudden, at the end of Fairy, we have the Cancun bird.
Yeah, I don't know what causes the Cancun bird like to be, submissive to a person or to take a person somewhere.
Like, it's not even like in the other mana games where we get, a flute or a drum or something to call it. No, it's just, it's there. Let's go.
That's interesting. I didn't even think about like Flamey or what's the turtle's name? Is the turtle named Tote in? No, it has a different name in Trials of Mana.
I don't remember. I played it 6 months ago, but I have no idea what his name was.
Yeah. I think if he makes a funny noise if you push a button while you're on him, he's like
yes, he
or
does.
something like that. So
I think Yagamoth has an emote for that specifically.
Oh, of the turtle? That's funny.
Yes.
It's like I don't know, he has like a weird hairstyle, he wears goggles. It's really
oh yeah, he's got a mohawk going on. He's awesome.
It's really unique the way they were able to style that character. So for Summer Lovin', on top of just completing the quest, Elle has to step on 21 crabs here to be able to unlock other quests further down. Which is
for a second,
actually
I was wondering why he wasn't running at that crab, and then I remembered, oh yeah, that's an enemy.
That's hilarious. The enemy crabs are slightly different colored. I think the ones you step on are like more pink, and the enemy ones are sort of a darkish purple. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way.
No, you're right.
I'm slightly colorblind, so.
Yep, they're a reddish pink versus a purple. I'm just tired and my brain didn't process it.
No, it's all good. It happens to me actually a lot.
I just started drinking my tea because it finally cooled down, so
You know, I finished my I had an Earl Grey tea, and I finished it about 10 minutes after Elle started, and I just cracked open my what do you call it? My monster drink.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
I almost had some Earl Grey, but then I discovered I had some specialty tea in the back of the cupboard.
Oh, good. That sounds awesome.
We are drinking some cardamom French toast black tea.
Ooh. Cardamom is a really tasty herb. I don't know if you've ever had that in something like what do you call it? Well, yeah, like you could buy it like to season food, but like in French toast or pancakes or something like that, it's actually really good.
And that's exactly what this tastes like. Essentially, is French toast with cardamom. But no, I actually my girlfriend is big into baking, so she made me a spiced chai cake with the cardamom in it.
Ooh, that sounds good.
It was.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of nutmeg. I put it in like everything. Like I put it in not only like during the holidays for eggnog, but I use it like when I make waffles and stuff like that at home. Sometimes I put the nutmeg in tea, or I use it to flavor coffee a little bit.
That's fair.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though; it's hallucinogenic. But yeah.
In very large quantities.
Well, yeah, like 1 tablespoon is enough to produce an effect. I think 2 tablespoons for some people is a lethal amount. But yeah, usually you just put a little dash, so it doesn't matter. I think that's it for, the crabs. And now he's going to fight the big one, the Full Metal Haggard.
I love how it's just a bunch of little Full Metal Haggards that run by.
Yeah, I think there's another one too. I think it's the Ducat that has like a lot of little Ducats that come in to bring it in and then to cart it out at the end. So I don't know if he's going to get any STs off, but his STs tend to be a little annoying. He has one where he jumps in the air and he comes down and he does like this electric attack. And that's very similar to an ST we're going to see, well, if they do it with Tropicalo, when you cut off the limbs, the limb on the right side tends to come down and do an electric attack just like Full Metal Haggard.
1 ST though. Good fight.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
More levels. And here we see a very sad love story.
So yeah, poor David and Valerie, right? Like David wants to go off and live his dream. He doesn't even know, and then Valerie lies to him, saying that she really doesn't have an egg. She was just saying, sort of hypothetically.
Just dreaming.
Just dreaming. And so he goes off to be a pirate, and he leaves his son that he doesn't know about with her. I think that's a little bit messed up, but Ebs.
I don't remember if it's a son or a daughter.
You're right, his baby. I keep doing that. I keep like gendering people wrong.
Was that elevated?
Deadbeat.
Yeah, deadbeat dad.
But he doesn't know. I don't know. I don't think it's fair to say he's deadbeat because he doesn't know. Like he would have stayed. He was chasing her all around Medora Beach. Like, wait, what are you talking about? An egg? What's going on? Like, what are you talking about?
That's a good call.
So I think after the beach, he goes into Lumina to do Fairy's Light, if I remember correctly. And so for Fairy's Light, he's actually going to do the quest and mix it in with purchasing things. The reason is because when he sells the lamps, they sell for 1,000 lucre each, and he's going to use that money to obtain items so that he could temper a really awesome weapon later. Also, doing that cuts down on the dialogue that Gilbert tells you. So instead of, I think, 3 lines towards the end, when you first talk to Gilbert to tell him that you've sold the lamps, he says, "Oh, you used some of the money," and then he just walks in.
He just provides his own, which he had the entire time. I'm not bitter, you're bitter.
Yeah, well, he's a weird character.
Weird is one way of putting it. He's a royal asshole is what he is.
Yeah.
That's alright. He gets his by the end of this.
Yes, in this he does mess with the wrong person in Geo, and unfortunate things happen.
I mean, it's only unfortunate for one person.
That's true. I wonder too if, because so Gilbert is here in Lumina in this quest, and then later on he appears in Polpata Harbor, sort of in the bar area. I think until you take L to see him, and then he has the quest in. Oh God, where is it? In Geo.
Yeah.
It seems like he's on a quest. Like I'd like to see, and this is just me in my head, like why he's in all these places. Like what's
He's
his
on
story?
the
What's his
road to
backstory?
love.
Yeah, I guess supposedly, but I don't know. I feel like there's more story there.
There might be. But do we really care?
Well, I'd like to later on in this quest, you see him actually playing the I don't even know what it is. It's like a sitar or like a little harp thing, while Monique sings. And so, like, what does he do to gain all his money? Does he just go to different places and play music? You know, like what's his like other than the love stuff? What's his story?
He seems like the kind to be a bard.
Yeah.
I could definitely see him just playing in the bars.
Mm-hmm. I mean, after he leaves, Ditto and Capella move in to play music at the bar here in Lumina. So, well, you have to do the Ditto and Capella quest, but yeah.
There you go. There's your answer now.
That's cool. I didn't know that, John.
Yeah, and as Mookie says, he pretty much fits the bill of wandering bard.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he's supposed to be.
Yeah. He does have a crazy story to tell by the end of this, though, after we bring him back.
His entire story is just nuts.
Yeah, I remember there's going to be a part where he's on the pirate ship and they sort of tie him up. So, yeah.
All of the pirate ship shenanigans are amazing, and I love them.
So that's the first breakup. I guess you could call it a breakup if it was ever a thing. He deserves it.
He does. Let's be honest, he does.
He does, but I just think it'll be funny, like, after it's all over, to talk to him and hear him say his story. Like, what's his view? Like, he'll be like, oh, I once met this girl in Lumina, but she didn't want to come away with me. And so, you know, I went on and then I fell in love with this other girl while I was in Popata. You know what I mean? And then she led to me being tied up on a boat. And then later on, I was in Geo and I found this teacher and she was so smart. Unfortunately, she turned me to stone and I woke up in a cave. Like, what's his, like, point of view? It would be so insane. Like, to hear his story from his point of view.
He could definitely write an interesting book.
Yeah. So now that we're gonna continue on with Drowned Dreams, which I think is the 8th quest that he's going to complete. So El's gonna enter Palpata, and we're gonna figure out the mystery of the ghost that's been appearing at the Palpata Inn.
This was always such a confusing quest to me when I was young, just trying to figure out, okay, where do I go next?
Oh, it's really strange because, like, you have to talk to this strange soldier who's like out on the outskirts of Palpata. You know, going into the bar area, going into like the club area. It's really strange. Talking to the Inspector Boyd also, it's like not intuitive.
Yeah, Boyd might be the worst of it.
Yeah, because you have to keep talking to him like 3 times. I think it's 3 times.
Once more, I say, Boyd, just tell us what you need, damn it.
He doesn't seem like the most I don't know, he gets very angry, and I love the way they animated his like anger with the smoke coming out of his ears and him like hopping around.
I made
But
a gif of that and I love it.
yeah, when I think of like an inspector or detective type, in my head I think of someone calm, collective, like uh, Sherlock Holmes or something like that. Someone who's gonna figure stuff out. Inspector Boyd does not come to mind. This short-tempered man who's always late to the scene and misses all the clues. Like he does not come to mind.
He reminds me more of Inspector Gadget.
He can't share the details of an ongoing investigation. Oh my god.
Yeah, but we're part of the investigation.
Yeah, we're helping him out. So,
He even asked us to help. Wait, has he asked us to help? Yes, he did. He asked us to help in the
Gato, yes.
We're part of the investigation. Tell us, damn it.
So an interesting thing here is that if you're playing casually, the order that you do things it could take longer. So El immediately ran out to talk to Tona on the outskirts of Palpata, and then as he's coming in, he just happens to run into the basket fish. But if he had gone downstairs first to talk to Inspector Boyd, he wouldn't have been able to continue on with the quest. He would have had to been forced to speak to both of them. So that just takes like more time if you don't know like the order to do things in. You'd go down, speak to Inspector Boyd. He'll say, "Oh, maybe this person, maybe that person," and you'd have to actually talk to them first before coming back and speaking to Boyd.
Look who it is again.
Looks like he found another restaurant to play in, another bar area. I really like the fact that this is like a huge, what do you call it, seashell? What do you call those? A clamshell, maybe? Like the entire restaurant is a clamshell, which is just so cool.
Yeah, the aesthetic here is really cool, I have to say. Though that's not saying much. The aesthetic of almost this entire game is really cool.
Mm-hmm. So the little mousy inspector hands the soldier his card here. Quest is almost done. So an interesting thing to note, down in the bottom of the Bone Fortress, Tona's brother, Toma, with an M, is hanging out down there, so you can actually visit him when you do the... What's the quest where you get Lark and your pet? It's not coming to mind, the name of it. But when
I
you
don't remember.
Yeah, when you enter the Bone Fortress to do that quest with Lark and your pet, you could actually go down to the bottom and speak to Tona's brother. And I think it was J who said that he thinks that the developers were trying to put in another storyline dealing with the soldiers, like Deathbringer's army, because there's just so many things that involve them.
Yeah, they make a lot of appearances without having any real story behind them.
Mm-hmm.
At least no cohesive story.
Right. Also,
Like,
Gnome, do you
they're
know,
here.
because I had asked, I think, a month ago or 2 months ago, and I don't know if we ever got an answer, maybe I forgot, for Jahara, right, the Bone Dragon, who's his Dragoon? Is it Deathbringer, or is it that knight that you fight outside the Bone Fortress?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, it's weird.
I don't know
like
if we ever found anything on that.
The knight seems really random.
He definitely got the worst of the bunch.
Placing the pirate's hook down, and I think El here actually enters the SS Buccaneer and then leaves, and the reason is that when you enter the Buccaneer, you trigger Putty to be kidnapped because you've engaged and started sort of the pirate quests. And
Treasure map time.
And so because he's going to go to the mines in just a little bit, actually, he wants the pirates to kidnap Putty to sort of get the show on the road. It's funny how there's a few quests that are like worldwide that they take you all around the map. Where's Putty's one of them. The little cactus quest is another one, and the 7 wisdoms. I think those are the 3 quests that like have you running around the map looking for stuff in different areas. And so like there's I think one point where most of them are going to be going on at the same time.
Oh yeah, we stack as many quests as we can here.
Yeah, so that entering the ship is basically just a trigger for the Where's Putty. And then he's going to enter the Elkin Mines. Now he's going to do Mind Your Own Business, followed by Watts drops the hammer. So Mind Your Own Business is going to be the 9th quest that gets done.
Feels good to have the Earth Splitter on this one.
Oh, yeah?
Oh man,
Awesome.
The enemies here are so annoying if you have the Black Elk.
Oh.
I've had to deal with that one myself. The Earth Splitter deals with these guys a lot better.
I think this area has a lot of gnome, affinity, and the enemies here are stronger when in the presence of a land that has gnome. There's Duel. He keeps this little onion knight appears like almost in every dungeon. He's just like hanging out. I wonder if he mentions Chumpy here, because there's some places like in the Mindus Ruins where if you tell him you were Chumpy in the beginning, he'll say it again. He's like, "Oh, you're Chumpy," again and again and again. And when you run into him, I wonder if he has a dialogue
I think
here.
he just always refers to you as Chumpy if you agree to the fact that you are Chumpy.
Yeah, there's like some special dialogue you get though in different places. Like May says, "Oh my God, you're Chumpy," when you talk to her in the Domina, the fortune teller.
Interesting.
So, yeah. And then you get special dialogue as part of the like when you save Tipo in the Mindus Ruins. Duel mentions it again, but it's not like you engaged him. It's like part of the story. It's changed because you're Chumpy.
Yeah, Watts is a great character in this game.
Oh, Watts is awesome. He's like a staple in all of the mana games. He's sort of like the Cid of tempering or of weaponry.
Yeah, that's pretty much accurate. Can't argue with that one.
It seems like he suffers from not amnesia. What do you call it when you I guess when you forget stuff? Some kind of like thing where you forget stuff, because in this game he forgets things all the time. I mean, it's so strange. He had dropped his hammer and then he asked you to retrieve it like in the very next quest, and then when you get back to him with the hammer, he's like, "Why do you have my hammer?" And he completely forgot that he asked you for it. And then when you talk to him to start the tempering quest, he again like forgot about who you are and what he was doing there. He's like, "Oh yeah, I guess I'm gonna teach you tempering."
I think he's just a bit scatterbrained.
Maybe he has dementia. Maybe it's just that he's like one-track mind. All he thinks about is weaponry and stuff. So other things are like less important, and so they're not stored in his head. Could be that too. Now this fight is annoying. Tropicalo and Labane are like 2 of the most annoying fights in the game. So the right-hand side, what do you call it? Offshoot has a tendency to do magic unless it's like disconnected, and so you kind of want to destroy it first.
You just have to be careful, because once you do knock it down, it will then do that self-destructing magic.
I was having a rough time.
Yeah. And so as you saw, the self-destruct magic often, if your character's not strong, will one-shot you. And this is more true for the one in the birdhouse than this one. But yeah, as you saw, it killed L.
Oh yeah, losing your tools is such a common thing, especially when they're small.
Do you guys see how the right one just would not come down?
Yeah, if it's in the middle or has already started magic, then he becomes, I don't want to say completely invulnerable. Damn it. Died again. But it's harder.
Yeah,
You
I just
really
can't
have
get the right vine down like normal. It just won't come down no matter what. How many times I...
Yeah, it's really strange.
It's weird because it should only take one hit.
Yeah, I think it just is trolling on the magic attacks, and so like when you do an ST, there's like a bit of invulnerability there, which makes it hard. But he got it. Once you're able to get like the first one down, they sort of appear separately. So I think either the right one is going to appear first.
Yeah, it's usually right and then left.
Yeah, so he could knock it down and then run away and then deal with the left one, and that's going to be like the strategy for this fight and for the Lebane fight later.
Is it maybe related to trying to bring it down with the spin?
I think it was just trolling the magic attacks. Like the STs, and so he couldn't attack it while it was in the middle of that animation.
Maybe.
Or while it was like charging it up, because the magic attacks have like a certain charge.
I've always brought them down using the uppercut.
Yeah.
That's been my reliable way of knocking them off of the vine.
Oh, that's cool. I never noticed the floor before, but like that's like the perfect place to stand. That little circle in the middle, like
Yeah, if you stand on that, you'll hit both of them. It's very handy.
So part of the strategy here is that when you knock down the right vine, you really want it to be on the right side of the screen. So sometimes you'll see L do an uppercut to like knock it further down to the right. There you go. And then he'll run to the left or do an ST to protect himself. Ah, damn, the left one didn't come down to get hit with the saw blades, but it's alright.
Not the best fight.
No, he died twice. That was a bit harsh.
Yeah, that was really rough, everyone. Sorry about that.
Hey, it
It's all good.
happens.
He was being trolly. It was his fault.
You run enough times, you're gonna run into everything.
Mm-hmm. Also, L, I don't know if you've done a total auto yet, but I think if your defense was a bit higher, that wouldn't have killed you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I've been in a situation where I think I did do a total auto before, and I had like 5% health left after that hit.
Right.
Just
It
enough.
just takes a little.
Yeah. But I'm about to buy the Windle Hammers, so I'll do a total auto.
Awesome. Ah.
Got the Dead Bear Warp now.
Awesome. So yeah, the Dead Bear Express actually takes you down to their hideout, the Diggers' hideout, all the way in the bottom of the Elkin Mines. Getting there like manually is a bit annoying. Like walking through the entire
It's a
mine
long
area.
trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should start doing a total auto when I get the Iron Pot or something, you know?
Yeah, I think just equipping the Iron Pot would help out a bit. So there we go. We have Putty being kidnapped by the pirates, penguin pirates. And then we have Roger getting upset and saying that he'll take revenge on the pirates, or he'll get back at them for stealing Putty.
This is, the original John Wick.
Dragon Bone is actually a pretty good piece of armor, L, which you just got there.
Was that an armor?
Yo,
Is
good
that
call. I didn't know that was armor.
It is armor, yes.
That's a chest piece?
I think
It's
like
a necklace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably like right underneath Destiny dice or something, huh?
Not sure exactly. But I think you got that from the Spectre, right? Let me see. Yeah, it's just a dragon necklace. It doesn't give much more information other than that.
Doesn't mention what the stats are.
No, the strategy guide for this game unfortunately sucks.
Ah, lovely.
Yeah, it doesn't have any information about the NPCs that you can acquire, what their armors are, what their STs are. It does has base stats if you're creating a weapon for each and every single type of primary material, but it doesn't tell you how to temper anything to make it stronger. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. Also, the order of all the quests and how to trigger them is completely wrong in the strategy guide, and the maps at the end have pictures that lead to different places.
Amazing.
Yeah. I'd say the only guide worse than this is the Final Fantasy IX guide.
Hey, so I just thought about something
What's up?
like with the Watt's dementia. It's like, I mean, he's like tempering metals all day and with hot heat in that cave. Like, I'm not sure how the ventilation and
right.
stuff is, so I don't know if that's affecting him at all.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And actually, heavy metal poisoning can affect the brain pretty bad. Lead poisoning, for example, is like particularly bad. But yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. The main thing with the strategy guide is don't get the strategy guide. Find an art book. Get that.
Yeah, the strategy guide is good for some things. They tell you what the enemies drop, even though the names I think were directly translated from the Japanese. So, for example, that Spectre drops that I just looked up, it said Dragon Necklace and not Dragon Bone, which is the actual name of the item. But that's what I mainly use it for, and also it does tell you how to complete each event, and so it usually, like, if I get stuck, I'll just do it. You don't have to talk to the students there. Holy smokes, Elle, you just blew my mind.
I know, isn't that great?
I always talk to those students. I can't believe that.
Me too, yeah.
I learn something new every day.
Honestly, I feel like there's a lot of stuff like that in this game that we're finding now that's like, oh, you didn't have to do that? Cool. Like,
oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because I just recently found out that you don't have to ask any questions on Instruments 101. You could just say, I'm good, bye, or whatever.
Right. So, yeah, there's like a lot of little time skips, saves like that, which I think they're going to bring this to sub 7 on disc. I really do.
Shouldn't be too hard.
No.
Most of the way there now.
Yeah, I've been on the pace before, but just couldn't bring it home,
run into things like that boss fight in the caves.
Oh yeah, the Bane fight. I think last time I saw you were playing it on, I think it was emulator. It was pretty late, but yeah, it was just like a run of bad luck. Like at every turn, stuff just kept happening, and you're like, you know what? I think it was 3 or 2 hours in. You were like, you know what? It's not gonna happen. So the story for this quest, which is Reach for the Stars, is that Cathinja, I believe, Mephians had stolen a book that is supposed to destroy the world. It's supposed to like create stars and bring them down upon the earth. And Cathinja here is trying to stop him. And so you have like both sets of students sort of one is trying to guide you the right way, and the other one is trying to confuse you to get away from where the action is.
One tells the truth and one always lies.
Yeah. Where have we seen that before?
Couldn't tell you. I'm going to drop the stars on the earth. Well, maybe, sorta, kinda.
So for this boss, the 2-axe beaks, L always starts off with a blammo, and that helps to separate them. Then he usually deals with one on one side and prays that the other one doesn't catch up before he kills it. And it caught up. So then he just keeps doing blammo to separate them. And yeah, that's like the strategy for this boss. Damn, blammo didn't.
Fight is rough.
Yeah, it's weird that blammo didn't kill the one on the right side, so literally only 2 hits away. Yeah,
honestly, that could just be a level difference.
That's true. But yeah, you really don't want to get caught in between those two during this fight. And so Mephians has done the spell or whatever the book had told him to do, and we see beautiful fireworks. So there's a few situations where like the world map is shown in a cutscene. This is one of them with the fireworks. When the flames turns into, when the underworld turns into the flames, there's another one. When Diddle gets kidnapped, there's another one, and then I think there's one with a letter too.
And when Leucemia comes crashing down.
All right. Yeah, it's pretty cool how they programmed that, because where he placed things on the world map, like that shows up. It's not like just that little area that has the animation. So it's pretty cool. Like even if he had things behind the Duma Desert or below it, it would show up in that scene.
Yeah,
So
they did some cool stuff with that.
Reach for the Stars was the 11th quest that he did. Now he's going to enter home and do the Mana Orchards, I think, to grab his 1 produce. And he's going to do a few of the quests at home, a few of the tutorials. So he's going to finish up the Mana Orchards, do Path of the Blacksmith, and then do the instruments and spend some time forging his hammer.
Forging is so strange, but so good. Hey, Jack and the whatever. I forget the name of it.
Mush in a Box?
Yeah, Mush in a Box, that's it.
It's one of the few fruits that I think is considered black, like as the color of the fruit. Give me 1
Is it a
second.
black or is it a white?
No, the toadstool shed is black. Let me see.
I think Mush in a Box is considered a white fruit.
Really, I think in the encyclopedia it says it's black. The white ones are like mashed potato, mango elephant, the corn turnip, Yeah, it's weird. And the garlic crown, yeah, the garlic crown is white. But the black ones are supposed to be like more rare. Again, like toadstool shed is considered black. We need to figure out how to make this faster, because L has to go through each and every one of the options here before Watts stops talking, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, unlike music, we can't just skip everything.
So each of the tutorial quests has their own trigger. Helping Watts get his hammer in the Alkin mines sets you up to do this the blacksmith quest. Um, Speaking to Gaius sets up for the mana orchards. Let me think. Do you know
Helping
if
Bud and Lisa gets you magic.
the magic one, right?
And completing the junkyard gets you golems.
Right, the golemology. You have to fight. You have to agree to help Professor Baum, and then fight off the golem in Kilma.
Yep.
You can't skip workshop safety.
I mean, we are swinging around a giant hammer. Might be good to actually pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't think, like, once you've done it 20 times, I mean, it's good for a little refresher, but going through the entire course, it's like, oh my god. How many times you gotta do the same
Yeah,
thing?
it gets a little rough.
So I have a little bit of a gripe with these tutorials. They are in no way indicative of how you would, get a pet or get coins from the mana spirits in the game. They are so much easier and nearly impossible to fail. So
Yeah, it's something.
yeah, they sort of simplify and dumb down all of the mechanics a bit. I think the only one that actually goes in depth is the golemology one.
Yeah, pretty much. They give you everything for that one.
Yeah, they give you the book, and actually, I wanted to bring Niccolo on with me next time I do golemology, because Baum states, I don't know if you've seen the backstory with Baum, but that somebody came by and sold him paper and a pen for an exorbitant amount and told him to write down everything he knew, and that they were going to buy the book off of him. And then they never came back.
That, yes.
He never came back to buy the book. So he basically got swindled, and he wrote the book anyway and ends up giving it to the main character. But what would Niccolo say?
We know it was Nick that did that.
Yeah. He's always getting up into some shady stuff. So basically, L has created his gold hammer, and he's now tempering in the different mana spirits. So he started with Wisp. He's doing the Windstone, which is Jin now. He's going to put in Aura and Salamander. So the different coins he just got in the, what do you call it? In the Instruments quest. And then the Windstone he actually purchased pretty early on. So when tempering the mana spirits, it's not enough just to add the coins and the stones. These things, what they do is they taint the weapon with that mana spirit, but then you actually need to add in energy to get those mana spirits to raise. So he's just going to add one glow crystal here, and that's going to give a good amount of energy to raise some of those mana spirits a bit. And then what's going to happen is he's going to give it some grapes, the bell grapes, which I believe he got during the pet quest.
Yes, he did get them at the egg catching.
And then he's going to tempering some holy waters. The holy waters are going to set up the varnish for the weapon, and what they do is they have a multiplicative effect on that sort of, I don't even know what you call the type of damage, the heavy damage that is on the hammer. It multiplies that.
We're going for the big damage.
Yeah, he won't get the best thing to do at the end would be to temper in a giant's horn. He won't get that until later, and so he's just gonna add in 4 holy waters now and then hold off on the giant's horn until he gets it. So that's the last holy water. And now he has a 159 hammer, which, if it was a normal game, that would probably be enough to take you all the way to the end. But since he's doing all events and he has so many different bosses and people to fight, he's going to temper in the giant's horn later to bring it above 200.
Yeah, the damage on this weapon gets kind of absurd after a while.
For a normal game, yeah, it's pretty badass though.
Oh, it's great. I love one-shotting almost everything.
It's really awesome when you're like surrounded by enemies and you spin and then they all die. Like, you don't have to wait for blammo to set up or anything.
Yeah, don't bother waiting on blammo, just press the spin button.
So I believe that he does Fallen Emperor. Yeah, now. There you go. This is the first event that we have Lark for.
Yeah, and I believe we do almost all of the dragon storyline just straight up here, don't we?
There's a little bit of a break. He does some things in the junkyard and the jungle and Domina before. So he's gonna do just the Fallen Emperor now, and then do the Infernal Doll, Hunting Ducat, Sorcerer, Seeing Double, Murmuring Forest, Gorgon Eye, Diddle's Letters.
Okay, so we start Dragon, do most of Dragon. Fairy,
right,
and then go back to Dragon.
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure we end on Jumi, right?
Yes, we end on Jumi, so yeah, I think he doesn't do Crimson Dragon. It's like in the 30s. It's like somewhere in the middle, where he does the Crimson Dragon.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was early on or afterwards that we did all the dragon stuff.
Yeah, it's like almost 3 hours in.
Right, so we set up everything here and then we do it later.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is I'm not sure if it's to get what do you call it? The artifacts? I don't think you get artifacts with any of these.
No, but I think it sets up some quest lines that we need to start.
Yeah. So there goes the succubus pet. Sometimes the succubus drops the Moonrock Tiara, which is a pretty good piece of armor, just to equip really quickly. But in that case, she didn't. Most of the demi-human enemies in this game, so the succubus, the narcissist, the Sahagin, the Chapman Hoods, when you kill them and they don't drop an item, they just tend to drop massive amounts of experience. Like more than a normal enemy. Normal enemies, like 3 or 4 crystals here or there, they'll drop like 10, 15 crystals all at once. And then we have the Hitodama fight, and he does STs sort of randomly. If you're really lucky, you get no ST, but I've seen people like get 6 or 7 STs in the middle of a speed run when trying to fight him. He really doesn't care if you're hitting him or if he's stunned. He'll just like start an ST. So 1 ST is not bad.
Yeah, he's very rude.
Yeah. You saw that ST that he did was like with the beams, the eye beam thing. He has a few different ones. There's like the laser one. There's one with all the eyes open up and just like do all the powers at once. It's it's a bit annoying, but
that one is super rude.
Yeah.
Dodge this, you filthy casual.
And I think the bosses in this game, and I'm not sure, I need to test it out more, but I think they do have, first of all, they're more aggressive in No Future, on top of having like more HP. I think they're a bit more aggressive, and I think for some of them they have different STs, like harder STs too. But I'm not entirely sure. I have to test it out. The reason
I don't
I say
know
that
if they're harder or if they just hit harder.
Maybe they just hit harder. The reason I say that is because the Duink only shows 3 STs in the beginning, but most of the bosses in the game have 4. And so I'm wondering if the other ST comes out if you fight them at a higher level. It's just something I've been needing to test. So L is bringing Lark on him to do his Infernal Doll quest here in the junkyard. So the junkyard is a pretty interesting area. It deals a lot with the history of Fadiel. There was a huge war, and the toys were made like they were animated and brought to fight in the war, and this is the aftermath of that. There's specific objects in this junkyard that you can interact with. For example, that chair right above Elle's head in this fight. You can interact with the toys that look special. There's a few places where there are dolls just strewn about, pumpkins that you can talk, and they'll actually say things that Jack in the Box. They'll let you know more like about the history, or like, oh, like we were just left here to die, or like I'm so bored, like not doing anything now. And so I think 1 or 2 of those objects actually gets you, if you want, to leave the junkyard. So if you're lost in the junkyard, you could try talking to those objects and it'll warp you out as well.
Yeah, they can warp you back to the beginning.
Mm-hmm. Oh, moon crystal. Nice. So moon crystal, the sun crystals and the moon crystals, when you temper them, they add energy sort of like the glow crystal, but the energy is specific to wisp and shade. And so the moon crystal would be shade energy. If he had that from before he started his temper, his weapon would be even stronger if he tempered that first before all of the other things. That's cool that they drop that. You don't see that too often. Unless you buy it. I think you could buy it in the Lumina shop. It's interesting that they used a flowerling there instead of a boink. to warp you sort of deeper or further into the junkyard.
Yeah, I'm surprised a flowerling appears here of all places.
Yeah, I think there's another flowerling that appears in the Mindus ruins as well.
Yeah, the flowerlings appear in the Midna's ruins all over the place, so that doesn't make me really surprised. Like, we have to go past them all the time for the gates and things anyway.
Right.
And they're in the jungle, as we're going to see here shortly, I think.
Right, it's weird, like where they decided to use a flowerling and where they decided to use a boink. It seems random.
I think it's because boinks are 1-to-1 location, whereas flowerlings have a menu that can send you to multiple places.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, that's still weird because, like, even in the McKiff Caverns, if you re-enter after Lost Princess, there's 2 boinks sending you to 2 different locations. Why wouldn't they just use a flowerling and give you a menu?
Who knows?
And the funny
maybe
thing
to
about
trick you into what boinks actually do at the beginning of the game.
Maybe. The funny thing is the boinks don't tell you where they're going to send you. You interact with them and they just send you off. The flowerlings like give you the choice, like, hey, where do you want to go? Like,
yeah,
so
it's odd.
If you haven't fully explored an area, like, and you interact with a boink, you're like, well, where the hell am I now? Back, I don't know. It's funny that Lark is joining us for all of these events here. Flowerlings need sunlight. That's pretty funny.
I mean, not wrong. I don't think we ever see a flowerling even inside a building, let alone in a cave.
You're right. You're right, actually. They're always outside. That's an interesting point.
Congratulations, Mookie, you solved it.
You figured it out. The boinks are like indoor creatures and the flowerlings are outdoor creatures. Maybe they're like gremlins. Maybe they turn into boinks in the dark or something. When they get wet.
but we also find a boink in the highway, so, you know.
And in Medora Beach. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Is there a flowerling also in Medora Beach? I'm trying to think.
I don't know.
Like off the top of my head, I can't remember. We'll have to see when after he picks up Elle and leaves. He spoke to Rosietti. He's gonna use the ferries to transport back to the beginning. This area is so confusing if you've never played the game before, like exactly what to do in what order. And actually the lands change depending on if you have the sight from the penguin or not, from Selkie in the beginning, so yeah. Now he's gonna fight the Ducat boss. And again, like Full Metal Haggard, they're like little Ducats that bring it in, which is just really cool animations. I'm wondering why they didn't use those like little Full Metal Haggard crabs or the little Ducat apes as like general enemies in the game, because that would have been really cool to do. Like, the sprites were already in the game, right? Like, the, you know.
I mean, yeah.
So the Ducat is like an interesting boss. He's like hanging out in the vines, and every once in a while, he'll come down if you hit him, and sometimes he does STs from the ground, but mostly it's up in the air. So he has like that seed throwing technique. He has the seed spitting technique. There you go. He's dead. It's over.
Easy game.
Yeah, that hammer's OP.
Maybe a little.
Hey, Rob Sav, how you doing? So I've spoken about this in previous all events monthlies, but Hampson and Skippy seem to be Sotheby's muscle and speed, because Sotheby is not really an athletic person, and we see that later when they tell him to chase off after us, and he like can't keep up.
So, I don't know if you know the full story behind them, but it's pretty funny.
They were tricked into a huge debt, but I think the
they
debt
weren't tricked. They broke a very expensive vase, and so their repayment is working for them.
I don't. Well, the way I saw it was that they had said in Geo, right? They had said that the vase was expensive, but that was only to get money to pay for her medicine.
Maybe.
Because later on, Nick sort of says that she owes them a lot of money because the medicine that he gets, the blessed elixir. And so to get the money, Sotheby sort of said that the vase that was broken was really expensive. That's how I had always seen it. But yeah, they basically owe a debt, whether it's a real or imagined debt. They basically owe a debt. And so Sotheby's always looking for things like to get more money, as if he isn't rich enough. Well, I guess they're not, because they have to pay for the medicine. What's her name? The girl that's in the Geo statue shop.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head.
It's not Jennifer. Jennifer's the other butterfly in Domina. She sort of looks like Jennifer. She's like a bug person.
Monique?
Oh God. Is it Monique?
Wait, who are you talking about?
No. The
In Geo, the statue room, the lady that's in
the rich woman in the manor.
Oh, Jennifer or Christy?
Christy.
That's it.
Christy. So yeah, it seems like Christy's the one who needs money, and so Sotheby, dealing with her finances, is trying to find every single way to get her money. Right? He's like, "Oh, I gotta catch this Lilliput. Oh, let's hunt down the Ducat." And yeah, I guess he's taking advantage of, because I think Hampson and Skippy say it before, that the prices that are being charged are like ridiculous to them. So yeah. And then Elle's gonna do the 7 wisdoms really quickly here. Well, not like too quickly, but with Bud here. So this quest, this seeing double quest, it only gets triggered if you enter Domina and there's a level 3 of Shade in Domina. So it's one of the quests that can be missed out on if you don't have the proper mana levels. Hey guys, I'm gonna dip out for just a second. I need to talk to my wife about something. She just walked in.
No problem.
Sounds good, thanks. We're going to talk to Mark because Jennifer wasn't there.
I know you're hoarding pumpkins. I forgot about this conversation.
Yeah. No, I don't want an anthill on me.
I love how that is the threat. I'll plant an anthill on your back.
Right?
What?
Poor Tipo.
Please explain. And he just walks out like nothing happened.
Yeah.
I always find it kind of odd that he's just standing up there in his daughter's room.
Yeah. Like, what's he doing?
Just chilling.
Just chilling. These two are adorable, the Capella and Diddle.
Capella and Diddle are just two amazing characters throughout this game. And so very strange.
Yeah. I forgot I had to go talk to Capella there.
Ah.
And now we fight ourselves? Question mark?
Maybe? Spider-Man looking at Spider-Man meme.
Right? That was good, that was good.
Oh, that was a long fight.
Yeah. Some comps can get trolly, but that worked out pretty good.
Yeah, he starts jumping around doing STs. It's a little more annoying.
Let's see. I'm gonna enter Domina one more time. Talk to Jennifer, who is Mark's wife, I guess.
I believe so.
Partner, yeah, and then we'll head to the underworld level. Because Ulban's there. That's how you say his name.
Yeah, Ulban is
Ulban.
gonna be fun.
Jennifer. Find out what she has to say, and then we can't avoid it. We get the item encyclopedia here too.
Well, not a bad thing anyway.
Not a bad thing. If we were doing a bingo, there's one of the encyclopedias. Now we don't need to go in there. Is the other bird we know in Domina?
Yeah, either the pelican or this one. Yeah, I can't fly. Well, that makes sense.
Right. Because you're a chocobo, right?
Yeah, we all know chocobos can't fly. I know if she's supposed to be a chocobo or just a canary.
No, I think she's not a chocobo, but we always joke that she is, or we wish she was.
She's fat chocobo.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back.
I have no idea what we're doing now.
We are gonna set up Diddle's letter by talking to the pelican one more time,
Oh, okay, cool.
and she'll mention that she dropped it in the highway or something like that. Took it to the highway right away.
Now, what exactly is the trigger for Diddle's letter? Like, do you have to speak to Diddle and Capella?
You gotta speak to them, then you gotta come back and speak to Capella by himself. Then you gotta speak to Sproutling there. Then you gotta speak to Pee Wee Birdie or Miss Yuka.
Oh wow,
then you speak to Pelican. I mean, then Capella, then Pelican. Then you're good.
wow, that's a whole.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
It's a whole lot of stuff. I wonder if there's a way to trigger it while you're doing. Well, you probably can't trigger it while you're doing the seeing double quest. But like before, when you're in Domina just casually, you know what I mean? So you don't have to re-enter after seeing double, but like if you did it, while you were on your way to pick up a pet, for example, for the first time.
Yeah, we could try it. I'm not sure if it'll work if there was a prerequisite or a mana level thing going on.
Right. I don't think there's a mana level that would cut you off, but I'm not sure if there's another prerequisite for Ditto's letter.
It might be worth trying, because that would be cool.
Yeah, and that's pretty early on, and then you can skip having to re-enter Domina just for that one thing to then leave.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you can't do it then, maybe
before in the run, and it's definitely saved time.
Okay, so
no,
yeah.
I mean, similarly, we've done other things, not that, but like,
right, to have to not re-enter somewhere.
Yeah.
I keep thinking because you have to come into the underworld specifically to talk to Alban to then leave for 7 wisdoms. I keep thinking about like other ways to do it too, where it's hard to do it with Bud though, but like in the course of doing other quests, perhaps to do 7 wisdoms slightly differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe.
So now when you enter the jungle, you should start murmuring forest, right?
Yeah, pretty soon, as soon as we talk to Selkie.
I was going to say, we have to finish the first event first, don't we? Oh, no, we did. Never mind. We did complete Ducate.
Yeah,
so you talk to Selkie, start Murmuring Forest. Go visit our second knocked over nun. Or third, actually. Yeah.
The nuns just have a habit of falling over. They
She'll
must
be
have
fine.
been. They're drinking too much of that blessed elixir.
Sometimes she even gets up and walks away, which is my favorite part of this. Just there's like a 1 in 5 chance when you leave that nun on the ground with Escad, she just gets up and walks away.
Oh, that's funny. I've never noticed that.
Yeah,
I know that if you talk to them.
Yeah, no. If you leave past the nun without speaking to either of them, just watch her. Sometimes she gets up and just walks away.
I wonder how religious Escad is, because it seems like he's like completely anti-demon, and then the way he protects that nun, he just comes in swinging and his sword and like slashing fairies left and right. You know what I mean? And it's like, why is he so adamant about that? You know?
I'm not sure if it's because he's super religious or he just really hates fairies and demons.
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. Just like his general character is like that he hates the demons and the fairies and stuff like that. There seems to be like a lot of infighting though, like fighting amongst the different religions in this game.
Absolutely.
Even like the Sproutling sort of spirituality, Niccolo hates it, and Reverend Nouvel also says, don't believe anything the Sproutlings tell you. What they believe is a lie. So even something as innocent as like the Sproutlings get hate from the religions in this game. It's pretty funny. Here you go, Escad just slashing, no questions asked, not even an introduction.
Escad takes no prisoners.
For real. Let's see. Nope, she didn't get up.
Nope, wait for it. Oh, are you that far ahead of me? Jeez.
Yeah, he
there
just. I'm watching him fight off with Gloomoth right now.
Yep, I just got up to that.
Yeah, sometimes when you're watching for long periods of time, for some reason, like Twitch tends to lag. It doesn't happen on my phone. It happens on my laptop and on my television. So.
Yeah, it happens occasionally. I'm used to it. Just had to give it a quick pause and play, and it works.
Yeah. There's another Tyrannos here. I think those are such a cool enemy. They look like a dragon, but I think they're reptile-type enemies.
Yeah, it's odd that they're not lumped in with the dragons. And here comes
It's
Punk Master.
Yeah. Punk Master, oh, wow. Yeah, that's a really powerful
And there
weapon.
goes Punk Master.
No counter strike needed, no counter attack needed, just like straight up power cancels. That's hilarious.
I wish my fights could be that easy.
Yeah, I mean, that weapon is really easy to make too, because it's just stuff that's given to you and a few things that you buy. And he could actually make it a lot stronger if he bought more stones or bought one more glow crystal. I think if you buy one more glow crystal, you can get it pretty close to 300. But yeah, that's a like 2,000 Luger investment. You'd have to try to find the money somewhere.
And really, we don't need it.
Yeah, it's not. It's a waste of time at that point. There's some enemies that take 2 hits. I think getting them down to 1 would, like, over the course of the entire game, maybe save a little bit.
But the question is if it would save enough to offset how long it would take to get the money for that.
Right. So it's cool that so Bud went with us on the Murmuring Forest quest, and then he was like, "Hey, what up, Rosiati?" And now he's with us in the Gorgonite quest, and he's gonna say hi to Tote, the turtle. So I've seen online a lot of people saying that this game is completely separate from the other mana games, which is true. It is a side game. It's not like an officially numbered one, but certain characters do show up in other games. The race that Niccolo belongs to does show up in some of the DS games. I think Pokiel shows up in Sword of Mana. And so there are like some ties to the other games.
I mean, that's how the Mana series has always worked, honestly.
Yeah, like all the games are separate in terms of story, but this game is not numbered, whereas most of the other, well, up to Dawn of Mana they are. So, yeah. So now that he's about to fight the Gorgonite, and we see all these poor penguins that have turned to stone, there's a lot of ways that you could get turned to stone in this game. The Gorgonite is one way. Getting Cathinja mad is another way, as Gilbert will find out. And crying for Jumi is another way people get turned to stone.
Yeah, what about can't fairies turn you to stone?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
I think they mention it, but we never see it. Actually, I think they're the ones that turn these guys to stone rather than the Gorgonite.
Really?
I'm not 100% sure, but that might be the case. I'd need to, go look through what they say.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the exact thing was. But that sort of petrified status effect, I know that the Gorgonite can do that to you. It's a bit annoying. Obviously, with this stronger weapon, you'll probably not even see
you know what?
it.
Beholders can do it too.
Oh, the Beholders.
Yeah, the eyes.
And so, like, there's a lot of ways in this game, just like story-wise and enemy-wise, to be turned to
Basilisks
stone.
too, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to say, can the basilisks do it? Or do they just stun you?
Basilisk. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've had a basilisk turn me to stone in Power.
P? Okay. Yeah, they have a petrify beam. So petrification would be to turn to stone, yeah. the beholders are just really annoying. They can cause all sorts of status effects. They cause petrify that we mentioned. They can also put you to sleep and cause confusion. I guess confusion would be the least annoying of those three.
At least if you're used to it, you can deal with confusion.
Yeah, that's true. One funny thing to note is that these eye enemies, like the Beholder and the what's the other one that's like an eye on a little thing? The names are escaping me.
Is it I Spy?
That would be funny, right? Let me see. No, I'm looking in the guide. It's not I Spy. Just have to flip through all the pages so I find it. It's the yeah, it's fine. But so they do drop a lot of secondary materials like eyes, like the sleepy eye and the angry eye, and all that stuff. And if you temper a ring or a necklace just right, you can make a piece of armor that protects you from the different things. For example, the I think it's the silly eye or something like that that would protect you against confusion from becoming confused. The thing with the eyes is that they're really annoying to use in tempering because they create pixie cards, and pixie cards do not want to leave your item until you wash them off with holy water or with garlic crowns. So there you go. Huge Gorgon eye. I love the animation where his the pupil just turns to stone. The end there.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, a lot of the bosses have pretty cool animations, even when they die.
Mm-hmm. So, speaking of death animations, for normal enemies, each type of enemy has a different death animation. So, for example, all of the dragons would die the same way, all of the undead enemies would die the same way, all of the beast enemies will die the same way. And so each sort of class of enemy has a separate death animation. So he's going into the Luon Highway to start the. I think he's going to talk to, what's his name, Gaius.
Right, because we didn't have Bud the first time we went to Gaius.
Mm-hmm.
And then we come back for that letter, do we? For starting the
Exactly. He'll do Diddle's letter sort of on the way back. It's probably the most efficient way, just because exiting out of the Luon Highway from Gaius, it's a bit annoying. You have to walk all the way back. So it's better just to complete a quest and then be warped out.
Yeah, that's fair.
An interesting thing to note here. Well, I don't think Gaius does it. I think he does it on part of 7. Let's see what he says. So Gaius basically told Bud about a great mage, but if you talk to Gaius a second time, he actually reveals the future of Bud. In 27 years, Bud is going to be really powerful and help out the entire Jumi race, and so that's sort of what's going to happen to him in the future. So a few of the NPCs have 2 dialogues with Gaius. Bud has his 7 wisdoms dialogue and the personal dialogue that Gaius tells him. Dana too, she has her wisdom of Gaius dialogue and then a separate dialogue as well if you talk to Gaius a second time with her.
Assuming that, you don't kill her instead.
Oh yeah, I mean you could completely miss the the Wisdom of Gaius quest in the game. So, yeah.
Your future involves death by your friend here.
It's funny because Gaius basically says, like, let Matilda do whatever she wants and just accept her as a friend, and that she's able to be independent and make her own decisions. And Dana is really torn about like what to do. Eventually, she makes up the decision that Matilda should be going to the land of the fairies, because that's where she could live forever, basically.
But hey, we got an elder bow. Worth it.
The bows are really, if you know how to use them well, they could be really cool. But they're kind of annoying to aim from afar.
Yeah, being accurate with a bow at range is very hard.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of the entire point of a bow, so...
Yeah. I think the bows and the flails, both of them, if you have them equipped, then the stat that gets increased most for your character would be skill. Because the weapon, whatever you have equipped, that dictates what stats get increased when you level up. And so, yeah, just interesting to note that the bow and the flail require a lot of skill, and that's what gets raised in terms of your stats. Another Tyrannos, but this is the boss. I think this one is actually called Gigas Rex, as opposed to Tyrannos, just to differentiate. But it is just like a sprite swap, the same way the Punk Master is a sprite swap of a different enemy too.
Yeah, no big surprise there. They did like their sprite swaps.
Mm.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, most of the like normal enemies just have like one variation, and then the sprite swap is just for like when you get a pet of that enemy, except for the demi-humans. The demi-human enemies pets have the exact same color as the enemies. But yeah, the bosses are just sprite swapped basically. It's funny because we came all the way down here looking for for his buddy, and his buddy wasn't even in that room that we went into. And that finishes up Diddle's letter. Diddle's letter was the 22nd quest here, and so we are making strides. We're about 1/3 of the way through, I would say. 2 hours in, about. Just in terms of number of quests completed. Right, so the next quest we're doing would be, we're finishing up the 7 wisdoms, but he is going to start up a siren song, just because that's something where you have to travel a bit. You have to start it in Lumina, and then he's also starting the next Diddle and Capella quest here. So Diddle had it. It's gonna loop around the bar, start the siren song by seeing the soldiers and stuff. So this is just set up things that have to be done in Lumina to continue completing quests later on. Since he still has Bud, I believe the first quest he actually completes is 7 wisdoms, and then he goes on to do the other ones. Oof. Diddle sort of had you in a bit of a
Yeah, Diddle did not want you to go through.
Yeah, Pokiel, so you had to enter Lumina anyway to speak to this wisdom, who's kind of hanging out. fun note, if you don't have, well, I think you could do it with Bud too, but you could try to sell Pokeyell a lamp, and it's pretty funny because he starts talking dead beer.
I think I tried that at one point.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. So let's see. We spoke to Oban. We spoke to Rosiati. We spoke to Tote. We spoke to Pokeyell. I think. What are we missing? There's 2. Oh no, just Selvas. Selvas the last one. Because we also spoke to Gaius. So yeah, and that's it. That would be the 7 wisdoms.
I always forget that Selva is here of all places.
Yeah, he only appears after you've seen the other the other 5 wisdoms. As an extra bonus, like Elle could take Bud home and finish the quest, but he also goes in to see Matilda, who just happens to turn out to be the last wisdom because the other 7th wisdom had died. So it's just funny that Bud, even though you don't have to see Matilda to complete the quest, in this run he actually does see all 7.
That is true.
Hey, do we know who the previous wisdom that died was?
Yes, it's in the encyclopedias. I can look that up if you want.
Yeah, I actually don't know, so I'm curious too.
I keep forgetting whenever I do like Google searches to type in Legend of Mana. So I just type in 7 wisdoms and it came out different stuff.
Every time.
like what is this stuff?
Oh look, another none on the ground.
Does anybody else really like Bud's neon pink hair? I think it's really cool.
Yeah, I've never like noticed his hair color until you mentioned it.
Just really unique. I love it. I don't know if there's anybody else in the game that has pinkish hair. Maybe Lisa has like purplish pink. I'm not sure.
Do you ever get the splash screen for 7 wisdoms? Or is that something that we skip?
We don't get that anymore.
Okay, so just to note, you don't actually have to get the splash screen to finish the quest. If he goes into the diary and checks it out, it'll say it was completed. So that's one skip. Like Elle doesn't have to go home to drop off Bud. He could just pick up Niccolo and Bud leaves, and the quest is considered completed after talking to Selva, even though he didn't receive the splash screen. It's another skip that he found.
Well, yeah, I didn't find it, to be fair. Someone else might have, and I read about it and noticed that it wasn't being used.
Okay, cool.
So hoping for a smooth Spriggan fight.
Oh yeah, the Spriggan fight. It's actually pretty cool. I like some of his STs, like when he rolls the carpet on the floor. I think that's pretty cool. He kind of has this annoying ability. It's not really an ST. It's more like the abilities, because you can do this too, where he splits up into multiple versions of himself, but only one is the true version. And so, like,
Yeah.
you kind of have to wait and see what it is.
That one's rough. That's Hitodama kind of does something like that.
Yeah, and it's actually an ability that you can have as well.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, it's an ability that you can do too.
Very, very cool. It kind of sounds like Mirage or something. Not that that's what it's called, but I think I've heard that called Mirage before.
Yeah, I have no idea off the top of my head what that ability is called. Actually, I've been trying to figure out like which of the attacks, normal attacks, or like regular attacks for the enemies, boss enemies, and which ones are what do you call them? Like abilities, like plunge attacks or something like that.
Special
Because
technique? What are you talking about?
well, so all right, so the STs always have a tell. There's like always a pause, and the enemy sort of glows a bit.
Yeah.
All of
Oh,
the
right.
all of the enemies and bosses and characters like NPCs in the game are set up almost exactly the same way, where they have like normal hits, right? The normal hit, the hard hit. They might have plunge attacks, they might not, and then they have STs and they have abilities, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like in my head trying to figure out which category of each. For
Yeah.
example, let's just take the
That's a good
Doink.
call. Yeah.
They just take the Doink as an example. He has a kick, which is his normal attack, right? But then he also has one where he brings down the hammer. That's not an ST. It's just a normal bringing down the hammer, which I think is like his heart attack.
Ah.
And then he has one where he throws the hammer forward. So if you fight him with like from afar, he'll throw the hammer at you, and
Yeah.
it's also not an ST. I think that's his plunge attack.
Oh, very cool.
So yeah, he has like three attacks that are not STs, and so I don't know. In my head, I
Right.
try to figure out
They have like
which is
almost
which.
no cooldown.
Right, no cooldown and no tell, like no startup animation for it, where they're like blinking as it's charging up.
Yep. Very cool. All right, we are hound bound.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how he feels today.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to be rude or nice today.
The Burrow Hound is actually pretty easy with that hammer. He's annoying.
Fair.
He's annoying when you're doing fairy, I think, just because you don't have like a really strong weapon to defeat him in like 2 or 3 hits. But yeah.
Yeah, when all I have is... I don't think we even do Lumina at this point, do we? No, I don't even have the gold hammer. At this point, I'm pretty sure.
So you have what, silver from Watts or from
No, I would just have the Earth Splitter. Let me double check.
So to me,
Ouch.
Bud's hair looks more purple in his profile pic, but then more pink in his sprite.
Oh yeah, it's very pink in the sprite.
Yeah.
I'm double checking this because I want to know. Let me see here. Which one is this? This is In Search of Fairies?
Yep. Yep, In Search of Fairies. We're getting a cutscene that we want for Diddle Had It, but then we're headed to the lake.
Yeah, I still wouldn't have my gold hammer for another half an hour.
Yeah. Wow. So you might have to fight the hound with a black elk.
Yep, I would be fighting the hound with a black elk or a earth splitter at this point.
So now you're gonna
the
head
ferry
to...
run has a bad time here.
So now we're finally gonna fight this. Are we gonna fight the golem or is that later?
I am not sure.
Oh right, he does In Search of Fairies before he fights the golem for Bomb's lab.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're doing In Search of Fairies now, aren't we?
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a step ahead.
Yeah, this one is not nearly as fun on the ferry route because we don't have a nice big hammer.
Also, just to note, this is the event where Dana disappears into the land of the fairies, right?
Yep.
Like she jumps in the middle of the sort of fairy circle that appears. And then she just appears later in the Garo temple and
As
sort
if
of...
nothing happened.
Right, like what happened in the land of the fairies? There's no story, like nothing about how she got back or anything. It is very strange.
They had a party, it's fine. And she doesn't say a lot, but she does mention that she found why am I blanking on his name? Demon boy who suddenly I can't remember the name.
Irwin?
Erwin?
Yeah. She mentions to Matilda that, hey, Irwin's alive and I found him, by the way.
Yeah, I think this is his first appearance in this quest, right?
Yes.
Anwella. Anwella is the seventh wisdom that had died. That's her name. Finally found it.
Okay, cool. And Wella?
Yeah. So here's an interesting thing to note. I don't know if you've ever taken Escad down into the underworld, but he has some interesting conversation with Oban, and apparently Oban was the one who asked Escad to kill Irwin.
Yeah, they have an interesting history.
It's funny because she actually challenges. I'm sorry, he actually challenges Oban to a fight. Gia, how you doing? So he actually challenges Oban to a fight, and Oban's like, "I'm gonna win. Why do that? Like, it's
Hey,
not.
welcome, Chia.
I don't want to fight you." And it's pretty funny. The Boreal Hound just looks beautiful. Too bad he only lasts a few seconds.
I wish, man.
I think that would have been a cool fight to fight the Wisdom, to fight Oban. It would have given him some badass STs.
So, well, has anybody given any thought to the pet name?
I forgot about that.
Hey, if anybody in the chat wants to name the pet chocobo, let us know. Or
I
actually,
think
who had
was it the last run? It was Le Popo or Popo, Little Popo. Something.
Gia, were you the one who redeemed that? If you could just give the name Chewbacca. There you go. That's what it was.
Something.
Ruru or Chewbacca. Those are both pretty funny names.
I so like Ruru.
Ruru, yeah. Soybean? What the hell? So I'm gonna check off, if that's okay, in the request queue, the mirror pieces that Utopic had redeemed last month,
Yeah.
and the pet name that Gia redeemed last month.
Perfect.
So actually, now in the queue, you have 2 sets of mirror pieces, one by BXRDD and one from Samanto today.
Yeah, good call.
It looks like you're going to be doing mirror pieces for a while.
Yeah.
And also, Leargonot also had named the pet as well. So next month you have the name a pet and the mirror pieces.
Very cool. Okay, sounds good. Really appreciate everyone who unlocks those.
Professor Bomb is so funny with his head. It's like, you spin my head right round. I'm done. It causes him to fly. I'm like, how? How does that happen?
Yeah, I like his mannerisms. I like the little sweat drop or whatever that is, or it's an emotion drop or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sort of nervous look in his face. And now you're here to do Daddy's broom, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there no way to transport closer, like using the psychokinetic flowerling in the beginning?
Maybe. Forgot to put
We'd
spin
have to
back
test
on. Probably, but I don't think it saves a lot of time.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I think it warps you just almost to the next room.
Okay. It's not that
I could be wrong.
much. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
He doesn't.
There's a few things like with respect to the junkyard that I could be doing, and I'm just not. One of them is unlocking bomb during Infernal Doll. But it's just real complicated, you know. The junkyard gets me every time.
Yeah, like there's a way to visit Bomb, you're saying, and then do Infernal Doll without having to leave the junkyard and re-enter.
Yeah, but the problem is if I make any mistake at all, then I almost have to leave and come back in and try again to try to sort it out because you just get all lost.
Yeah, the junkyard, if you don't follow a very specific pattern, actually changes and blocks off the area where you fight the boss for Infernal Doll. So it's annoying.
Yeah, we don't want that.
And I think the same is true for this quest as well. If you don't follow the path, it blocks you off from getting to this area. Because it's the same path you follow for Infernal Doll. If I'm correct, I'm not too sure. But I think that's true.
No, yeah, exact same path.
Okay. So it's sort of like the jungle. If you don't like get the sight, then you're kind of like blocked off from going to certain areas.
Yeah, junkyard's really mysterious to me.
And then we have this gremlin enemy, or boss, I should say.
And he's gone.
The bosses don't stick around much.
You know, I wonder if I had a blammo there. I never even thought about it.
Oh, like a one-hit kill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Too bad. It's too bad that the gremlins doesn't drop anything because it is a boss. Bosses usually they either give you nothing or they give you only lucre and experience crystals.
Yeah.
But he's basically a sprite swap of the imp enemy, and the imps have a tendency to drop spears. It's kind of like the Sahagins do.
Yeah.
So now that you're back in after Daddy's Broom, you're gonna do Guardian of the Winds. Basically, gonna continue the Dragon Quest. And so, just a quick note: the reason that the Dragon Quest had to be sort of punctuated, like you had to do Fallen Emperor first and then do everything else, is because you don't have Oban without Fallen Emperor. So he couldn't do, for example, 7 Wisdoms without Oban. So that's why you kind of have to pick up Lark, do that one quest, break off from Lark, do, other things, and then just pick up the Dragon Quest again.
Gotta get those in there. Make sure we get everything.
Oh, wait a minute. I got confused for a sec.
Hello.
I thought I was gonna temper the. It's when I drop Ruru off that I temper.
Just a quick apology for that spam.
It's fine. It's fine, Utopic. Gia is actually saying, Elevated, that if you have like a mod in your Discord, they can lock off the voice chat so that random people don't come in, and only like mods can accept people into the voice chat. Because like nothing's preventing her from coming in and just like spamming us right now live.
No, I know it's true. Yeah.
It's something I can help you set up later. Not a big issue right now.
That's cool. Thank you.
I am here and I can mute and kick and ban people, so don't do that.
Hammer.
I'll try not to say anything that gets me banned then. Don't do it, Gia. Don't do
By the
it,
way,
Gia.
Gnome, you told me to just re-add the bot, but I don't have the permission to do that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, we'll see that later. Just want to apologize for a bit.
No, yeah, no worries.
Good luck on the run, Elevated.
Thank you, Utopic.
That's funny. So he placed the Skull Lantern, and he's now going into the what's the first one? The Norn Peaks to fight off our first dragon. It's also interesting to note that the way he sort of divided up the dragon actually has him fighting most of the dragon bosses with his more powerful weapon, and so that also helps him save time. Even though he has to come back into the underworld and pick up Lark, it just helps him to save that time with the stronger weapon.
Yeah, getting the strong weapon this early makes the rest of the run a lot shorter.
I didn't actually notice because we were talking about the voice chat and different stuff, but did he name the pet? When he
Yeah.
picked it up?
Ruru.
Okay, cool.
Yep, Ruru is the name.
Thanks, Gia.
So these wind colors are sort of like trying to block you off, but Lark just walks right through him. Like, geez, guys, you had one job to do.
It's fine. They'll get them next time.
They're not very effective at stopping us from climbing this mountain. As a matter of fact, the most effective thing stopping us is that darn statue.
Yeah. The magic stops us, not the enemies.
Right. These are the eye things. I keep forgetting what their names are.
Yeah, I can never remember.
Yeah, they're annoying because they cause multiple different types of status effects on you. And of course, the strategy guide just flat out like skips enemies, the bestiary. That's annoying. So for this quest, El is making his way up. He has to fight the three wind colors, which all use magic. And actually, I think they rely pretty heavily on the Jin magic. And he's using a bit of strategy here by using uppercuts to place the wind color as far to the right as possible. He has less of a distance to travel when he leaves.
Yeah, a lot of the things we don't talk about in this game are just the positioning we take in all of these fights and all of this stuff. Trying to make sure we're near the right edge of the screen, that we can get all of the XP and stuff, and it's a pain.
Yeah, it's annoying. And the more you play, the more you get used to sort of where things are when you line up. Even like after the Mantis Ant, if you pick up the XP that drops out of that chest in a specific way, you could end up close to where your character needs to be. And if you have Niccolo with you, he sort of has to walk to wherever he is. It's kind of random. But if you actually don't have Niccolo with you, it takes longer for him to walk into the scene. So, yeah, little things like that. You get used to it. So now for the last wind color fight here. That's some nice power canceling there. You didn't even get one hit off.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how it takes like 5 or 6 on those guys, though. They must have some serious HP.
Yeah, I think that they're aligned with wind, and the Norn Peaks has a strong wind presence.
Yeah.
And so there's ways to make them weaker, basically. And the way to make them weaker, if you wanted to mess with the map placement,
Oh god.
would be to add more Earth Gnome energy, because Gnome energy is something that they're weak against. They're aligned with Jin Air, and they're weak against Gnome Earth. And so, yeah. Actually, if you had Bud with you, well, I don't think you should do the quest if you don't have Lark. But Bud might be useful because he likes to use a lot of Earth attacks. But I mean, with your weapon, it doesn't matter. You just hit 4 or 5 times and they're dead.
You're still gonna kill them eventually.
Yeah. But if you wanted to do a magic only run, that would be interesting to use the. You'd have to figure out like in each area what the enemies are mostly weak to, and then sort of switch the magic each time for them.
Yeah, that would be smart.
So from this screen where the wind colors are stopping you, if you actually went to the right, there is a chest with a messy scroll, which is a rare item, but also it's an area that is not a boss area that has where you could pick up a pet or a elemental coins. And so it's one of the few areas that are not boss areas where you can do that, either pet or elemental coin. So, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
there's a few of them. There's not too many.
Yeah, most of them are boss areas, but yeah, there's a few. I think there's this one. There's one in the McKiv cat window. That's the dueling room.
There's the one in the pirate ship.
Oh yeah, the pirate ship, right?
Down in the lower deck.
Yeah, we actually don't ever go into that room, but it's pretty close, I think, to where you see Putty.
Putty's in one of the barrels, right?
Yeah, like all the way in the
Yeah,
bottom.
it's like
in
one
the
or two
barrel.
rooms away, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
3 hits on the Cravator.
Nice. That was a perfect Cravator.
God
No ST.
damn.
Yeah, Lark
That-
was
that
standing
was-
right next to me. It was great.
That was beautiful.
Dragon runners everywhere cry.
Oh no. Sorry. My phone's being very strange today. Oh wait, what? Ugh.
I think every person that runs Dragon, if they saw you kill a Cravator in 3 hits, they're on suicide watch right now.
Mm-hmm.
They would just quit.
Yep. Everybody will do an all events run once just for that satisfaction.
Just for that, yeah, satisfaction.
The Cravator has like some really annoying STs. I just want to put it out that he's constantly moving back and forth, which I think is like just part of his normal abilities, right? Like one of his abilities that he has for some reason is just fly to the other side of the screen, which grants him immunity for a few seconds. But also, like his STs are annoying. The one where he like flies and just like throws flames upon the entire area, it's really annoying. What's his name? Crimson Dragon has a similar ST. We never see it, but it's one where he just flies up and then his head appears from the side of the screen and just puts flames on the ground. He hardly ever does it, but it's also like just something annoying that he does. It just takes up time for no reason. Fairy scales, silver mushrooms, star sparkles.
That's awesome. It says like something Sailor Moon would say or something.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I kind of wish that they actually used items that you have in the game. The items that they like, there's so many items in the game. Why come up with these random items? Also, the items that what's his name? Niccolo gives you in the beginning, the iron pot, the green ball bug, the taco bug, and the green ball bun.
Yeah.
They're all really random too, and they cannot be obtained any other way. And
Oh,
they're
really?
and they're sort of useless. Like the
Except
only
for the
thing
iron
that
pot, right?
the iron pot that you could equip, even though like just about any other armor would be stronger.
Yeah.
But for that point in the game, since you're not buying armor, it's best to equip it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Because you get it so
Better
early.
than nothing.
I'm gonna
better
start
than
equipping it because of Laban.
Yeah. I would suggest just doing total auto right before Laban, because you can pick up some things in the mines, I think. And I'm trying to think if there's any other armor. Well, yeah, there's the dragon bone basically that you could pick up in the mine. So I would say just do a total auto right before Laban, not necessarily after Mantis Ant, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think it's either the taco bug or the green ball bun. One of them can add a very small amount of energy when you're tempering. And actually, if we add it to your recipe, maybe it might get the weapon
You know
a
what?
little
That's
higher.
not a bad idea.
You think? I could mess around
I
with
mean,
that
if
if you
it
just wanted
adds
to add one
anything,
more.
it probably would be helpful.
Okay, let me try that.
That would be
Just
nuts. I never even thought about that.
Give me one sec. Yeah, I've used them before just because they have no other purpose in the game. You can't feed them to anything. You can't
Oh,
equip,
really?
you can't equip the green ball bun or the taco bug. It's just useless items that Niccolo gives you and then charges you for it. So
Right.
That really sounds like Niccolo, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Big time. That's his
One
MO,
cool-
or whatever.
It really is. Hey, we got Ruru back.
True.
We couldn't leave him down there in that pile of bones.
I know. Rue deserves like a biscuit or a cookie.
Feed him a green ball bun.
A green ball bun. There you go. Alright, here we go. Here goes nothing. Pretty excited about the bathroom break that's within reach now.
Almost there.
I can see the light.
Hello?
Hello, welcome
Hello.
back.
Yeah, for some reason, I have no idea why. As soon as I opened JForge to see about that recipe, what's its name? Discord decided to shut down.
Yeah,
Nice.
that seems right.
Yeah, that tracks. That's normal.
That was the most weirdest thing. I was actually, I didn't notice for a while, but I was like still talking, and so
Right. That's totally happened to me.
I had mentioned, I guess, when I had gotten cut off, that you fight the Dane slaves here, but you don't have to actually grind a brave blade from them. And so when after you got the Chocobo pet back, you actually took the right path to fight the Skull Beast and the slime enemies, because they're less annoying to fight than the Dane slaves. The Dane slaves sort of do all this gymnastics and guarding and jumping around when you're fighting them. So it's just like a bit faster to fight the Skull Beast and the slime.
Those guys can drop decent swords, huh? Like even in No Future.
The Dane slaves? Yes, they actually dropped one of the. I think they dropped the Masamune sword, which is their highest. So the Masamune, the Heishi Shorin, and the Excalibur are all attack 62 swords in the game,
Yeah.
and so they're the top weapon drop that you can get.
Cool.
And yeah, that is also a common reset point in the dragon route.
Yeah, if you
Sword farm.
you
Yep.
can't get the sword, it's
We actually had some real good luck on the dragon run that I was commentating on. She got it on the 3rd kill, which is only one more than you're required to do.
Nice.
So that's pretty darn good.
That's good shit.
Yeah, so neither the green ball bun or the taco bug will help you out here. They add just such a small amount of energy that it won't
I see.
matter.
Yeah.
What do you call it? The glow crystal that you add in right after adding wisp, wind, and aura, it's so much more powerful that the green ball bun doesn't affect anything.
Okay, cool. Worth looking into, though.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
no worries.
So pretty good Bone Fortress. I go back and forth on whether or not I want to menu in Counter-Strike and do that for Sierra. Because most of the time she'll play into it, but not always.
Yeah, like the Dane slaves though, she tends to do all this like gymnastics that I
Yeah.
find so annoying.
Totally.
But if you can hit her with power cancels, waiting for her to attack probably isn't the most efficient way.
Yeah.
You know?
True.
Or even just like using an ST like Blammo.
Oh, why did I completely forget about Blammo? I don't know what I'm thinking. I need to look at that. I need to look at Blammo everywhere, actually.
Well, yeah, I mean, it really depends on how much a boss wants to jump around, right? Because if they're in one spot and stationary, just like power canceling is the way to go.
Yeah,
but
totally.
for her, she's always jumping around and so Blammo that has a wider area of effect would be.
Yeah, that might be the ticket for her if I have an ST at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the question is if you have one charged.
Right.
Yeah.
So just a heads up, Blammo is fantastic for this boss battle.
Oh yeah, for the Sierra video.
However, that goddamn caterpillar will sap your ST, even if you try very hard for him not to. So we'll see how it goes. You guys will see. It's like so annoying.
Yeah, I think there's a name for that move that the caterpillar does. Let's see. I think it's called a silk spitter.
Yeah. Oh my.
Yeah, the silk spitter, and he has it's called diffusion thread ball, apparently. And so that sort of saps your ST bar. There's a few sort of things that do that in this game that affect like how fast your ST fills up. I know Elazul has a when you have his thing connected, his synchro ability, it fills it up faster.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Yeah, but you don't use him in this run. Like you ditch him early. You used to use him in this run, but it's not as efficient.
I wonder why I've never utilized that in a battle with like Duink.
Well, I mean, if he's hanging around you, it works out.
Do an extra Blammo on Duink.
Yeah.
If you can. I don't know if that's possible. Although I like what Lemur's talking about, doing the highway first. I want to look into it. It's so different, but so it's going to take me a while. There it is.
Doing the highway first?
Oh.
There,
we kept our ST. Woo! Yeah, doing the highway first, learning Super Slugger, and then Super Slugger spin and jump cancel Duink to get like a 0 or a 1 ST. Because Super Slugger dizzies.
That's really interesting, just because the Duink, if you fight it after you do the highway, will be a higher level.
Interesting. Yeah, so I'm not sure that it's worth it. I know I tried it one time yesterday, and the mechanics were so different, than I was used to.
Yeah,
that I didn't do very well.
It
so
might be worth it.
Practice. Yeah.
It might be worth it.
Yeah. It's gonna take some practice to find out. But I'm kind of afraid at this point of like losing my muscle memory from this setup.
Right. Especially so early. It's like if you can save time early, it's great. But anything that might add time, like trying to get a different ST or having higher level enemies, like it's you have to really think if it's gonna help you out in the long run.
Yeah, honestly, Counter-Strike is like one of the best ways to kill Duink, and like I would also like to experiment with learning Counter-Strike first, and then well, if I were to do the highway, maybe I would learn Counter-Strike over.
You know what?
Super
I
Slugger.
think that would be the way to go. Just because Duink tends to kick a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, you don't see him kick a lot because you're power canceling.
Yeah.
You don't see him kick a lot because you're power canceling. But he would be one that would be a good candidate for Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you just sit there and hold Counter-Strike, boom, and it knocks him all the way to the back.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet. Okay, this is going to be pretty sweet, too.
I've had a lot of issues with Super Slugger whiffing. Like, not...
Me too. I would need a lot of practice because it's very precise, like straightforward. You have to go completely straightforward and not very... there's not a very large... There's not as large of a build-up as some of the other SDs, so you I end up whiffing. So that went well, man. So let's see. I can't wait to see what Crimson Dragon ends up being. I'm gonna try to look up my split from my disc split, just to see how far off I am.
Is All Events Monthly always on disc?
Yeah, so far.
Okay. Was there like a specific reason that you wanted to do disc for All Events Monthly?
I guess I just felt like it would be the most honest, accurate look of the game.
I understood.
Yeah, like, hopefully it would match other people that grew up and played the game.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. Just because, like with all the extra stuff you do, you're not really trying to get sort of best time here. It's more like experiencing for fun all the events of the game once a month. And so...
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I did switch to emulator, it would be... The one good thing would be that I could chock it full of extra stuff and maybe still keep it around 7 hours.
Right. Right. Because right now, I think most of your all events were 7.5.
Yeah, definitely.
Right?
Yeah. Or even a little more.
Mm-hmm.
It happens.
So this is the first time you're able to get Sierra in the game, and she has like this really cool, like the knife abilities.
Oh yeah.
I just love the way like she uses the knives and her little what do you call it? When she's jumping around, I think she has backflip and I'm not sure of her abilities. It's in the menu, but it's just like so cool the way she moves around when she's fighting and helping you out. Yeah.
Double jump backflip, very cool.
Double jump and backflip. Yeah, I know it was backflip is something else, but it's like really like a high movement character, unlike someone like Niccolo, who's like, what does Niccolo use? I think he uses gloves when he fights.
He uses salesman glove.
Yeah, and sort of he's not going to do all these gymnastics stuff. He's more like a boxer, so to speak, when he fights.
Yeah.
Do you know if Sierra hangs out after Crimson Dragon for you to pick her up?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I haven't tested that out. I've heard someone say she's in the Norn Peaks, but I haven't like gone all the way to that area. And if I remember correctly, that area turns into an area where you could pick up elemental coin or a pet. And so I'm not sure. Well, sorry, not Norn Peaks. The White Forest.
Oh yeah, probably. I can't remember.
Yeah, I know you enter the White Forest a few times for Lily Peas and. Or I think maybe it's just Lily Peas quest.
I didn't mean to do that.
God damn it. You meant to get the mirror piece and then exit, yeah.
Got 1 down, 3 to go.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, for ways that you sort of get Sierra, you can get her here before starting up the Crimson Dragon quest, and after it turns into the flames, you can actually leave the flames area like in that scene with Vidis in the beginning, and if you go into the flames, she'll be there first thing. Interesting to note, when she's available, Lark isn't available, right? So it's one or the other, but not both.
Yeah. So I'm gonna fight this battle, and then I might try to sneak a bathroom break. We'll see if I can
Okay.
wing it.
Sounds good. So this battle is Lark as a centaur. I think the actual name of the enemy is called Lark the Centaur. And the centaurs in this game are pretty funny because they have like all this machine guns and stuff and rockets built into their legs. It's strange. It's very strange, but very creative as well.
Yeah, I don't know where they got the machine gun legs, but apparently they have them.
Mm-hmm. And they have what do you call it? The arms can break off and become like cannons that bounce around. It's just really strange. I have no idea where it comes from, but let's have a look at Lark the Centaur's attacks. And the Centaur you actually fight later in the Flames is different than Lark the Centaur. It has like a different name, and I don't think it's Lark because
it's not. It's the
yeah.
Iron Centaur? I don't remember its name. Something like that.
No, the Iron Centaur is part of the Jimmy story. I think it's called Zenoa, which is like a different third centaur.
Ah.
Yeah. It has most of the same attacks as Lark. I think only one of the attacks is different. So it has the same like gauntlet attack, the same knuckle hammer thing, the same rocket punch, the same tri attack. But then Lark also has something called leg cannon that I think Zenoa doesn't have. And Zenoa has a charge. Well, no, he has a charge too. Yeah, I think the leg cannon is the big difference. I think. So this is another animation out in the world map. Oh, that's funny because it had started off at the home and then it moved to the right before changing. That's interesting. Serious sort of dragon flame animation there. That dragon design that was sort of in the smoke in the air is similar in design to when you start to Dragon Quest, that animation that's in the background.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to match up with the title card and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It looks like L is out on his break. Just a little note about the flames. It doesn't need to be completed all at once. Sometimes when you're fighting through the flames, it's like, oh god, this place is so big and maze-like, and then you have to like go all the way to the top to do this, and then go to the bottom to do that. But I think this the flames was made to be explored little by little, just because you can exit and re-enter it at will.
Yeah, I can say I definitely left the place and came back more than once just because it was so much stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but basically navigating the flames, it's certain areas are locked off by trap doors, and the way to get rid of them is to activate these stones. And so there's 3 stones that you have to defeat. One's locked behind a land dragon, one's locked behind a sky dragon, and the last one's locked behind Zenoa. And so you'll see after you defeat them that right after you defeat those bosses, the stones sort of glow. The stones above the doors, the archways. Yeah, Sierra was just missing. The Dane slave was just playing with her, and there's the Brave Blade drop.
That'd be great for any run that isn't this one.
Yeah. Imagine you're playing through and you just happen to get Brave Blade right before the flames casually. It's like awesome. I think that goblin had dropped the Dark Elk as well. He's just getting all the drops
late on
here.
that one. Little late on that one.
Yeah.
we don't quite need that anymore.
The mask thing dropped the Pegasus helm. None of them are better than what we have. Jeez. That's good to try. So this is the first trapdoor, and this trapdoor will lead us to an area that's actually really efficient. First of all, just to the left of this area, you have the first Sky Dragon fight, and then to the right of this area is the trapdoor that leads you to the Land Dragon fight. So these howlers look so cool with just their hind legs. They're like werewolves, but just like cut in half. There's the Sky Dragon. Oh, he got him. It looked like it was just out of range, but it wasn't. As soon as the Sky Dragon is done, the crystal is going to glow. And that opens up the area a bit more. There have been all types of tests to try to skip the trapdoors to finish the flames faster, to finish this dungeon, and just get to the Crimson Dragon. Tiamat, I think, is the official name. So this is the area with the save point that you fell from the first trapdoor. Going all the way to the right would lead to the second trapdoor that takes you to the Land Dragon. Hey Jay, how you doing? Keep legending those manas. Will
Hey
do.
Jay.
That's a good use of Blammo there. So it seems like this Land Dragon was easier to defeat than the Sky Dragon. Just one Blammo. The other dragon took a Blammo plus a few more hits. Then we have the animation with the orb glowing, opening up the way for you to continue. We don't get to see this basement area a lot, but there's, I think, another part of the basement that you can get to that has a chest with a dragon's blood or something like that in it.
Yeah, that sounds right. But yeah, the design here is actually really cool, but we never actually see much of this place.
Yeah, it's an entire castle with multiple layers and levels. It's pretty intense. It actually reminds me of Tower of Lieres, but with flames in the background. Like outside the windows, you know? I have to see when he had...
There's a lot of fire.
Mm-hmm. So now that he's defeated the first two, he's making his way down to the last crystal. And it's funny, because if you didn't know to interact with that orb, you would just be wandering around aimlessly. But yeah, he tried to activate the last crystal, and then Zenoa pops up. A few interesting things to note about Zenoa. His head is sort of shaped like a bird, beak-like appearance, and he also has sort of boreal hound feathers for a tail, and I think just behind his head. So yeah, the artwork is really cool. That's his arm cannon ST, and he's done before he does anything else. There's the activation of the third stone, and that opens up the way to get to, the Tiamat, to the Crimson Dragon. The artwork in the flames is just beautiful. The different statues, and just the way it's made.
Yeah, it's a stunning dungeon.
Mm-hmm. So, not too important, but if you check out the encyclopedias in the home, in the library, there's 26 entries for artifacts, but there are 27 entries for lands, and that's because the underworld changes to the flames, and that's an extra entry in the encyclopedia. So they're not one-to-one.
I mean, they may as well be.
They're mostly one-to-one, except for that one exception. Yeah. It'll be fun to see how this goes. So the Crimson Dragon has this interesting attack where whenever he wants, he'll just like eat one of your either your pet or your NPC or you, and he'll just chew on them for a little bit. Oh, there you go, one blammo and a hit, and he's done. Well, I guess we won't see any of his cool STs.
That was awesome. Now we drop off Rue and temper the Giant's Horn.
I got it. Oh, don't worry. And then we see the flames returning to Underworld, or changing back into the Underworld. This is the first break in gameplay. Well, the second, if you count the first encounter with Lark the Centaur as the first break. This will be the second break in gameplay. The original routing for all events had these final sort of storyline quests at the end, and so when L took over and started rerouting it, one of the goals was to get this break earlier, so you could have a restroom break and make it more manageable, because sitting down for 7 hours is not too good. So hopefully he's standing up and taking a stretch.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice.
Then we see the return of all the dragons.
And we're around we're on event 33, so we're practically halfway through as far as event totals.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a few of the later ones are a bit longer.
Yeah. I love how the chocobo is just like eating off of the floor.
He's just chilling.
So we're gonna be like not quite 4 minutes behind PB, so that's not that bad when you think about those deaths to Laban and second Triax.
And the fact that you stopped by to pick up the mirror piece and then left and then came back in. There's like 3 load screens extra or something.
Yeah, so we're having a good run. So we're gonna drop back by home.
And so he's stopping by home to drop off the pet, but also to finish the golem quest. So before he finished off the dragon quest, he did fight that golem for Professor Bomb. And so that will be the end of the tutorial quest that he needs to do. If you've done this like in your first playthrough and go into New Game Plus, you don't have to do the tutorial quest. So Instruments 101, Path of the Blacksmith, Golem Go Make 'em, Mana Orchards, and there's one more. There's 5 quests that you get to skip in that you cannot do in New Game Plus if you've done them in your first run.
Yeah, and they're just there from the beginning, right?
Yeah, they're given to you from the beginning. They're just there.
Yeah, that's a really nice bonus when you have to consider all of the things you would do otherwise.
Right. I mean, it's also really helpful just to wake up out of bed, start a game, and grab your pet or grab your golem, or temper
Or
your
make a weapon that can
weapon.
actually kill the things you're fighting.
Yeah.
That's the biggest issue of it, is if you're doing a higher difficulty, yeah, you need a better weapon.
Yeah. I think for No Future, it's not like you probably should have like a 500 plus weapon, and then for what is it? Damn, it's No Future, and what's the other one called?
I can't remember.
Nightmare?
We never do it.
Nightmare
Oh, yeah,
mode,
Nightmare.
yeah. For Nightmare mode, you probably should have a weapon above 200. So, for example, the hammer that L has here would be okay in Nightmare mode.
Yeah, where you probably want 600 or higher for No Future, right?
Yeah, I would say 500 or higher, but the higher the better. Just because most of the enemies are level 99. I think only the first 1 or 2 lands that you place would have enemies just below 99. So the reason L is re-entering the home area is actually to start up Cage of Dreams. And the purpose of this is that Pokiel and a few of the other people, Pokiel, Nunuzak, they're sort of tied up at home after the Crimson Dragon. And so if you don't finish Cage of Dreams, you can't do events like Lucky Clover that requires Nunuzak to be in Geo. So they're sort of tied up here at home, and you just want to get them back to wherever they're supposed to be to finish the other quests. So that's why he does this nice and early. Relatively early. I mean, it's 3 hours in.
Still pretty early when, we've got 3 hours left in the run, too.
Yeah.
So I switched to the hammer there. It happens to be kind of high up on the list, but also I don't have to... It doesn't unequip Blammo.
Oh, cool. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. So, yeah. The reason he switched weapons is so that he could temper on the giant's horn into his gold hammer, since he's here in the workshops anyway. Pokio is going to enter. He's going to do the Pokio skip, which is you leave the area and then come right back in. And then when you enter the workshops, Pokio isn't inside. You get to skip a few lines of dialogue there. Giant's horn, and now magically he has an above 200 attack hammer because it wasn't powerful enough before.
We always need more power.
Right? You can always use more.
So this is one of the quests that sort of takes you into a dream world. This is a dream world that was created by Nunuzak. I think for one of the Jumi quests, you need to go to a dream world where you sort of are wandering through the desert to try to find out like the true pearl, if it's black pearl or regular pearl, and what the heck is going on there. Yeah. The Dreamworld quests, they all involve that sort of flying enemy that was, that flying character that was there with Nunuzak. I guess that's the person that is in control of Dreamworld, sort of like Sandman in this game.
Yeah, it's odd that they're not considered one of the wisdoms, honestly.
Yeah. It's really strange, too, that the teachers are sort of like, some of them are really strange and powerful, but they're not considered like special other than just being teachers. There you go. I heard that she is like hangs out in Geo, but I don't know if I've ever seen her. That character that's sort of in charge of dreams. I know I've seen Nunuzak and Geo all the time.
You run into her in the Jumi storyline.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
She appears when you find what's her name?
Pandora's box?
Yeah. I forget the girl that's in it. But yeah.
Florina?
Yeah, that's it, Florina. She
Flora
appears
quest.
when she puts you into Florina's dream.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. All the teachers, so I don't know if she actually teaches in Geo, but all the teachers sort of have like really weird backgrounds. I think it was Cathinja that was married to Deathbringer. Wait, no, not Cathinja. Nemesis that was married to Deathbringer and now is like a reincarnated body. So, yeah. Decinus or something like that is the name. This is Tea Time of Danger. This is, I think, is the first Mindus Ruins quest where you fight Count Davila. Interesting to note, Count Davila actually has an entry in the Cyclopedia that's separate from the monster entry. They're actually listed as a character, sort of like the guardian of the Mindus Ruins. And so they're not all of the bosses have character entries. They all have sort of monster entries in the Monster Encyclopedia, but Count Davila also is a character entry as well. So. Jeez. The flowerling is stressing me out.
You and me both.
He's just like blocking your way for no reason. So later in the game, when you want to get to the specific area, Niccolo is sort of hanging around the Mindus ruins, and you could pay him to. I'm not sure if it's 2 torches. No, it's not 2 torches. It's one of the later quests for the fairy storyline.
Star-crossed lovers, I think.
Star-crossed lovers. Okay. Yeah, but here you actually have to like manually walk your way back to the ruins area. This is one of the few appearances of one of my favorite enemies, the ape mummy. I think you fight it right after you fight the succubus here. Yeah. I love the ape mummy as a pet. It's just so funny, but it's really annoying. It has this weird tendency to grab whatever you're attacking and then throw it to the other side of the screen. And it actually can do this with bosses too. So if you bring an ape mummy onto like the Sierra and Vidis fight, it can grab Vidis and sort of fling her out of her pedestal where she's standing or sitting or, you know, where she is. And then Vidis will have to disappear and reappear where she was before. It's a little bit annoying and very time consuming, but just funny to see that mummy flinging a huge Vidis across the screen.
I gotta see that.
This is the Count Davula fight. Bam, bam. Done. Grand Steel. It's funny that they give you a Grand Steel here. They give you a Ish Platinum in the after Sierra and Vidis. So that I think was like the official midway point, right? After the 34th quest. Oh, this is 35th. Sorry. So the midway point would have been after Cage of Dreams.
Yeah,
now
we're on the downhill slope now.
Yep. So we're continuing with Niccolo's Business Unusual number 3. And I think for this quest, he's looking for a psychokinetic flowerling. He thinks it's going to be very lucrative, let's say, because of lucre, to get one. And he doesn't know if it exists, so we take him on as a character to the Mindus ruins to try to seek one out. And this is setting up the next Diddle in Capella quest. Diddle had it. You had found out about a skip with Diddle, right?
Well, you might be talking about if you do the dragon storyline before doing Diddle Had It.
Mm-hmm.
You save about 15 seconds of a Shadowhole cut skip when you enter the underworld. For some reason. Don't know why.
That's so cool. So yeah, here in Lumina. Oh, it is in Lumina. I thought it was in Gato. Picked up Niccolo, and we're gonna take him over to the Mindus ruins. It's funny that when you pick up Niccolo in the beginning, he's in the marketplace of Domina. When you pick him up a second time, he's in a store in Gato, and the third time he's in a store in Lumina. So he's always somewhere that deals with money. Just like in terms of where you're picking him up. Just an interesting side thing to note.
Always hustling.
Yeah. Trying to get that money. These Lillibuds, we haven't like spoken about regular enemies, but they have a tendency to drop seeds. Long seeds and big seeds being the main, purple and green seeds being the main ones. And so I think in the Bone Fortress there's a student that also sells seeds. And so, like, those are the main ways to get seeds in the game. You fight the Lullabuds, and I think there's one other enemy that drops seeds in the Alkin Mines, a plant-based enemy. Yeah, so those are the main way to get the seeds in the game.
I think every plant type enemy can drop them, but not
yeah?
100% on that.
Let me see. You might be right. Let's see.
I know the Lullabuds are definitely the most common drop.
Yeah. Yeah, the Marlboros also drop the seeds. Marlboros, that's the one that was in the Ucken Mines that I was saying.
Oh, they're in the jungle too.
And in the jungle, right.
And
Fight
in
them.
the ruins, actually.
And in
Yeah,
the Mana Tree.
And in the
Yes,
Bejeweled
and the
City.
Mana
So
Tree.
they're kind of all over. So Lullabud and Marlboro, that was the two I was thinking of. Let's see. The Mushboom is plant, but they don't drop seeds.
The Desert Boss Kilma will give you 2 rare seeds, I think.
Yeah, and then the Wooding plant, which is also which is also a plant type enemy, he drops wood instead of seeds. So yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I've been learning mostly from you, John, who drops what, and it's really cool. Like, I know that the wooding drop is what you want to be looking for if you want to Dior wood.
Oh yeah, you kind of have to put the game on no future mode or have a poltergeist with you for that. And I think even with a poltergeist, you have to have the land where you get the wooding pretty far from home.
Yeah.
To get it.
Yeah, those polterboxes are sweet.
But the Dior wood is such a good item to temper with. You cannot get a 999 weapon without like specific things. Dior wood is one that you can make a 999 weapon out of. And there's the Marlboro.
Yeah, Malkar just made that 999 axe. No, that was from Rock, huh?
Yeah, it was from Rock, and so that was from a Vinnic rock, and the rock is really interesting to temper as well because you don't need sort of glow crystals to raise essence levels. The way he does it is he uses meat as energy. Meat doesn't produce any cards, so you can keep, for example, let's say you taint a weapon with Undine is a bad example. With Jin, you could just keep tempering in meat with that one Jin coin or a windstone, and it'll just keep raising Jin very
wow,
easily.
That's awesome.
And so to get the higher levels of the essences, the rocks also have this very strange quality that they don't like salamander. So he tempers salamander first all the way up, and then as salamander is consumed just naturally by the rock because it doesn't like it, other essences can be raised really high with the energy that's given off by consuming salamander. So it's sort of like just one very strange thing about the rock, which allows him to do that.
Hey, Dragon.
Oh, hey, Dragon.
Hey, welcome, Dragon.
Yeah, there's a few, well, I guess there's many different types of primary materials that have special requirements sort of for raising essences. So the rock doesn't like salamander. If you're tempering coral really likes undine. So you can't really use like a trick like tempering in meat because any item that normally won't produce a card will produce an undine card if you're tempering with coral. For Diorwood, it favors dryad. So if you're tempering anything that normally won't produce a card with Diorwood, it'll produce a dryad card. And so yeah, there's a few like things that are very specific depending on like the primary material. How's the run going so far? Pretty good. L, I think that if you figured out how to dodge these shadows, you could get faster time.
It's true. I've been thinking about it. There's I could probably just bonk once and do it with practice.
Yeah. So what L's doing now is that the more times that you engage these shadows, the more they disappear. The thing is that if you try to go up and by mistake you engage, oh, it's too late, Dragon, for Deathbringer. We'll save that for next time. Okay. We'll save that for next month, just because he already fought the Crimson Dragon by this point. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so you engage the shadows, and then the more you engage with them, the more they disappear, and it helps you to go through easier. But if he's able to do it one time without touching any shadows, because they return you to the bottom of the other world, that would be sort of the fastest way to do it. Oh, you just got the points for it now. That's why I see. Have this kid dragon here. Oh yeah. This is normally where the shadows get you. That's this area right here. It's usually where there's a lot of them.
Yeah, for some reason, there's an extra one there. I think that disappears, and because of the camera, it's hard to see it. So if you don't notice it, you're gonna bonk into it.
Yeah. I think ellervated, if you sort of wait a little bit on that last screen, because they're sort of different rows, they'll alternate like turning on and turning off like their locations.
Yeah.
So you'll see the first row first, and then you wait, and then you'll see the second row, and then you wait, and you'll see the third row. And so you can sort of weave through them like that.
That would be cool. I'm gonna have to. Eventually, it would be cool. That would be the most optimal way to go through.
Yeah, I think that'll save a good minute because you spend like about a minute just running into them. I think 4 or 5 times.
Probably, yeah. That would save a really nice chunk of time.
Yeah, the artwork for, well, in this game in general, but yeah, in the underworld is really nice. This Hirodama chamber, it's cool. There's also some places where the faces are kind of like green and glowing. I think that's in the where you get the baptism in fire, and there's like 2 or 3 other places where there's like green glowing faces in the background that are pretty cool for the underworld. One hit ape mummy. That's funny.
Yeah, that seems to be my preferred way to kill that mummy now. If I try any other way, I usually get grabbed and thrown. But the thing that's really cool about that one plunge that I use is you can tap right twice, like a decent amount of time before you gain control, and it'll remember it, and then you just mash heavy attack. Boom! Like it's like a bullet, you know? As soon as the battle starts.
Yeah, that plunge, if you don't like to use uppercuts as well, also really helps in pushing enemies around the screen. So after Diddle had it, I think he's going to do Siren Song, which he started way back when he entered Lumina and spoke to the soldier for the... Sorry, and he spoke to Pokio with Bud for the 7 Wisdoms quest, he had started Siren Song at the same time. So now finally he gets to go into Polpata and finish that up. And this quest, I think it's a bit longer because you have to go into Medora Beach and get L and all that stuff.
Yeah, we might see our next mirror piece on this event. And then I think either next event we'll be able to pick it up.
During Gilbert Love is Blind, yeah. These soldiers are so crazy. They just want like vengeance on any siren that they see, and so they completely mistake Monique for the siren that sunk the ship, which is inappropriate, I think. But
inappropriate.
Yeah, you just can't be blaming people for stuff they didn't do. And so the reason for going into Polpata Bay over here is because the boink in the Medora Beach area gets moved after you hear these soldiers talking about it.
Good thing about this, so here we see how it paid off to crush the 21 crabs. And then after this, we'll have access to a boink right here.
Nice. I like this 2 chocobo fight here.
Yeah, same.
They seem a little bit out of place. Like, what's a chocobo doing on the beach? But
right?
it's cool.
It's like a pleasant surprise.
And then you have this Iffish and the big baby. What did the big baby drop? Fish meat. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You have a Tesla, Iffish, and a Sea Jack here. Oh, you got fish scales. That's nice. I think the fish scales are also like associated with Undine. The boink moves out the way, which is lovely. I wonder where it would take you if you engage with that boink there. Don't try it.
Yeah, right? I think it takes you back to the beginning.
Well, that would be nice.
I hope not, but I think it might take you back to the beginning.
Yeah, by the time you go back there, it disappears. So it's only there for that scene while it's moving out the way.
Oh, cool, right. So it might be impossible to... Well, no, I guess you could turn around and try to talk to it.
Yeah, but then if it takes you anywhere other than where you want to go, it's not. Don't do it.
Totally.
I think if you headed the other way, like where the where Full Metal Haggard was, right? And right before you go into Full Metal Haggard's room, you take a left. That crab that you talked to that told you the number of crabs that you stepped on is still there, and he will actually transport you out of Medora Beach if you're that deep in. Like if there was ever something that you needed to do over there.
Oh, that's cool.
And this is the Tropicalo fight. Again, knocking down the right-hand side will cause him to do this electricity attack, which I think is more destructive than the Laban fight earlier.
I'm just having really bad luck with the plant boss today, dude.
Damn!
Yeah.
It's instant kill at this point. I think... Yeah, I think no matter what you have on, it's gonna be instant kill.
These guys just do not like you.
Yeah.
They don't like me today, that's for sure.
So L has been, well, that first one, he was pretty lucky to hammer it down and kill it. Usually you cut it off and just try to hit it to the right as far as possible and then hang out on the left side so you don't get hit with the self-destruct attack. Nice. He's been able to kill all of them pretty quickly and consistently. Like, seriously, that's the only attack that poses any danger to you. Look, they've hit you like 2 or 3 times and you're still at 91% health. So, it's like a Hail Mary. Yeah, New Game Plus, this is like one of the more annoying battles to go through because he just has like offshoot after offshoot. It seems never ending. Like for half an hour, no matter how fast you kill them, like each one only decreases his bar by a very specific amount. And so the bar is a lot longer. And so you're just consistently killing off these offshoots with no end in sight. And of course, the amount of damage they do is a lot higher as well. So it's one of the really annoying battles.
One shot.
Nice.
Got a one shot, man.
That's awesome.
So I was lucky that I died early in the battle. I lost the least amount of time possible or whatever.
Yeah, if you die like after defeating a few offshoots, it's really annoying because it's just a time waste.
Yeah. There's that mirror shield.
Yeah, so the mirror piece is in that chest.
I mean,
right
mirror
there.
piece. Why do I keep calling it a mirror shield? Thinking of Zelda.
Too much Zelda.
Yeah. Now we can get that mirror.
It's the end of Siren's Song, and that quest actually makes it so that you can obtain L as a NPC. Yeah, that boink is really convenient. I wonder if there's a faster way to leave Medora Beach than having to walk through the entire thing with L. It's something I'm gonna have to test. So
I think I'll have an opportunity to pick up that piece without having to go back in soon.
yeah, so it's the second time when after you've triggered the Gilbert.
Yeah. Right, okay,
then
cool.
Go in and pick it up. So I'm gonna change that in your guide because you have it pretty early on, but it should be the second time.
Good call. Thank you, John.
No worries. So birdcage, mirror piece, and then top down. There you go. So now we're gonna take Elle to see the most horrible person in the game, Gilbert.
Gilbert. Wow.
You knew we had to come back.
I didn't think of it this way, but now that I see it, you're kind of like Gilbert's wingman. Like, you're literally selling the lamps for him to be in like good terms with Monique. You're literally taking Elle out of her safe bird cage and taking her to see Gilbert. You're like,
Yeah.
you're just helping him out. Can she fly any faster?
Yeah, she's like, I'm out of here, dude.
But she's like casually out. She's like, I'm gonna like flap my wings slowly as I leave. I don't know.
Yeah,
This
no,
feels
Ella's
strange.
like very zen.
Yeah.
Back to the beat.
Yeah, and again, we'll be Elle will be using that boink to get the siren, and he'll be picking up the mirror piece right before picking her up.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, this way we don't waste any time.
It's cool how you dodged that crab that was heading for you.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a slippery one.
You were like, nope.
Nope.
The crab just wants to be friends.
Yeah.
He wants to get crushed by your feet.
I love that swing. That's just really epic.
Yeah, the way they made it, it's sort of like they made this as her prison, but it's pretty comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, other than that big Tropicalo monster that lives right under her, like, it was pretty comfortable the way they left her.
Yeah, it reminds me of like a grotto or like a flower, like... Oh,
Mhm.
wait. I shouldn't have done that. Got it.
Yep. Now you can engage with her
Yeah,
and just say
because
yes. this
I
time.
forgot it's going to take me outside, so... Cool. Got him.
Oh, good. And then, of course, Gilbert. I wonder how he knew she was here. Did he hear it from the soldiers? Or, like, did he follow you?
He stalked
Like, what's
her.
going on?
He stalked us.
Yeah, he basically stalked you here.
Stalker alert.
I mean, it's not like he's gonna kidnap you or anything.
Yeah, right?
Whoops. Yeah, there has to be a faster way to leave the beach than like going through every single area.
I know. Gosh.
That's
would
something
be
I gotta
incredible.
figure out.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Check all these other rooms, right? See if there's anything interesting.
Like a hidden boink or a crab that'll transport you or something. I know there's a crab on the other side. Like if you enter the beach and go to the right and then all the way to the bottom, there's a crab. That's even farther
Yeah.
than the exit from where you are. But
Right,
I don't know.
right.
It just feels like so unnecessary to have to walk through everything.
Totally. In contrast with how easy it is to get there.
Mm-hmm. Especially since I think for most of the game, when you leave an area, it's because the quest sort of kicks you out back to the world map.
Right.
I don't think there's actually another dungeon where like you enter, you do something, and then you have to walk out.
Right.
Except for maybe the Bud quest when you're doing like Underworld and stuff like that to talk to Oban.
Yeah.
But even then, I mean, you could do Oban after, not to change the way you're doing things, but you could do it during like the Diddle's letter, for example. Like the Diddle had it one, and then just see him on the way out. It's not like necessary to bring Bud in there when you do.
Yeah.
So now you're heading to the bottom of the ship to find Putty, right?
Yeah, I think I could. There's probably. I think I might have it in the guide a little later, but I don't feel like this. I feel like this is just as fast. I don't know. I'm open to suggestions, but it's just like the stairs are right there, so you could just go boom and get it.
Yeah, I think this is probably the best way.
Yeah, cool. I couldn't remember because
Yeah.
I felt like maybe in the guide I had put it after talking to. Not sure. But anyways, I feel like I've been doing this a lot. Yeah, just going right for it.
Actually, no, you have it in the guide here. Talk to the barrel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
So I think it's in this quest you fight the orc, and the orc is another really cool, like the way he's animated, shark head with like tentacles and stuff. It's just a really cool boss.
Oh yeah. Good old Tusk.
Yeah, he seems to have expensive taste. I mean, look at that chandelier,
True.
antique furniture, expensive telescopes, all types of stuff.
Yep.
And
Yeah, he's
that
got a pretty
organ,
nice place.
yeah. I wonder if you could play the organ there.
Is there an organ?
Yeah.
Oh man, we gotta try it.
I feel like I tried it before, but I honestly don't remember.
Man, yeah. Now you got me wanting to try that.
So yeah, for those listening in, when you first start a game, your character is randomly assigned as either having the ability to play music or being really derpy and not being, I guess, musical. And so the way to test this is when you first enter Dalmina in the church, there's a piano, and you can either play the piano or your character tries to play the piano and it comes out really slow and messed up. That's the only, and this is sort of like randomly assigned. I haven't found any rhyme or reason why your character would or wouldn't be able to play, and it affects nothing in the game, it seems, other than that one thing. So
Can play music? Yes, no.
right, exactly. The funny thing is, it seems like the ability to play music is more common. I think I had to restart the game like 20 or 30 times to get a character that wasn't able to. So
Probably just a small Easter egg, because why not?
yeah, there's a lot of things like that, like the whole chumpy dialogues. So in this portion, in this scene, it's so funny that the other pirates are like flipping out once Elle starts singing, and the walrus, the captain, I guess, he's just like nonchalantly liking her music, saying, "Oh yeah, you sing lovely. Don't even worry about it. Nothing's wrong." As like the waves are coming above board and there are crabs appearing on the ship and everything, it's just really funny. Also, you can kind of see at Elle's feet that Gilbert is tied up, and uh, not that he doesn't deserve it, but it's just really funny to see him that way.
The pirates really don't like him.
No. Well, they tried to tie up Elle too, but she kind of flew out of their range. But I mean, they have more to fear from her because she could sink their ship. And there you go. That's Gilbert Love is Blind. I think now you do the first event with that's officially like a Jumi event in the Lieri's Tower with Pearl.
I think so, yeah.
So, an interesting thing to note with Tower of the Aries. First of all, the moon has a face all the way on the top of it. As it pans down, like you kind of can't see it anymore, but if you caught it in the beginning, it just looks pretty cool. If you enter this area with El Azul before doing the Lost Princess quest, right? So if you have El Azul here and you haven't done Lost Princess, there will be a boink blocking your way, and this doesn't start. And if you engage with the boink, it just transport you back to the world map. If you drop
you
off,
just can't enter this place beforehand.
right, exactly. And well, with El Azul, if you drop off El Azul and you enter here without having done Lost Princess, Pearl introduces herself to you, and you can obtain Pearl like as a character. And it's funny because if you enter the McKiv Caverns, again, without having done Lost Princess with Pearl, obviously Lost Princess can't start because you can't save her if she's with you, and so you could kind of skip it completely and just explore the McKiv Caverns like completely with the boinks in the beginning and everything. It's just an interesting like little skip there.
And of absolutely no use at all.
Yeah, it's of absolutely no use. But it's just like interesting to note that so sort of like as soon as you enter McKiv, Lost Princess always starts, always, unless you obtain Pearl first. And so like let's say you wanted to grind out an axe without having done Lost Princess, you can do that. So El had the choice when he first came in here to either grab Pearl or not. Pearl is a bit useless as an NPC. She doesn't have any attacks. There's no STs. There's no normal attacks. There's no nothing. I don't even believe she has a weapon assigned to her. And so the only thing that she can do is crouch, which would regain her HP. And so she's sort of like dead weight. So just like in the interest of time, it's always better to sort of not grab Pearl and just to come up on your own.
Yeah, she likes to just hide in the corner.
Yeah. It's interesting the way her AI is, because if you take her to other areas, if there's anything blocking, she'll tend to like hang out like behind a tree in the jungle. Or if you take her, for example, into McKiv Caverns and there's like a stalactite thing, she'll hide behind it. So the AI sort of makes sense for her. The AI for Elle is actually, I like it as well. Elle tends to hang out in the background and do magic from afar, which I think just goes really well with that character. I do wish they were a bit more aggressive, though, in general, the NPCs, but yeah.
That would be nice. Because sometimes they're just useless.
Yeah, the majority of the time they're useless. They do have really cool, some of them have cool STs that are specific to them. That no other, like, there's no other way to obtain it, just other than watching a NPC do it. Like Nicolo's a gift for you. There's no way the main character can do it.
So on a similar note, but a different take, Black Pearl is quite useful, and she does have a
Black
pretty
Pearl
sweet
is
weapon.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally different than Pearl, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We like Black Pearl. We want more Black Pearl.
Yeah, what's the quest where you can actually get her?
It's this one, I'm pretty sure. After you complete this, you can find her, I think?
Hmm.
I'm not 100% sure, but I know after
Interesting.
starting Jumi, you can get her.
Okay.
Because I want to do a magic run with her where I can just spam
Have
my
her
ST.
tank everything and you just do the magic?
Yeah, just ST like all over the place.
Elle, if you're doing a magic run, I think the synchro for the sorcerers, one of them is to increase your magic attack.
Oh, very cool.
And I think the synchro for Elle, I think it's Elle, is that your normal attacks have like magic added to it.
Ooh.
So, for example, like if you have that synchro, like your normal damage will do more depending on what your magic stat is.
Yeah. Oh man, that's cool.
I think Pearl has the exact same synchro as your main character, the HP like regenerate.
That would make sense.
Uh,
Yeah.
pretty sure Black Pearls is makes your ST bar immediately full.
Oh right, yeah.
Which,
That is
Yep.
very useful.
yeah,
Black Pearls is really good.
yeah, good stuff. Because literally all you'd have to do is stand next to her in battle and just keep mashing your shoulder buttons. Or like an AoE. If you had like like you could do blammo like all over the place.
Yeah. It's so funny how you could like, you have to climb up the tower, but like when you grab Pearl, it's like, hey, let's jump off the ledge. Woo!
So much of this place is just going up and then dropping down, and then going back up and around, and then going in an elevator, and then going down an elevator, and then climbing some stairs. And so confusing.
It is pretty confusing. I think, is this where you fight the other centaur, or is that later?
I think you already fought it, didn't you? To unlock the elevator?
Yeah, we just fought Iron Centaur,
yeah.
but it was so fast because we used blammo.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, you have to fight him to get the first elevator in. Or, not the elevator, to get into the throne room with Pearl, right?
Yeah.
I see. I just want to note how similar that Pearl's robe looks to a white mage robe in Final Fantasy. It's like white with like red,
The
sort
red
of.
trim on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was very much a nod to Final Fantasy White Mage.
Mm-hmm.
Good old Square.
Yeah. Did this game come out before Final Fantasy IX, or I think it was the same year? Just because I know that
1999.
99. Okay. I think
99
that
in
was
Japan,
just before.
anyway. It was early 2000, I think, in North America.
Hmm.
Which might make a difference.
Yeah, the only reason I asked is because I know 7 and 8, they don't use like the traditional roles, but Dagger in Final Fantasy IX does have one scene where she has a white mage robe on.
That's true, yeah. Early in the game.
Mm-hmm. It's so funny the way Sandra always, like, I don't know, uses that like crane thing to blast away. It's like Batman with his utility belt. I don't know if you've ever seen Batman just like use his gun to like lock onto a far place and then just zip away.
Yeah,
It's
she's got
funny.
the grappling hook, man. She's just out of there.
Yeah. She used the same thing on the Cancun bird, where she left on the Cancun bird. Ooh, the frozen heart. This is one of my favorite areas.
I love the Phage snowfields, and I never get to go to it.
Yeah, I think we hold off on going to it to do School of More and then to do Pokio Dream Teller, Nicono's Business Unusual. We don't get to it until later. I think for the Quiet Sea we have to enter. Is it for the Quiet Sea? Yeah, there's a time later. I think like late 40s or early 50s quests. Right now he's on number 42. Yeah, Gilbert School of More is 42. So for this quest, they have you talking to every single student to try to get them to go back to school. The dialogues are different if you bring Bud or Lisa with you. He's also going to pick up Niccolo because the next quest, 2 quests from now, he's going to be doing Niccolo's Business Unusual number 4. So he's just going to get things rolling with that here. When he first was practicing the all events and doing the all events runs, there's one student who won't go back unless all the other students agree to go, and he's in the store here in Geo. And so before El would enter the store pretty early on just because it's on the way, and now it's the last thing he does, which is just cool to note how the route has changed. It's so funny having to remember every single dialogue option for every single student. I really don't know how he does it.
It took me a while. I still screw 'em up, but I'm a little better now. I kind of get it. But there is at least one student that I want, the one that talks about the worm or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I am doing the fastest options. I'm not certain.
Mm.
Whereas I'm pretty certain that these other options are the fastest.
Mm.
But they only give you 2.
Right.
Whereas this one coming up, I I just want to make sure I said... Okay, just in case.
You said he was a class clown, that one.
Yeah. Actually, the 2 in here, for some reason, I'm not 100% certain I'm doing the fastest way.
Okay.
Well, no, this one I am. It's this one. Just so many options, and I haven't tested all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess yes would be the right one. Then marching ants. Maybe I did go through. Maybe that is the fastest. Time will tell.
Yeah, it seems like that is the fastest. I think he's the only one, you're right, that has multiple, except for the last students that asks if you spoke to every other student before. And this is like a third Tipo in Geo. So you have this Tipo here that's manning the store. You have the one that's manning the inn, and then there's a separate store in the inn as well. You just have like Geo's manning everything in Tipo.
You get that backwards. But that's pretty
Sorry,
funny.
Tipo manning everything in Geo. Yeah. Thanks. Damn, that's rough. He's been turned to stone.
Unfortunate. Whatever will we do? Oh yeah, nothing. The art collector can have him.
This is a Pokio Dream Teller in Fairy Run. I don't think you actually do the quest. You just start it. Then
Yeah,
continue.
we start it and then leave. It technically fails the quest, but it doesn't fail the fairy storyline, so we're perfectly okay with that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long quest as well.
Yeah, Pokio likes to talk too much.
There's a point, I think, where you run into Pokio and he asks you if you're in a rush. And then if you say yes, he'll sort of help you to get down to the later portions. Here you go. Are you in a hurry? Yes. And then he just throws you down to where you need to see the next scene. So that's a big time save, because to get here, I think it's 6 or 7 screens from where you were. All with enemies.
Good guy Pokio, help him with the stream tech. The speed tech.
Sulfur. That's interesting.
Do you need that, or were you just checking what was in the box?
Yeah, Pee Wee Birdie.
Ah.
Oh, this is kind of a crazy question, but is it faster just to pick this up in the chest or to buy it along the way? Because there's a few people that sell sulfur as well.
Oh, yeah, maybe so. Where else could I get it?
I think
Maybe
sulfur
in Palpata?
I think sulfur and mercury are sold in the store in Lumina. In the student store.
Cool. How much money are they, do you know?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay.
It really depends on where you place your lands, too.
Yeah.
I'll have to place lands exactly the way you did and then let you know from there.
Yeah, if I could buy it while I'm buying, the glow crystal and all that, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're already talking to the student and getting that stuff anyway, then it would probably be a time save. But it's not like opening a chest takes too long. It's right beside you.
Yeah. Can you technically get a sulfur drop?
Yes. There's, I think, one enemy that you don't fight, though, that drops sulfur. Let me just double check before I say for sure.
Yeah, I don't know what specifically drops it.
Maybe you're right. I was thinking the Pulsar box might drop, but he drops all the crystals. So the Sun Crystal, Moon Crystal, and the Glow Crystal. Yeah, I guess you can't get it as a drop.
Okay, cool. I was just wondering if it would be like a rotten meat skippable type thing.
That would be like the best.
I love how impressed Watts is by Niccolo just saying, "Hi, I'm a wandering trader." Wow! And he's like, "Yeah, just do your thing and get out of here."
Yeah, listening to them talk back and forth is pretty funny.
It's a pretty annoying quest. You have to keep walking in there and talking to him.
And then Nick just repos his entire place. I'll just help myself to all your stuff.
It's really strange the way Nick does his schemes and stuff. He always tells you how much it costs after you've used his services or purchased stuff. So yeah, the whole point of talking to the cactus there was for Bud to sort of get sick and start the little cactus event. The cactus sort of goes on a worldwide quest to sort of find the medicine to make Bud better. And so now he's doing a few things to set up a few different things. You're picking up Elazul to do the next Jumi event. And then I think he's going to talk to Mei Mei, who's going to tell him where the cactus went. Then he's going to talk to, I think, Mark and Jennifer to try to get the Rachel quest settled. Also, Rachel, I don't think was in the bar when you just walked in, which is, I think, the trigger for that. You have to play long enough for Rachel to not be in the bar.
Yeah, so I think we'll talk to Jennifer one more time and then Mark one more time before we head to Geo.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the whole story with Rachel is really weird, and it sort of starts like from the beginning of the game. If you talk to them, Mark had gotten Rachel a job at the pub, but Rachel isn't really too happy. Apparently, Mark had organized her room or like done up her room in a way she doesn't like. The wife, Jennifer, notices how unhappy Rachel is and is complaining about it. That Mark sort of dotes over Rachel a bit too much. If you talk to, I think it's Tipo, a bit later on, he tells you that as a kid, Mark had always wanted to go into outer space and see the stars. And so at the end, you kind of realize that Rachel has been replaced with someone else, like a doll or something, like I guess, a caricature of who she really is. And she actually left to go to outer space. So she's kind of like following Mark's footsteps or something.
Yeah, that whole storyline is just really weird.
Yeah.
Like the rest of this game, honestly, so it's not
Mhm.
that big of a surprise.
Yeah. And it's sort of like one off. Like that has nothing to do with anything else happening in the game.
Yay, we landed on the right day, I think.
On Jin? Whoa. Yes, landed on Jin. Perfect. And then we see Gilbert turn to stone there. I think you're only able to acquire Esmeralda for this one quest, and then she's like no longer available to you, and you cannot take her out of Geo. I'm not sure that she has any attack animations or anything like any STs or anything associated with her character, just because you can never take her out to battle.
I don't think she has a single weapon animation.
Right.
Pretty sure she only has running animations and walking.
And I think for her core, she has like an emerald ring, or is it emerald pendant? It's one of the two. In her, like if you go to what she's wearing, it'll tell you. Elazul has a lapis lazuli ring, and then Pearl has a pearl ring. So on Undine Day, we had agreed to see her in the library, and so he's going to the library to talk to her. On Salamander Day, I think that's the day that triggers the explosion in the library.
Yeah, one day I've been meaning to test whether or not I have to talk to Rachel there. I feel like the guide said something about you have to see her. We didn't really know what that meant.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think yeah, I'm not really sure.
But I just do that to be safe because it only takes a second.
It's cool how Thesinus is sort of hanging out there in the corner of the library with the two students, sort of doing chemistry.
Yeah, kind of like hovered over a cauldron.
So you've seen a few of the teachers already. I think you saw when you first walked into the classroom, Thesinus popped up. I think Kathinja was teaching. You saw Nunuzak, and then you saw Thesinus again.
Yeah, and we'll see Mephiant soonish, I think.
Explosion.
So, since Mephiant is in the principal's office, does that mean that Mephiant is the principal?
Yeah, I think he's the head professor. What do you call it? Like the headmaster. Damn, I wish there was a faster way to do this too. Notice that Rachel isn't up there in close to Thesinus anymore, since the explosion happened. Now we're on the search for, basically, I think it's Esmeralda's sister's cores. There are 3 of them, and when they're put together, they're called the Lucky Clover. And so that's also the name of the quest, right? Yeah, the Lucky Clover. And so that's what we're doing now. We're searching for those. So she already found 1. And it's cool how Elizabeth was sort of there hanging out in the store when you walked in. So on different days, you can get sort of the different cores. The first one in the jewelry shop, you can get sort of at any time. There's one here that's hidden by Tipo, and then the third one is in the principal's office. And so once you're able to acquire all three of them, you get a note that's dropped from the jewel hunter Sandra. There you go. You just called her a thief. It's funny.
Something about the way she says that kind of seems like there should be like a kappa after it, you know?
Mm-hmm. There's Hampson and Skippy. They are working for Mr. Sotheby, trying to repay their debt. Then we have Christy here. In this beautiful room full of statues. Notice now that the Gilbert statue has been moved from the front of Geo down into the basement here.
He can stay there. Also, hello, I'm back.
Oh, hey.
Welcome back.
So, this entire, like, it's so funny the way, like all the stories are, like, intertwining. Give me 1 second, guys. My wife is calling me.
Gonna see Tipo cry here. It's gonna be pretty sad.
Poor Tipo. That's okay. Tipo doesn't need that.
Right? Dropped note equals Sandra. Loves a drop note.
She really does.
Yep. Maybe she just wants a pen pal or something. So this will be our second Jewel Beast battle, I believe. I think the only other one was in the tower. So I definitely don't have a Blammo. Oh, I think I just realized that it might be better, like, to enter down, right? So that it doesn't charge right at you. It kind of hops around or moves towards you. Wonder if that...
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I do that every time. I might try it. Because
Not a
usually when
bad
I
idea.
come straight in, it'll either back up to the point where I can't get at it, or I don't know. But it feels similar to that Hitodama thing people try to do. Try to manipulate the AI of the boss or whatever.
Hey guys, I have to head downstairs really quick.
You're fine.
My wife has a bit of a fever, so I'm just gonna like go to the store, get her some soup and crackers and stuff.
Of course.
All right, thanks. I'll be back.
Thank you, man. Okay, so we're headed up on Cosmo. So that means we go home, I think. Yep. This is another Sandra type quest where we'll see note dropping shenanigans.
She really does love doing that.
Yeah. Does it at least 3 times? I'm trying to remember any other times.
I mean, I don't think she drops one in Polpata, doesn't she? By Inspector Boyd? Or am I misremembering?
I can't remember either. I guess I was just thinking of the tower and
Yeah, the tower and Geo.
yeah. So definitely into the note dropping. So this is one of those weird things where we're gonna have to leave home again after this cutscene. Kind of strange.
Does that one count?
Yep, that counts. I think. Only because very soon we're gonna see Sandra in the caverns. So I'm pretty sure this is where we see Lord of the Jewels first. Like
Yeah,
a really
you're right.
weird looking dude, yeah. But that's coming up. Blackout. There he is. I want this dude as an NPC.
I don't know.
Or I'll take the space whale as the NPC.
I was gonna say, maybe he can turn into the space whale.
Alright. We get to actually fight with Black Pearl, which is pretty cool. See her in come Black Pearl and then battle together. And then after this event, we'll eventually be headed back to the snowfields. That'll be fun. Love the coat that wearing, like some polar thing, some like blue Santa Claus thing.
Yeah, he's definitely got the fur trim going on.
Yeah, the fur trim, I love it. Black Pearl. So I don't have an ST ready, and I could stand next to her and get it, but I feel like that was just faster, probably.
Yeah.
But watch
I mean,
this.
it's not that bad either way.
Oh, I didn't get to try. Yeah, not that bad. I was gonna try to stand next to her and she wouldn't stop moving. I love the black pearl's got like this cool like gem in her on her forehead. Oh, and it looks like she has some sort of like ponytail gem tie. Pretty cool. So next up is the highway. We're gonna boink and talk to Gaius about little cactus. So I guess Lisa and Bud's hair seems to be the same color.
Yeah, at least on those.
Yeah. Highway. Highway, jungle, geo, snowfield. Highway, jungle, and geo are for cactus, little cactus stuff. What is it? Okay, so this might be another thing that I figured out. He only talks about cactus for a second. And then usually I would do about this world, but I don't think you have to, so I'm just hitting cancel.
Ah.
Yeah. I don't know why I assumed you just had to mash that top one. I think we're good, because we already talked about cactus. So that's...
Yeah, he said what he had to say.
Exactly.
One of the only characters you can just back out of a dialogue with.
Yeah, totally. Ooh, Gamer Widow made banana bread, and I can smell it because she's wafting
jealous.
the smell of it into this room. Yeah. Holy moly. I didn't know that your girlfriend liked to cook. I mean, not cook, but bake. That's cool, man.
She does.
I bet
and
that
it's
can be
so
fun.
Good.
Yeah, nice.
You know, my Christmas present to her last year was a brand new KitchenAid.
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
To be honest, it was a present to myself too.
Yeah, right. You guys both benefited from that. Real good, babe. No, but I don't want it. Okay, so jungle, headed off to the jungle to talk to Selkie. So, because of all the stuff we've done in the jungle, we can now just warp directly to the forested ruins, or I think that's what it's called, which is where Rosiotti is.
Yep. Gotta love the flowerlings.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that it's the first option too, so I could just mash X.
I'm pretty sure.
Unless you want it, love. So we talk to Selkie. Oh, I thought I was going to open that chest.
That would have been a nice time loss.
Yeah. Oops, I was looking for... Sometimes it reminds me of a fairy event, and so I was waiting for a splash screen.
Right. Yeah, I'd never come back to the jungle a third time.
Yeah, right. We're almost out. Almost out. I feel like maybe I'm lost. Hold on. Yeah, I'm lost. How did that battle not trigger? That was weird.
That's the friendly Chobin Hood.
Oh, nice! That you can recruit?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet!
I'm like 90% sure anyway.
Oh, yeah. That has to be. That's so cool.
That is correct. I just came in when I saw the Chobin
wasn't
Hood.
that wild?
Why are you seeing a Chobin Hood?
Because I took a wrong turn. Exactly.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he accidentally went the wrong way.
And I
okay.
bumped into
And
the Chobin
happened
Hood.
to land in the jungle on the right day with the right mana level to find the Chobin Hood.
Oh, dude.
That's funny.
And I just happened upon
hilarious.
that shit.
That's really funny.
I bonked right into it, but no battle. I was like, what?
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Chobin
Chobin Hood's pretty cool because it's a demi-human
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, it's a
Yep,
demi-human.
he's one of the recruitable demi-humans.
He's the demi-human that uses a bow. So each of them, I think, has a different weapon associated with them. The Narcissist is the gloves.
Yeah.
The Sahagin is the spear. And then the Chobin Hood is the bow.
And the Mad Mallard is explosives.
I think, 1 second. It says it in the guide, actually. That's something that it's useful for. It does, like, have egg explosives and stuff, but for the actual weapon it drops... Oh, no, it drops helmets. So that's what it's associated with, helmets.
I mean, that kind of makes sense, considering.
It has a huge helmet, yeah. Now you have me wondering, what is the succubus aligned with? Oh, right, hair pieces. So the tiaras, the ribbons. Took a drop, Moonrock tiara, Vidium tiara, Spirit ribbon, Ancient tiara, yeah.
Then would they boost magic defense as well while you're hanging out with them?
The Chobin Hood?
The one with the tiara thing.
Oh, the succubus. I don't know what their synchro is off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Let me see. Legend of Mana pet synchros. Some of them are like really useful, and some of them are like dumb.
Yeah.
Like there's some pets that their synchro is that no matter what you like status you have, it'll get rid of it. And then some pets are like specifically will get rid of confusion or will get rid of sleep. And I'm like, well, how is that useful? Like,
Right.
how often are you asleep in this game? Like,
Yeah, not too often. I know Vidis can put you to sleep, which sucks.
mm-hmm. Yeah, my computer's being really slow right now. So yeah, for pets that you can get with the way that your map is placed, I think you get the Sahagin, the Wimpy Thugling, right? And then you can get the Chobin Hood. Is there another one that you had found? Oh,
Is he not able to get Guri?
That's a good question. I'm not. To get Guri, you have to have, I think, 3 shade on Lumina. So I'm not sure.
I don't think so, because when you started the Siren Song quest, we would have seen him hanging out there.
Right.
True.
Right.
Because all your lands in that area were placed already, so he would have.
Yeah, the only thing is, I don't know if I go far enough to the right to notice if he's there or not.
I think the screen pans.
Wouldn't it depend on the day as well if the mana level was high enough?
Maybe.
So I don't think that the day. Maybe it does affect like the land levels, but once a land hits level 3, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, well, I more mean whether or not it's at level 3.
Yeah. Like if you get it up to level 3 with the lands that you place, then it's gonna be there all the days.
Yeah, it's locked at level 3.
Yeah.
I was more thinking, like, if it requires level 3 of 1 or 2 specific ones, then it's possible on the right day it could be there. If it bumped it up 1 level to 3.
Yeah. There's another character, this Ice Witch, that you only see once and is never mentioned again.
Yeah, she kind of just exists.
Is that who was talking to Mephions?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, our third abominable thing.
The Doomir.
Yeah.
He can also freeze you. Watch out.
Well, not anymore, you can't.
Do that. So, Gnome, I know you're excited to hear that we are about to enter our SS Buccaneer events phase.
Oh, boy.
So at least we got that good music, too.
That's true. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to stick around to watch it, because we are going to run out and grab some food real quick.
Oh, dude, no worries. Thank you so much, Magical Gnome, for providing amazing commentary today,
no
dude. It was
well,
great.
When I was able to, anyway.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, thanks for being here. It was awesome.
I may be back before you're done, but we're going to run out and grab a couple things and some food.
Sounds good.
So I'll talk to you guys later.
Absolutely.
Later.
See you later.
See ya.
So I think this is the Quiet Sea, which is the first event that you do here.
Yeah, let's see. Quiet Sea. South. Uh-oh. Yeah. I made a mistake. So
What
I
did you
went
do?
south, so how can I fix that?
You were supposed to go where?
I was supposed to go southeast east, but I went
Okay.
south.
So here's what you do. You head north, and then you go east.
Okay, cool. North and then east. That's right. I don't know why I did that.
It's all good.
North. East. Now we should be solid. And then we will talk to David. I like to talk to David first because later he's kind of out for the count. And I don't think he responds to you with anything other than like ... or something.
Oh, wow.
Because he's, knocked out with a ghost or whatever is going on.
Okay.
So there may be a better opportunity to talk to David, but this is what I do. And if I don't talk to him here on this event, then he's going to be unreachable. Not forever, but just during this event.
Right. So, wait, hold on. So during the one with Gilbert, that's when you talk to the putty, right, in the barrel?
Right. Oops, hold on, shit.
Uh-oh.
There we go. Oh, interesting. Okay, I just learned something.
he doesn't appear
You
first
don't
time.
have to. You don't have to talk to him. You just have to enter and exit once.
Oh wow.
That's cool. Just figured that out by accident.
Is that like a skip or is that?
Well, so here's what I was doing before, and a lot of stuff I was doing just because I started everything on the only guide that was available to me, and so I think it said, I'm pretty sure it said to talk to the penguin, leave, and then come back. But I didn't talk to him that time. I just entered on the wrong side, forgot that I needed to talk to him because I didn't see he was there because he was out of view, and then but I re-entered. I don't know why, but that's all it took.
No, but that's good.
Yeah.
There was another part that I think that you could handle the same way, but I'm not sure. I don't know if you want to test it today, since we're not going for like best time. But you know when you talk to Elazor in bed,
Yeah.
I was wondering if it's triggered by you entering and leaving, or you actually talking to him. So maybe you might want to test that. And if it doesn't work, then just talk to him and enter and leave. You know?
Right. That was like a I don't know, a lucky break, lucky I noticed that.
Hey, it's another time skip, you know, and they'll
Yeah.
add up 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there, you know?
I think it only saves probably 1 or 2 seconds, but that's something at least. Cool.
Yeah. And then for the boss here, this is the geez, why isn't the name coming to me? You fought the orc before. This is the other Spriggan thing. I forget the name.
My goodness.
Oh, Gova. Or Jova.
Jesus.
Oh my god, he is trolling. Trolling! I hate the paralysis stun.
Oh, he goes
hate
invincible, that's why. He goes into iframes.
Wow, he is just doing ST after ST.
Gee, that was awful.
What the hell?
Oh boy.
No, you got him, you got him.
Got him, finally.
2 hours later.
Totally, dude. So that was Gova. So now we're on treasure map. Now we're on the really monka-esque one. But you know, we've been doing pretty good lately. Knock on wood. So stay positive. Northeast. North. Save. We'll do a safety save.
Definitely. Just because the
No matter
whole
what.
Tropicalo thing has been like,
You know, there's another way if I'm feeling bold to save some time.
What's that?
If I'm feeling bold and skip those safety saves. Not during a run, or not during a marathon, obviously, but like, you know what I mean?
But yeah,
Like banking on getting treasure map first time.
just to do like time, like best time, definitely.
Yeah. Gotta get that sub 7. Because I would probably reset if I messed up treasure map anyways, to be honest. If I was trying to get a PB. That really wouldn't fly. I would probably have to reset. So that's something to think about, man. Because you know I'm going to be going for sub 7 soon again.
Yeah.
Northeast.
I'm still like looking at the table at all of the they have like protractors and different like navigational maps and stuff. Like it's just wicked the way they have everything laid out.
Yeah, that's really cool detail. Like a T-square and all this other stuff. Okay, here we go, man. Here we go. There's old Dwell.
Now this is the McKiv Caverns, just like normal McKiv.
Yep. Salvation through labor.
Yeah, Roger's just weird, man.
Weirdo. I think Reverend calls their religion rubbish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he doesn't believe in their religion.
Or the Sproutling, yeah.
He tells you not to believe the Sproutlings, and he doesn't believe the nuns in Gato.
Right.
I think the Sproutling religion or belief system, I don't even know if it's called a religion.
Yeah.
They talk a lot about Pokiel, about like, oh, Pokiel said this and Pokiel said that. So I think they listen to the teachings of Pokiel a lot. Then as for the nuns, I don't think they believe in the wisdoms sort of at all.
Okay.
The nuns in Gato.
Okay, I'm gonna buckle down for a second, see if I can get these. Do a good job.
Gotcha. So what Elle is trying to do here is, so there's a treasure map on the floor, and the Dead Bears sort of grab the pieces of the treasure map, like they tear it up and sort of scatter. And you're supposed to sort of engage each of the Dead Bears and collect the pieces. Unfortunately, it is timed, and so once you enter an area with the Dead Bears, if you don't do it in a certain amount of time, Roger sort of comes in, and if you haven't done it, you failed the quest. This is especially harsh for the very last Dead Bear, because the last Dead Bear has the least amount of time. You can always reset the time by leaving an area and coming back, but of course, if you're going to try to PV, you want to get it first try. So, yeah, I was just going to make his way to the various areas where the Dead Bears are located. And you probably recognize this area. He just came from the area where in the beginning he grinded out an axe, and now he's heading bottom left. So from here, if he goes bottom left twice, that's where he had fought the Dew Ink. Oh god, this guy's not. He's not. He's not. That's harsh. You'll get him. Yeah, sometimes you engage with them and they do not wag their arms and give you the piece. Sometimes they just shake their head, and it's really annoying because I think it's random whether they're going to give up the piece or not, and so that just makes it a lot harder to do the quest. These are like the first battles in the game. The two mushrooms and the bloodsucker, and then the Poto with the bloodsuckers. God damn. How many times can he shake his head? No! I'm so sorry, Al.
No worries. I forgot I didn't have my mic on. Yeah, I thought that that was the animation for me about to get it, but that was it, like blocked on me somehow. We got like stuck together. That was unfortunate.
That was harsh. I saw him just shaking his head. I'm like, like.
Yeah.
I was hoping that at any second he would give it to you, but. That's pretty bad. It's alright.
Yeah, we'll get through it. Northwest west. So I'll know to look out for that in the future.
Yeah. On the guide it says northeast. Is that not right for treasure map?
Uh-oh, what is going on? Why did I do that?
We're supposed to be, yeah.
Do you think I can do this one and then go back?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna do that. I did the wrong. I looked at the wrong instructions.
Yeah. I was like, maybe I have an old version of the of the guide, but it's all right. Actually, can you find the buried treasure without the treasure map?
I hope so, because otherwise, it's rip run. I don't know.
You
I
have
mean,
to
I could
save.
always reset again, but reset and do that. Yeah, I'm worried. Should I just reset and do it the right way? Are you worried that it's...
Yeah, I think you should reset and do it the right way.
Okay, cool. Very good.
I don't think we're gonna know where the treasure is without the treasure map.
Good call. Good call.
I just thought about it. I was like, oh, buried treasure. We're gonna get the treasure. My brain had a moment. It was like, do not compute.
Yeah.
It's all right. These things happen.
Yeah, this is a rip run.
Especially with treasure map. It seems to happen more often with treasure map than anything else. What's really annoying is that it very often happens with the last dud bear. It's not like Laban who killed you, first in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's always at the end of the quest. So it seems like the pirates and the diggers are sort of intertwined, their storylines. The pirates steal putty. Over here, the diggers tear up the treasure map, and then you have to sort of barter with the diggers later in the buried treasure event. And so, yeah, it seems like the storylines are intertwined a lot. Always salvation through labor. Roger's hilarious. I wonder what they're actually saying. I don't think that the translation given to you in the beginning is enough to translate this, but it'll be funny if someone were to translate like all the Dud Bear dialogue in the game. Again, this is the area where you would normally grind for Earth Splitter or Black Elk. coming out, and we have the 2 dead bears on top. Oh, today's not your day, man. Usually these don't give so much trouble, but again, it's random whether they'll just give up the piece or shake their head. Wow, what the heck is going on with these guys? That's really bad. There you go. Got him. Now on our way to the next area where the dead bears are. Oh my god, my heart was stopping there. The last one, I was like, no, the time. They are just being really stubborn today. What the hell? I don't think I've ever seen you have to leave an area so many times. Like, the area, like, so many times. Again, this is like the same as the area you're in all the way in the beginning of the game. The first battles that you had. The mushrooms and the bloodsucker. This should be the last area for these guys. Alright, here we go. Damn, take 3. Alright, last one. There you go.
God damn.
Son of a bitch. These guys were not.
Not
they
my
were
day.
not. They were not cooperating.
That was colossally awful. All right. Treasure map. Okay, buried
But
treasure.
you got through it. So
Got through it, man, without too much stress. So northwest west this time around.
yeah. It's cool that all of the sort of quests for the Buccaneer involve you sort of guiding the ship to where it needs to go.
Yeah. Absolutely.
The crazy thing is, like, how would you know unless you had a guide?
Oh my god. Yeah, did they not tell you?
I don't think the game tells you.
In the game. There's no way to know in the game, just in the game.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
I mean, technically, you could go to every single square of that little map.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just keep heading east and then learn that there's a pattern, and then go south one and then keep heading east, learn the pattern, go south again. You know what I mean? Like, go to every single square so you figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what Pokio will say about Roger's poetry.
Ah, right. Oh my god. I wouldn't want to be around when he critiques it.
Lyrgonaut, how you doing?
Yo, Lyrgonaut, welcome. Oops. Gonna give you a bottle.
Lyrgonaut, since you're here, what did you want the pet to be named for next time? Because you had, I think you were up next because Gia had redeemed it for 2 months and then you have redeemed it for 1 month. So we can name it your name for next month.
Could always do La Popo again, or Popo.
Oh, did he do it last month or?
I think it's possible. Or we
I think
asked
Gia did
chat
it.
and Lyrgonaut was like, yo, do Popo.
Oh, okay. The barter system here is so crazy. I would be so confused.
Yeah.
No damage run? Impossible. Impossible. Just keep having to reset every 2 seconds as soon as you get it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, usually that crab is here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so...
I think the bottom chest is actually a treasure chest that you can pick up, and then the top one is just for this event.
Oh, interesting, okay.
Yeah. And actually, you could get it during the conversation with David and Valerie if you wanted to pick up the
yeah,
chest.
you just have to do that before finishing it out. Cool.
Right.
West, west, south, south, east.
That will get you the
No damage run.
Nordic snowfield. Which is one of the more annoying ones because the fairies, you have to find the right fairy and figure it out.
That sucks. I hate to hear that, Liggernaut. Oops.
Huh, you can't renew Prime monthly with a card? That's crazy.
West, west.
I thought you could. Oh, only credit cards, not debit cards. I see, I see.
Ain't it great? Of course it's great.
It's funny how this guy comes down the stairs too, like the whole belly slide motion.
Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Frozen penguins. These penguins have had the worst luck. They've been turned to stone.
Yeah.
They've had to form a penguin ladder. They've had their ship nearly destroyed by a siren. They're frozen in the snowfields. Like, it's rough, man.
Yeah, it's a rough life out there for the penguin. Penguin pirate.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this quest too much. I think I've only ever done it once, but it appears to me like the buried treasure and this one are kind of annoying in terms of like, you know, buried treasure to get the dead bears, and this one in terms of finding the right fairy.
Yeah, the RNG factor on these, on how the... First of all the fairies look the same.
Mm-hmm.
And so if one crosses in front of another, you're like, wait, where did it go?
And they have the strangest names.
Oh, yeah. Reset right, reset. I took damage. Rip run.
That would be insane. I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe for other games, but that would be so hard in this game.
Yeah, it'd be rough. You probably have to really make some really nice armor. If you're gonna even try.
Maybe. I think it's more about dodging, like just not
Right.
receiving any damage would be more about just like right place, right time.
Yeah. True. But with RNG, that would be so hard.
Mm-hmm. Bam, blam mode. I thought for a second it wasn't gonna hit the sky dragon because he was in the middle of like flying away a little bit,
Oh, that would suck.
but you got him. I think you only need like after this you need one fairy left, right?
2 after this. So there's this one up here that's gonna make me level 6 or
Mm-hmm.
something, 7 maybe. And then there's Erlang or whatever,
Okay.
the one that says, "Yay, you won, you got it." So this one and then the next one.
I think that the fairies are making this needlessly complicated.
Oh yeah,
Maybe because you're human or something, but
totally. They just don't trust me, I guess. But yeah, so I think I'm level 7 now. Which, yeah, maybe that is the last thing. That's to be able to see Erlang.
Save just in case. This is a safety save. Just in case he doesn't get Erling, then he doesn't have to go through the entire thing again.
Right. But what I'm going to try to do is back out and come back in if it's hard to get her.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of hard. It's kind of a judgment call on whether or not you think you can get her.
Yeah, because they cross over each other, like the paths that they walk. So
Yeah, exactly.
freaking Sahagins,
So she
man.
should be the first one on the left. Okay, well that was too much movement, so I'm going to try again.
Oh yeah, that was
Pretty sure that's her. Yeah, cool. That was hard though. Yeah, they move around so quick, like at the drop of a hat. Cool. Well, we made it through. Good lord. Buccaneer was challenging this time.
Yeah, the Buccaneer quest, they're rough. You got to be a real pirate, you know, to get through them.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of rough,
What's up?
gonna go find Putty finally.
Oh, yes.
And I think that's what Putty says to us.
Because he's a dog. That's
Yeah. Dog Lord. That's Dog Lord to you.
Dog Lord. Yep, yep.
Back to Paul Pata. Doing really good, man. We, as far as like, we're about to get on event 53 out of 68.
Wow. That's
quite a ways in.
Yeah, you're the last, you know, long haul, basically.
Yeah. So we're gonna grab Nick and then go to Geo.
This is for Nick calls quits, right?
Yeah.
Or no.
It might be
Starcross.
No, I think it is Nick calls it quits.
But you do Starcross Lovers first,
Oh,
right?
I'm sorry. We don't finish Nick calls it quits, but we start it or something.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, we're gonna finish with Starcross Lovers. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess after this, we talk to Nick one more time, probably. Oops, and then we. Yeah, Nick calls it quits is next. Okay, cool. But it's basically just mashing through a cutscene.
Uh-huh. You picked him up on the beach in Palpata?
Yeah, isn't that funny? I wonder what he's doing there.
What's it? Yeah, what's he doing on the beach? This
Right.
guy.
This guy. I wonder what he's doing. He's probably... Where am I going? Oops, we're supposed to go see Christy.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like the dots on the map are a little bit like too close to each other or around too tight of a corner, and it's just like hard to get to just unless you're walking slow.
Mm-hmm.
Nick is funny. He's like, how can I possibly take payment for this medicine
Give me
that
a
I'm gonna
break.
get you?
Yeah, he'll figure out a way.
Oh, that's why he was on. Didn't he fall somewhere into the water?
Yeah. But
That's
that's
why he
after. But that's after. That's coming up.
Oh, that's after.
Yeah. And it's
Huh.
in Gato.
But how did he get amnesia already? How did he... Something happened and he's got amnesia now.
Yeah. They'll explain it. I'm trying to... maybe it's because he falls from the... It could be the fall from the Cancun bird's nest that did it. I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah, I think he was collecting stuff at the waterfall and then he fell. And then that's why he washes up in the beach.
Yep.
And then of course we see Dana there for the 2 torches.
Right.
Sorry, for Starcross.
Yep.
She walked into the sanctuary area? I forget what it's called.
Yeah. Temple of Healing, the sanctuary.
Temple of Healing. Awesome.
Okay, we got to leave. Why leave? Good, baby. Yes, please. I know, what the heck? It's gotta be like high 20s. The wind outside is insane. It sounds like the Wizard of Oz outside.
It's a blizzard or a twister. A twister.
Go back to Geo.
NTM.
ATM! Toto!
Oh god, I remember like all the weird, like when the house is in the twister, all the weird stuff blowing around outside. There's like house pieces, and then there's like random stuff, like a person on a bicycle and stuff. It's like really strange.
Yeah, that movie is super trippy.
Yeah, there's a few like old movies that have trippy scenes like that. Like for example in Willy Wonka. Sorry, I'm sort of like.
Oh yeah,
throwing
Willy
out some
Wonka
paper.
is very trippy. Holy moly, dude.
When they're in the boat scene, like
yeah.
on the chocolate river, that scene was trippy.
Yeah.
There's the one in Dumbo where Dumbo gets drunk.
Yeah.
And then that's pretty trippy where he's like seeing pink elephants. There's the one in the Winnie the Pooh where he's afraid of the Huffalumps and Woozles and it's raining outside and he has a dream about Huffalumps and Woozles.
Yeah.
And that is really crazy. Let me think.
Oh yeah.
There's a scene in Alice in Wonderland where she's falling down the rabbit hole. Like those old movies were just so good.
Yeah, they kind of pushed what could be shown for children on TV. Sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was pretty cool.
Definitely.
Okay, back to Gato.
You gotta basically like go back and forth with Niccolo here.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
What happened? What happened?
I'm sorry, never mind. I'm good. I thought I was leaving Gato. I'm leaving Geo. Because I need to do the fight with Niccolo and all that.
Right.
We'll go back to the waterfall. And grab another Wily.
This is so funny that he could only grab one leaf at a time. Like, why can't he just get what she needs one time? I don't understand.
Just grab a couple since you're here. Yeah.
Like, what would have happened if you exited the area and then just came back without going back to Geo? Like, would this have happened?
That's interesting. You should write that down.
Yeah, I'll test it out. I have a few
cool.
save files.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's an interesting thought.
That would be a huge time skip. That's like 2 or 3 minutes that you spent traveling back and forth.
Oh yeah. Oh,
the wooding.
Oops, what in the fuck?
What happened?
I don't know. I wasn't going at an angle enough and it popped me back out of the door.
Oh man. That's strange.
Okay, here we go with the Nick fight. This will be fun. I'm so sleepy. Okay, so now he's sleepy. Did he smoke the Y leaf?
I think it's because he fell.
Yeah.
He's like, he has confusion, like, not confusion, kind of like paralysis stars. It's funny because that's not the sleepy, what do you call it, status.
Right.
He has the paralysis status.
Yeah.
Damn, Nick.
I know. Baobab wood, that's the second baobab wood I've got.
Sweet.
But I didn't go for the skip because I was like, well...
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it drops and sometimes it doesn't, so...
Yeah, for this run, I was like, eh.
But I think if you PB, that would be, it'll be with a baobab wood, skip, the rotten meat skip, and the what's the other one? The one that you get from the Sahagin, from the Wimpy Thugling.
Oh, well, yeah, that would be pretty hard to get a flat seed. Wouldn't that would be incredible, huh? I mean, it could happen, I guess. I have to pay attention. That would be pretty incredible. But I wouldn't be able to skip Wimpy Tugling event, though.
No, yeah.
But it'd still be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I have this incredible muffin setting in front of me, but no hands to eat it.
You gotta wait till after Fairy.
Just looking at it.
You'll be done with Fairy pretty soon.
Yeah.
Now that fight with Niccolo, that was part of Blessed Elixir, or was that part of Niccolo Business 4?
See, that's a really good question. I think it's part of Nick's biz. Nick calls it quits, but I'm not sure. I can't be sure.
Yeah, Nick calls it quits, right?
Good question. Here's Erwin. Man, Erwin has a big old mane of hair.
I bet he could sell a lot of shampoo.
Yeah, right?
I'm just saying.
A whole bottle for one wash.
Yeah, I would be confused if I had that much hair. I'd be like, rinse and repeat. How many times? How many times do I rinse and repeat for this much hair?
Yeah, I would only wash it once a week.
Oh man. Those fairies too, like after all you've done for them. Not those specific fairies, but like in the snowfields and getting the sight from the penguin in the jungle, like after everything, they're still like, nope, we don't trust you. Transportation.
I know.
It's a good thing Nick is not too far. He'll take you where you need to go.
Right. Yeah, it's not so bad. I only have to do maybe one of the Sproutling thingies.
Mm-hmm.
If at all. Can't remember. On up right now. Oh yeah, I gotta do one Sproutling thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or Flowerling thing, rather. Then we get the Nick Warp, but we gotta pay for it, of course.
Yeah, at this point you're not really gonna buy anything, so it's fine. I wonder what would happen if you spoke to him without money, and you're like, "Yeah, warp me," and he's like, "You're on your own."
Yeah, that'd be some good. Find out what he says. That would be funny.
That'd be hilarious. That would be so cool.
You're on your own.
You'd have to like waste your money on like ridiculous stuff at a store.
Right.
Do you ever think about choosing the other one?
Yeah, just it's
For fun?
longer coffee-wise, I think.
Oh, okay. It's just like the text is longer.
Yeah, that's what I'm told. I mean, I've done it before. I just haven't really paid attention. But it will make it so that Iskad is not there and saying anything when you fight right before Erwin.
Oh, right. I think. Do you pick up Niccolo before that, right?
So here, yeah, you will get the Niccolo language, but if you kill Dana, you won't get the Iskad language on the worm.
So since you killed Dana, she is really dead here, right? After this, or is she just hurt?
Not sure. That's a good question.
Because I know that Eskad actually dies after the last, if you had chosen her.
Right.
He actually dies and then goes into the underworld. But I wonder if you chose, since you did defeat her, if she's actually in the underworld.
I can't remember if I see her at all again.
I tried to find her in the underworld once after this, and she wasn't there. I had chosen Eskad.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know like if there's any other way to like kill her.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A good question.
Niccolo's always washing up on the shores of Palpata.
Yeah.
The people of that town are like, what's this rabbit, this wet rabbit on the beach? Like, what's he doing there? I don't understand.
Right.
Oh, it's cool the way they transported you here so quickly.
Mm-hmm. That's a nice little skip.
10 billion, Looker.
Billion?
I think I saw a billion.
God damn, that's so much money.
He's a swindler charging these exorbitant prices.
I'll give it to you for 10 billion.
You can't really negotiate when you have to save your life. It's like that medicine's gonna save my life. I can't say no. Like,
Yeah. I wish I
Put it
knew
on my
more about
tab.
that leaf. Why it's so special. Must have medicinal properties, I guess.
I wonder if, well, no. I was trying to think of the other thing that was like messing with the popo in the beginning, but that cures being turned to stone.
Right. Yeah, so you got Putty's poems and you got Pokeil's poems.
Jesus, this is the second one today. I'll take care of it.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah.
I don't know why, but Twitch needs to figure something out about that.
Yeah. Sucks.
Because they come into random streams. It's not like I've seen it in my streams, I've seen it in other people's streams too. It's like, what's happening?
Right. I gotta remember to talk to the Gilbert statue on the way up.
Mm-hmm. Roger just doesn't. He's like, hey. He grabs his stuff and then just like runs out.
Right. Rotten meat.
Yeah, the specters are undead, I think.
I think this guy will drop either a juggernaut or an odd meat.
Yeah, he has a very high chance of dropping me. I think 3 or 4 of his drops are the odd meat.
Cool.
I think his name is a spring ball.
Okay. What position you want to go? No, I was saying I'd go with you after this if you can wait. But if you want to go by yourself, you can. I'm just saying I'll go with you.
You have like about an hour and a half, an hour 40 minutes, I think, left.
Hour and 40 minutes left. Okay, cool. I'll just let you know I'm happy to go with you for that part. Okay. Talking to Gamer Widow.
Mm-hmm. Madam Maymay, Miss Yuka. Well,
Right.
I've never seen him talking to them.
Yeah, he must have hit on Miss Yuka in the past.
Yeah, and Maymay too. I don't think I've ever seen him talk to Maymay.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't actually think I've ever seen him in Domina. Like, when was this?
Right. That's some lore right there.
Yeah, like, how did he... First of all, I don't know how he got there. I think Roger had placed him there?
Uh-huh.
Like, to hold up the mountain, the cave, right?
Yeah, the cave was caving in. Yeah, it was used as like a prop it up.
But how would Roger have gotten him? Obviously, it was from Christie, right? Because
Yeah, he must
it
have
was in
been
Christie's.
in talks with Christie, or yeah, somebody's. Oh no, the Dud Bears went looking for stuff. and that for some reason they were able to find that and use it.
Oh, I see.
They must have just heard some about it. I don't know.
They probably just stole it.
Yeah, they went down into Christie's little place and stole it.
That's just crazy. They just like
know?
thieved a person like in stone.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So if it wasn't for Monique, he would be there forever like that, probably.
Yeah. You know, I have to say Monique is actually like one of the more decent characters.
Oh yeah.
She's like just builds her lamps, wants to keep to herself. And look, even though he was hitting on her friends and everything, she's like, you know what, let me help this guy out.
Yeah, right? Yeah, she's got a really big heart or whatever.
Wholesome. She's wholesome.
Very wholesome. World record, yeah, right. Okay, Lumina, so then we're gonna go to Medora. No damage, Kappa. Okay, cool. Okay, if you want. Okay, sounds good. Okay, love you, bye. So after this, we'll go back to the mines.
Seraphine? Who's Seraphine?
I don't know. Who's Seraphine, Lirgonaut?
And that is the spell that you're going to use to try to save Gilbert.
Yeah. So,
From League? Oh, well, nope. Don't play League. Have no idea. Over my head.
yeah, same. Sorry, Lirgonaut.
The cutie from your profile. That's funny.
Okay, okay. I'll check it out.
Nick is like, I'm gonna help out. I grabbed 2 experience coins.
Right? Thanks,
That's
Niccolo.
it.
Kappa.
Jeez. You think for someone who likes money, he'd be more quick to pick up the lucre at least.
I know.
He's like, what, coin on the floor?
Right?
Just like pick it up.
A single coin.
I gotta be like Niccolo. But you need my help. $10 million.
Oh, bro, you could go to the beach and find all kind of cool stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Imagine what
That's
you would
true.
find on Medora Beach.
Oh wow, that's. I'd want to search the Popata Beach since Niccolo keeps watching. I'm
Oh,
sure the
good
money
point.
from his pockets are strewed upon that beach. He's fallen there so many times.
Yeah. Good point, good point. Back to the mines. We're gonna warp down there, fight our way up to Gilbert, and then Monique's gonna do her spell work.
Mm. It's so cool that the Dudver Express just takes you all the way down there, because otherwise it's like
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh my god. Because it's battles plus loading screens.
For real. It's a lot of battles.
Mm-hmm.
You do have to fight these specters a lot, though.
Yeah, and the enemies that hang out in the mines are kind of trolly. Like, their AI is pretty smart.
Mm-hmm. You got another dragon bone there
Oh, nice.
from the specter.
Yeah, I wonder if that... Yeah, nice.
It's a pretty good item.
Hell yeah. I'm going to start equipping it. I forgot all about it until I heard you talk about it the other day. That's the second time it's dropped in like 2 days.
Yeah. I mean, you got 2 this run, so that's really good.
Yeah. Hell
I
yeah.
think it doesn't, like, as an armor, it doesn't really, like, defend you against, like, getting hit, but it more defends you against magic attacks. But it
Okay.
has really high defense against magic, so.
That's good. That's good. You know, really, I should do a safety save at the save post that I pass in case I screw up this 12211.
I don't think you'll screw this up.
Yeah.
I think you got this. I don't think I've ever seen you mess this up.
Yeah, but now I will. Kappa. Now that I said it out loud. Okay, time to go to Domina.
That's really funny.
I know, that would be so bad if I did. So we're gonna just talk to the Pelican and then finish Rachel. That's Pelican.
What does the pelican? Oh, he for the cactus. Right. She delivered him home.
Yep. Even
Shoved him
though
in
little cactus hurt her mouth.
shoved him in the mailbox there.
Like, I'm done.
Is there another Diddle and Capella quest, or is that it? I think that's it.
No, there's the there is one coming up.
Okay.
I should have just gone upstairs.
Oh, because you didn't enter the right door. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm like, wait.
should have just kept going.
I was like, wait, what? Just enter and leave.
Right? Okay, so leave. Come back in.
So that's where he had mentioned getting the new model of Tipo.
Yeah. 2.0 or 1.5 or what was it?
Yeah. And this Rachel, this clone Rachel, is actually a lot more talkative than the original Rachel. She's like responding to her dad and stuff. The original Rachel was like really shy and quiet and didn't say much. And if you tried to engage with her, she just like ... in the beginning. So
Yeah.
I think I'm trying to think if she has any lines of dialogue. I know if you defend her like from the beginning with Elazul, she'll say thank you.
Oh.
Trying to think if she has any other lines of dialogue.
Yeah.
I know if you have Niccolo and you try to recruit Elazul, it won't let you, right? Elazul will walk out, but then Niccolo tries to sell something to Rachel, and Rachel does not say anything, and he's just like trying really hard to sell her stuff, and it's not working out for him.
Oh man. I have to see that. This should be it for Rachel. It looks like Mark put the arms of some creature on his hat.
Huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does look like
claws or something. Well, I mean, it
arms.
kind of looks like reindeer, for like whatchamacallit.
Antlers.
Yeah. There's those pumpkins.
She wanted to kill her dad.
Oh, wow.
Then she built a space rocket to go to outer space. And then Mark is saying she had laughed at him when he had said that he wanted to go to space when he was younger. She basically followed her dad's dreams, but she didn't like her dad.
Yeah. But he really likes her and she doesn't like him.
Yeah.
So, does Maymay and Jennifer both have butterfly wings?
Does Maymay have butterfly wings? I don't think she does.
Maybe not.
I think she just has a bunch of fruit around her, like produce.
But Rachel has them, kinda. Or maybe they're more. Hers are more like fairy wings. I don't know.
Rachel has it's more like I would say not dragonfly, sort of like because dragonflies are longer, but like fly wings.
Yeah.
Like the clear fly type.
Right on. Right. All right, little cactus. And we head to the White Forest.
This is the final stretch. Little Cactus is 57. You're down to like the last 10 after this.
Nice. Oh, wait! I can't believe I just did that. Oh, well.
What happened? You left?
No biggie. I got rid of Niccolo by accident instead of talking to Little Cactus.
The cactus? Oh, damn it.
I don't know if that's a huge deal.
Monka S. It's completely run killer. That's it. You have to restart.
So long, everyone. That was great. That was fun. No, I think he'll help me get the Selva Skip, but, I'm not so sure about the Selva Skip.
You know what? You could just pick up Butter Lisa, like, if you just need somebody. It doesn't, you don't have to go looking for Niccolo.
Yeah, I might just let it go this run.
Let it go.
And then,
let it go.
But normally, yeah, he's pretty cool to have along for trying to get through Selva quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, I can't forget, the most important part is to go talk to Skippy.
Oh, yeah, that's happened to you before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's stressful. All these, Dead Bear quests are like, what the hell?
Yeah, Dead Bears are rough. This one can be rough. There's, one little part where if you bump the Dudmare in the wrong spot, it's going to keep you from getting through. It's just going to block your path.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to be careful. So I hope I can get through that pretty quick. Go.
Catch him with a piece.
Willow-peas. Silk spitter that you're sucking. Yeah, those things are annoying.
Yeah, so I think the other time when he hit you with the thread, it wasn't the one that takes out your ST. He has two of those attacks. One of them is called multi-thread, which just hurts you and causes status, but it doesn't, suck your ST away.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I'd rather get that one.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter except for that one part right before Vadis.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you're not really fighting.
Otherwise, I don't care. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm thinking of a different. I'm thinking of the next event. Is the one with the bugbear thing.
Mm. Yeah, sorry,
This
that was
event's
me.
not so bad. Not so bad. I mean, it all depends on how easy it is to get to the Elder P and talk to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Reverend Nouveau has to, like, come on.
Yeah.
He has to be on his game.
We gotta get him moving for sure.
Oh. Wow.
I hope I got them all. I know I talked to Skippy. That's the most important thing. Yeah, okay. We're good. There's one more barrel right here. Oh. Wow.
Yeah, those lily peas, man.
They're adorable.
Mm-hmm. And they were in barrels because Skippy and Hampson, right, tried to trap them.
Maybe.
Is
Yeah,
that what
that
the
probably
story
to
is?
get money, right? Or probably something for Sotheby.
Yeah. We're like, release the lily pea.
Yeah. So there's the status. It didn't mess up my ST. Cool.
Right. I mean, if he keeps on,
Yeah,
it's gonna be
it's
really
pretty
annoying.
annoying though. Yeah.
Stun you.
Fiddle kidnapped is next, right? Yeah. That's the smacking all the dead bears.
It's so funny that they're trying to start
Yeah.
their own stories.
Yeah. It'd be cool if there was an event, real event.
Yeah. Oh my god, the lily piece blocking you in the beginning.
Yeah, but you know what? This might not be so bad without Nick here. If because sometimes Nick blocks the way or makes things weird.
Okay. So it might be easier without Nick. Actually, the lily peas moved pretty good out the way.
Yeah.
Not quite close enough, just a little bit.
Yeah, there we go.
That
Yeah,
lily piece.
that's kind of an RNG deal. I've had it really awesome, and then because it could take forever.
Mm-hmm.
The Elder P is so cool, though. He got like a bird on his head.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Oh yeah, because I guess they have nests on their top of their head. So they must in their ecosystem, they provide shelter or a nest to a certain bird.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the coolest scenes in the game. This little like toadstool city.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool.
So the bird basically told the Reverend that there is a monster somewhere here in this area, and he wants us to kill it.
Yeah.
And this is the monster. It's the blue version of the mantis ant.
Right? I love the eyes when you hit him. He's like, ah!
Oh yeah, they get really round. They get really big and round.
Fish platinum.
Nice. That's the second one you have.
Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Domina Church. Then we go. Yeah. Okay.
So now that Nouveau has left the church, the diggers have sort of taken over.
Right. I gotta play this thing. Oh, I can't when the bear's there, I guess.
Oh man, that sucks.
I guess.
I wonder why that dud bear isn't walking around.
I
Why is he
know.
just standing? What's going on there? That's weird.
I guess I could experiment later with entering and exiting, seeing if it moves.
Yeah, or maybe talking to it. Maybe it'll.
Yeah,
Oh, that's weird.
that's pretty strange. So now we go over here. To watch what happens here, which is Fiddle getting kidnapped yet again.
Yeah, this dude just can't catch a break.
Getting kidnapped. I know, can't catch a break. Dub. So we will then leave to go to the forest to finish things out.
Mm-hmm. Yo, these dead bears are little thieves.
Yeah.
Like they stole the treasure map. They stole Gilbert. They're stealing Diddle. Like they don't care what it is.
Yeah,
They're like, if it's around, I'ma steal it.
pretty much. So let's see how this goes.
This is the one with the dead bears, yeah.
Yeah. So the next
least-
one coming up is where, I mean, right there, it almost looked like you could get stuck.
Mm.
But this next one sure is a little more rough.
These aren't timed like the other ones, so this is a bit more relaxed. Like,
oh yeah,
look.
that
look
is a
for
nice
them.
aspect. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
timing just makes it that much more stressful.
Yeah, 'cause you never know. It could be 1 second or 5 seconds. Like, do I have enough time to talk to this dead bear again, or do I have to run out?
See, that went perfectly. That's how I wish I could do it every time.
Yeah, that was all four of them. Knock, 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 knock.
Yeah,
I'm out.
that's ideal. And then we get this sweet Chimera boss.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what he was helping the diggers with.
Right. Uh-oh, a bunch of gack. Gack, 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 gack.
He called him monkey. He
Yeah.
got upset. Capella was like, "Don't call me monkey." Wow, that was pretty quick.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Next, we will do the puzzle piece, guys.
Oh yes, we have to find out if you have what is it? A pure heart,
Oh, or a barrel in my soul.
a barrel in your soul. There you go.
Something like that. Barrel in my soul.
I have something in my soul. I don't know if I'll call it a barrel.
Barrel. So, Geo Fruit Parlor bartender. Whoop. I guess he makes like fruit cocktails. I don't
He does something. I don't know. These guys are weird, man.
know. Who knows?
You guys are really weird.
Yeah. In Illumina, I believe. Yep. In Desert.
Hmm.
I got a barrel in my soul.
Yay!
Yay! I don't know what that means, but yay!
It's so weird.
In the desert. Subby.
Your cat has appeared.
Well, I see him from here. I'm just saying hi to him. Like, where's mom?
She stepped out. She'll be back. It's all right.
She'll be back. Thing that sucks is when she gets back, we're probably leaving again. Be like, "Mah."
Oh man. Does your cat not like to be left alone?
No, but he will miss us and probably be more lovey-dovey.
Oh, when you get back?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like dogs are really like they'll wait by the window or by the door
Oh yeah.
and start whining until you come back.
Oh yeah.
And then when you do come home, it's like the happiest day on earth.
Oh my god. So happy.
Yeah.
Nothing
But
could be
there-
better.
It's like really needy too, sort
yeah,
of
yeah,
that.
true.
I don't know who said it, but I heard this somewhere. The difference between cat and dogs. The dog's like, oh my god, you fed me, you must be God. And the
Yeah.
cat is like, oh my god, you fed me, I must be God.
True, that's exactly right. Hit the nail on the head. That's a pretty cool little animation.
There's the barrel.
Girl's got a mind of its own.
Yeah.
Yay! So, Wimpy Thugling.
Wimpy Thugling.
And we'll get
We're
the
down
flat-
to the last 8 quests.
Oh yeah. I got a bathroom break coming up. I can see it in the distance.
So the Wimpy Thugling will get you the last object you need to complete Pee-wee Birdie.
True, yes. If I were to somehow mess this up, I'd have to farm for a flat.
I wonder if there's any...
It'd be cool if there was a flat seed in a chest somewhere. But I don't think there is.
One moment. Let me check.
So if you're gonna do an all events run with a pet, you'd have to drop your pet off a few times at least. Because like I know you can't have a pet and do this story.
Right, you have to drop your pet off. And you have tried that, right?
Yeah, I came here and I was like, oops, I had to go drop my pet off.
Yeah, I think you'd have to. This is the only one you'd have to drop it off.
Oh, okay, cool.
I don't think you ever get another. You have to like equip another pet forcefully like this.
Oh, right on. So if I did an all events pet run, I would really only have to drop it off one time.
You know, I'm thinking, what is the trigger for this? Let me see. What's the trigger for Wimpy Thugling?
Yeah.
Just because it seems silly to have to go. Well, no. Yeah, back into Domina only to do Pee-wee. Well, I'm trying to think of like how to do Pee-wee Birdie and like any other event you might have to do without having to re-enter Domina. But I guess any event that you complete will kick you out anyway, so you'd still have to re-enter it.
Domina, if we go to Domina at all in the rest of the game, that's when we could do it. Otherwise, we're just going in for Pee-wee Birdie.
Right, but I mean, we'd have to, if we do Pee-wee Birdie, it'll kick you out at the end of Pee-wee Birdie anyway, so it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, after you complete an event, it takes you out of the world map, so it's not a big deal.
Oh, true.
I was just thinking maybe there would be a way to just do Domina once. Like, let's say...
oh, no, we do go into Domina to talk to Boyd for a Jumi thing. We could do it then.
Yeah, so talk to Boyd first, and then instead of leaving Domina normally, do Pee-wee Birdie on the way out.
Yeah.
And that'll save you a trip into Domina.
That'll save me a trip. Do you mind adding a note?
Okay, Legend of Mana, all events. Where do you talk to Boyd exactly? Domina. Okay, I see. In Alexandria.
One of the next few events could be Fluorite or I don't know.
I think it's Alexandrite. It says home, leave, Domina, pub.
Yeah.
So, Domina's pub. Let me just make a note here.
Oh, we do have to go get. We have to go into Domina to get Pearl. Or.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a good call.
Talk to Miss Yuka. Complete Pee-wee Birdie here. So that'll be a little bit of a time skip. So you don't have to.
Dude, that's awesome.
Like,
I never thought about that.
Anywhere where you could go into some place and then, like, instead of leaving normally, complete an event and have it warp you to the world map. That's a time save.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's 5 seconds or more every time you go in someplace. So don't go to Domina now. Instead, go to Gato.
Yes.
Awesome.
Just do Heaven's Gate. Do 2 pearls, and then when you're doing Alexandrite,
I went into
do
Geo
what you have to do. Yeah.
Not bad.
Oh, I see. You went to Geo instead of. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
So long as you do whatever you have to do in Domina before you complete the Pee-wee Birdie. You know what I mean? Because Pee-wee Birdie will kick you out.
Oh,
yeah.
Good call. Right, exactly. So talk to Boyd first. Or whatever. Gotcha.
Or pick up Pearl for however it is that whatever you're doing in Domina for Alexandrite.
Yeah. It's gonna be like 64 to 5 or 66. One of those events.
Oh, that's a good call there.
Oh yeah, I should have known.
What happened?
I could just waltz in the door at that point.
Oh yeah, you don't have to. The door's open.
Yeah.
And this is the last fairy quest here.
Matilda has already died and she came back old because she wanted to? Or is she very old and about to die?
I think she's old and she's about to die. I think you can
Yeah.
still talk to her here. You see, she says, "Please take this," and she gives you the brooch.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, does she actually?
Because
She
we do
dies
see
of
her in
old
the
age.
underworld at the end of this event.
Mm-hmm.
But she
Yeah, I
probably
think she
has the
says
power
that.
to just go down there if she wants.
I mean, yeah, after she becomes a wisdom,
Yeah.
and Oban is the one who tells her that she could actually make herself young as well.
Right. All right. Let's go. One of the most awesome events. So I'll disappear after the Irwin fight for a bit. Just a heads up. But if you need to take a break when I get back.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Or now, either way. But I'll bounce to go pee after the Irwin fight.
Yep. So Cancun Bird is gonna transport you. That's so cool. Like the bird animation,
Yeah.
just like
I love it.
right across the screen.
Yeah, I wish you could do that. Like in Chrono Trigger, eventually you get the epoch and you can fly it around instead of walking around the map.
Yeah.
I wish you could do that. It'd be pretty sweet.
So this snake thing that we're on, this leukemia, I think it was part of the war from way long ago, and it would like swallow up whole lands or something, according to the encyclopedias.
Right?
It's wicked that they. This is where we make our stand.
Yeah, totally, dude. I would love to see like some lore art of a battle where that type of stuff's going on.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Legend of Mana fan art out there.
Yeah. Oh, I think I had it and then I lost it.
Oh, the skip.
Oh well.
Oh yeah, it looks like you clip through
Yeah, I
and then you
clicked
walk
and then
back.
I ruined it. Yeah.
Just talk to him. At this point, I think you should have it. Like, if you don't do it in 5 seconds, just talk to him.
Yeah, it's
Like-
one of those like I don't know. It's just like it's cool to show off every now and then, but it may not be like ideal.
I mean, if it worked, it would be amazing. Like, you
Yeah.
would just go through and everything would be fine.
Dude, that almost looks like stacked pumpkins. Those
Oh
are
yeah,
sweet.
right there.
John, have you ever seen the little bugs down on the ground there?
Yes, the ones that move around.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
They're cool. I think a lot of areas have like little things like that where if you look closely,
Yeah.
there's like background assets that are moving.
Yeah. You almost wouldn't notice it except the antennae are animated.
Yeah. Yeah, that narcissist just dropped like a million crystals.
I know. It's so great.
Just hearing the noise like ring, I'm like, whoa. Silva, get out the damn way.
Okay.
There comes a point where you just have to talk to him. Like, dude,
Like,
dude,
get me through.
what are you doing?
Get me through. Let me through. I love the Skull Sect has that little shield. That thing is cool.
Mm-hmm. I think he picked up a shield. A Skull Dissect.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's dope.
Not sure. I'm not sure if you could equip it. I think you fought one earlier and you picked one up.
Oh, very cool.
These guys, they drop fears too. These imps fly around. Yeah, so there's no flat seeds in any chest. So
Right. Just Trent, or do you think
Trent
anything
or
can drop it can a Lullabud drop it at a high level?
flat seed. I know they drop long seeds. I don't think anything would drop a flat seed. You
Yeah.
only get it for the event of for Thugling.
Wow. That's
Again,
so
not
rare.
a lot of things drop seeds. It's let's see.
That's ultra rare, dude.
Yeah, the only thing that would drop a seed would be a Marlboro or a Lullabud. So the Marlboros drop big seeds. Oh yeah, flat seeds are all the way high level.
Okay. Oh, and no
They
future
would-
type run.
No, not normally. And then buds too. They drop flat seeds at very high levels.
Nice. Ooh, I just got a marble. I don't know. Have I ever? What is marble? Is that material?
Marble is a type of rock material,
Yeah.
and let's see, that was dropped by a chimera, right?
Yeah. That shit's awesome. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Let's see. Yeah, it's actually the weakest of the stones. So marble,
Oh, is it?
obsidian, pedant stone, yeah, and then the best one would be Geis's tears.
Right. All right, I'll be back.
All right. Oof. He's having a tough time, that Erwin. Let's all enjoy the animations here. It's kind of messed up that Escad was supposed to defeat Erwin, but the main character had to defeat Erwin on her own. But it's all right. Cancun bird to save the day as Leucemia gets destroyed. So there are a few dungeons like the Flames and Leucemia that once you go through them once, you cannot return through them. Most of the dungeons you can return into as much as you want, but this one you can't. And it's unfortunate because it's such a cool area. So if you don't get all the chests if you wanted to get the chests, if you don't get them the first time, they're lost, basically. And so now you get the news that Matilda has died, that she passed away. And so we get the final cutscenes with Erwin has vanished from the land of the fairies. So the fairies are like, what do we do? Where's our leader? We don't have a leader. And then the cutscene with Matilda down in the underworld. It's funny, the shadow called Oban Master Big Shot or Mr. Big Shot. If you talk to them just casually, they will tell you that Oban doesn't really do much, that he just hangs out doing nothing and that they do all the work. So here Oban tells Matilda that Erwin has regretted what he did to her by taking away her powers and basically having her age prematurely. So she turns to her younger self, her younger version of herself, to talk to Erwin down in the bottom of the underworld. Unfortunately, Erwin still has sort of his face that he puts up. Uh, and it's not really like overly friendly. Like, he is a demon, so he tries to stay with that demon persona here. And there they disappeared. We have the last conversations with
I'm back.
Matilda.
Thanks for holding down the fort, John.
Yeah, we're just looking at the last conversations with Matilda and Erwin.
Yep. So, after this, we'll go home, despawn Al Azul. We could try that thing you wanted to try.
Yeah.
Then go to the tower, and then after that, we'll have opportunity to do Pee Wee Birdie, I think.
Alright, just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna get some water.
Yep. So yeah, John may have said this, but this might be the same room that we fought Hidodama in. All right, so headed home for 2 pearls, which eventually will be back at the tower, right there, cat a corner to the home.
Alright, I'm back.
So, John, we go.
Yep.
What do you want me to do? Go up and talk to him 5 times, or not talk to him? Try the stairs without talking to him, or
Yeah, don't talk to him.
Okay, cool.
Just keep on going up and down the stairs without engaging with him, and if it activates whatever you need to activate, cool. You know, but if it doesn't, then just talk to him and do it normally. Alright, let's see if he disappears.
Yeah, I was just thinking, yeah, how do we test that? And it would be if he disappears, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's 5 right there.
I haven't seen it yet. Huh.
Oh, he's gone. So you don't have to.
It worked.
But I'll have
It
to go
worked.
back and count how many times I did it.
God damn. Yeah,
To
because
make
you
sure,
don't need to
but-
go
but
up that
that'd be a
last
nice little
time.
skip, dude.
You don't need to go up that last time
Yeah.
to see him out of bed. Like once you went downstairs, he was out of bed.
Yeah.
Right? So, wow. Awesome.
That's
oh my god, we got
great,
like 2 or
dude.
3 skips this time.
Yeah, so feel free to add that to the guide too if you have time, or if you have the hands.
All right. Yeah.
So we'll go to the
To
tower.
despawn Elazor. It just says despawn Elazor down the stairs 5 times.
Oh, so maybe I didn't even put that you have to talk to him.
No, I'm just gonna write no need to talk to Elazor.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Check number of times in AEM number 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Dude, that's great. We figured out a couple things today.
Yeah. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the other awesome thing was.
Pee Wee Birdie doing it a bit later, so
Yeah,
that we don't
that's
have
right.
to enter Domina. And then there was the hold on. There's something else I changed in your guide. Nope. That was just me fixing some spacing and commas. Mirror piece. Where the mirror piece was, I changed that
Oh,
because
right.
you had it as part 2 in Gilbert, and then it was a bit further down the second time you get L.
Right. Cool.
Oh, and no, it was a pirate ship. In the pirate ship, you didn't need to talk to somebody. What was his name?
Oh yeah, the Pelican? No, the penguin that's up there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know his name, but I thought you had to talk to him and then leave and come back, but you just have to leave and come back, I think.
I'm just gonna write here where it says "talk to penguin on deck." I'm not gonna change it what it says, but I'm gonna put a parentheses for like you to look into. No, I'm just gonna say no need to talk to penguin.
Yeah. I'll definitely test that out again
Penguin,
before
just go
like a major run.
downstairs.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's so cool.
that's pretty cool, dude.
That
Things
like
here
the
and there.
triggers are not actually talking; they're just like them being there.
Right. Then that makes me think that I don't need to talk to Rachel. Or that's something to test anyways.
In during Lucky Clover.
Lucky Clover.
Yeah,
I
I think
just
if you
have to
go-
enter the room and she's there and that's enough.
Yeah, I think if you just talk to her during Salamander, that's enough. Yeah, go in during Salamander to see the explosion. That's
Yeah.
enough.
Cool. Well, I guess what I meant was that I thought you had to talk to Rachel to get that explosion on Salamander Day.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay, cool. You just have to go in and there's that teacher says something, some explosion happens. Or not explosion, but the teacher says something that one time before the... I can't remember what the teacher's name
Yeah.
is.
I'm gonna write that down too on the guide, if I could find it. Tea time, unusual 3, Diddle had it. Is it before 7 song? No.
The
it's
other
after
thing that
after.
we were excited might be was the taco bug or whatever giving enough energy to boost attack.
Oh yeah,
That
but
would have been cool.
That would have been cool. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not. It doesn't work out.
And that's probably the only taco bug you're ever gonna get.
Yeah, that's the only taco bug you get. As a matter of fact, I think if you keep on playing later, like in New Game Plus, and you still have your taco bug and your green ball bun, Niccolo will tell you your inventory is full and he can't give you another one.
Ah,
Yeah, I think that's true.
interesting.
I can't find Lucky Clover here. I'll figure it out. It's after the halfway point, I was sure. Oh, there you go, Lucky Clover. Talk to Rachel, do something.
Got to check if I had a Blamo. Can't remember. This is one of those times where I am just short.
Alright. This is for the Lord of Jewels. One of the... No, Jewel Beast. Yeah.
No, I fight Pearl here.
Oh, right.
Black Pearl, I think.
How do you obtain Black Pearl in your party?
Dude, that's what I want. Because if I ever unlock the staff magic only run, maybe it could have her with me instead of a golem. If that makes more sense.
Yeah.
If it's better for the run. Oh, good, I do have Blame. Dude, look at that frickin' hammer. It's so cool.
Jeez.
But it's blue. If you notice, they look like they used the same hammer I'm using as a base and put that cool thing on the end.
Yeah, like the coral design or something.
Yeah. Alrighty, so pretty sure we realize we do have to go home and leave here. And that's a really good image of her hammer. Dang. Go home and then leave. Then we go to Domina. Do Birdie last before leaving.
Oh, so Black Pearl, you can only get her after the Jumi events.
All of them?
After Bejeweled City, and only on Jin Day, because any other day she would be in the she would be Pearl.
Okay.
Sierra apparently is found in the White Forest where Vidis is, if you wanted to recruit her.
So if you did the Jumi, if you're able to route it to do an all events magic only, you would have to do the Jumi
first.
Oh wait,
yeah.
What am I doing? Domino. Oh, we were supposed to go to the pub. That's my bad. El Azul. That's right. El Azul first. Yeah. And that's it. And then we go do Pee Wee Birdie.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Then we don't have the loading screen to come in and out of this place.
Yeah, you saved basically the loading screen to come in, and then another loading screen for the center of Domina.
Right.
Right, because you would have to load it when you're going through. Is this how Pee Wee Birdie always comes up?
Yeah. Unfortunately, you gotta repeat yourself, or she has to repeat herself.
Like all these things.
Yeah, there's some things like that like where you have to leave home twice on those Sandra things. You know, there's some weird stuff like that.
But then that transports you out of Domina. So yeah, that's that.
Now we can go to Geo. Well, now we have to, but that's what I'm talking about. We have to leave Domina again, which is so crazy. Just like before Cosmo, having to leave home. Like a glitch or something. They just forgot to code in like what happens if you know or they just forgot to code that in that we should be on the map.
Wait, it didn't send you back to home Mac after?
No, it takes you back in home. I mean Domina, and you have to leave again.
Jeez.
Yeah, and it does that with Cosmo at home when you're at home and you leave. Like, let's go find Pearl, you know? You leave.
Oh right,
It drops
but
the thing,
you're
and then
just
you gotta leave again.
that doesn't make any
Dang it.
sense.
Yeah, it's just like they forgot to code it in a certain way or something.
Mm-hmm.
Why can I never remember? Yeah, we're going the right way. Cool. I can never remember what to do though.
Mm-hmm.
So we just gonna go downstairs.
Hmm.
And then we'll talk to Chris. Now we really are on the home stretch.
Yeah, this is it. This is
Last
after.
four events maybe.
Yeah, you just started at Alexandrite, so Alexandrite, Fluorite, Teardrop, Mana. But it's still the time saved from entering Domina, I think, if you have to recruit Pearl and stuff.
Yeah.
So you don't have to enter Domina twice. Hmm. That's funny that you could recruit Pearl from the pub in Domina.
Yeah.
But like Elazul, it's weird where you recruit people depending on where you are in the game, right?
Yeah.
Because Elazul, he was at your home before. Well, he's gonna be at your home, right?
Yeah.
Like hanging out, and so you recruit him from home after like having recruited him in Domina before. Pearl, you could get her from the Tower of Lieres if you haven't quite done the first tower event.
Right.
So, yeah. Now we're just looking for keys. All these keys.
Yep. I think we got them all. We got to talk to Christy one time before heading down, I believe.
Mm.
Or what's her face won't be there. Diana.
The Venus statue, that's what she said.
Yeah. You see Elazul get pretty pissed here.
Mm-hmm.
Or upset, whatever.
She said, "You found my soul."
Hey, baby. Take it for a while, pet it all day. There she is. She just got a diamond in her hand.
Mm-hmm. Then she hurt Pearl.
Looks like it.
They also mentioned Deathbringer here.
Oh, yeah?
Diana did, yeah. something to do with the teardrop crystal and Deathbringer attacking people. And he gets upset. He sort of breaks his arm thing, but then it comes back. It like regenerates.
Yeah, how can that change from purple to green?
Not sure.
Man, we are Now we are really, really almost through. So we're
Mhm.
gonna go to Geo again. This was pretty straightforward. This is where we warp around and we give Piccolo a bunch of money.
Mm.
Ink. Oh, well, the other thing that we were looking into was on a serious PB attempt, like like a YOLO attempt,
Mhm.
you could totally avoid safety saving. You could probably save 60 seconds or something by not safety saving on Buccaneer,
Mhm.
and knowing that you would probably reset anyway if you ripped on Treasure Map.
Yeah.
So that might be a
I'm
nice
trying
little
to.
time save.
I'm trying to think. There was another event. Was it Diddle Kidnapped, where you had to enter into Domina?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and you got to go to the church.
Yeah. What if you did that after Alexandrite? So you enter Domina, you get Pearl, you do Pee Wee Birdie, you trigger the Diddle being kidnapped, all in one trip. Then when you leave Domina after Alexandrite, you do Diddle Kidnap first, and then complete the Alexandrite quest.
We could try it. If there's no hangups, it should save some time.
Yeah, because then you would eliminate having to go into Domina another time. I think that'll be a good idea. Let me just write
Cool.
this.
Yep.
Because I'm just thinking about like ways to save time now.
Oh yeah. I feel like we're so close with all these little time saves to a much easier sub 7.
Mhm. And it's not that much later. Diddle Kidnap is the 59th quest, and Alexandrite is 65.
Yeah. I mean, I trust you seem to know very well what is a prerequisite for something else. So if you
Mhm.
don't see any issues, I trust that it's probably going to work. Because, like you say, we're so late into the game that
Mhm.
you already have almost everything. Well, right now we have all artifacts except for one. Thing.
Yeah, the one for the Bejeweled City.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we've done almost all events, so there shouldn't be anything
Mhm.
to hold us back.
Right.
Definitely worth looking. Yeah, and I like this music. I like this music too. This is a Jumi. I guess this is a Jumi track.
Yeah, I think this is a Jumi only track here in the in this dream world. Trigger the what did we want to trigger? Diddle Kidnapped.
Oh, wait a second. I don't need to talk to you. I'm glad I didn't do that. I'm gonna fight a scorpion. Oh, and I like this. But this is used on a lot of things.
Alexandrite you do in Geo, right? And so when you complete Alexandrite, where do you need to be for Ditto Kidnapped? You need to be in the White Forest. Is Geo close to the White Forest on the map?
Like 3 or 4 spaces away, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking if it's closer the White Forest to Geo than it is to home, then that would also save time from having to walk on the map.
Nice. Yeah, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll say 4 or 6, depending on if I'm thinking the right way. Faces away.
Let me actually have the map all the way on top of the darn thing.
Oh, right,
this is
right.
11.1 is Geo. Actually, it's 2 spaces away from Geo and 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces away from home.
So sit. So okay, gotcha. It's only 2
So it's
spaces away from Geo. Dang.
Yeah, because it's separated by the Norn peaks. It's Geo Norn peaks.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
White Forest, and so just from that walk, so you would be home, right?
Yeah.
You'd be in Domina. You trigger everything in Domina, and then you'd be in Geo to finish Alexandrite, and then you just go to the White Forest to finish Ditto Kidnapped, and I think that's faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I test this going home? Maybe I should just go to Domina and see if I need to go home here.
What do you mean?
So, oh, my bad. Wait a second. I'm supposed to go to Geo right now, huh?
You just finished Fluorite, right? You went to Geo, the Jury Star.
I guess if Boyd is here, then I'm good.
It says home ?
Right. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So I do need to go home because Boyd's not here. It was something I always wondered about, so I'm glad I know now. That you do need to go home before going to Domina to talk to Boyd.
Huh. So I'll take out that.
Yeah.
I'll take out that test in the.
Yeah. Going home is important for some reason. It must
trigger something.
It triggers something. I mean, we did just despawn El Azul there.
That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
El Azul not being there. But before he was in the Domina Inn anyway.
True. So hopefully now Boyd is there. We're on the we're on the next to last event, everyone. 67.
Yep.
This is what gets us the... No, we already have the Sword of Mana. This is what gets us the Jimmy staff.
Yeah.
That's it. There he is.
Wow. I'm gonna reload because for me you just entered Domina, so I'm a bit behind.
Okay, cool.
Reload.
So basically, this is a mash fest. It's gonna mash.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to remember to get Mirror Piece 3 and 4. This should be pretty easy.
Yep. Wow, that jewelry shop is really messed up.
Yeah, I forgot I have to leave to trigger that. Yeah, it's all torn to crap. Everything is everywhere. And I gotta talk to this.
Lebox.
My core. So is this her hurting still from what Sandra did to her core? Or
I think so.
Yeah.
I think she hit her with something.
Yeah.
So she turned her into Black Pearl.
Ooh, now she has that cool sword.
Yeah.
That thing is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
If that sword existed, it would be a two-handed sword.
Oh, definitely. I want to make like the armor like that all of the NPCs have.
Yeah.
And just like name it. Just like temper because they tell you exactly what it's made out of.
Yeah.
Just like tempered, strong versions of it, and just name it the same as an NPC.
Like a lapis lazuli ring.
Yep. So yeah, Elazul has a lapis lazuli ring, and he also has a obsidian sword, one-handed sword. So just like making those armors. He also has a sand mantle. So
Nice.
I think his mantle is made out of sultan silk, or is that pearl? Pearl has a white robe on, which I think is sultan silk. But yeah, like things like that.
That
Just
would be
like
cool. You know, that
tempering
would be
them.
a fun little video project. It would be like, let's make our favorite NPC's armor.
Yeah, I wanted to do it like
Yeah.
while teaching how to temper stuff.
Yeah.
Because
That's a good
it'll
example.
Be like,
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of mashing here.
Yeah, this is all about like the Jumi scenario, like what they're dealing with.
Mm-hmm. So this was Pearl failed to protect somebody here. Or Black Pearl, we should say, failed to protect somebody. It looks like Sandra or Alex, whatever, had taken that person's core. If you, all the way early on in Flame of Hope, take Elazul to talk to Rubens, Rubens actually says that there's somebody that was in Bejeweled City who was like backstabbing everybody, basically, and that's why they all fled from the city. So that I think has to do with what was happening here. Like someone that they trusted had destroyed the person that Black Pearl was supposed to protect.
Dang. So do you have to bring one of the two?
I don't know.
No.
Do you usually bring?
I never thought about it till now. Well, they sit there talking about like, oh, you don't have to bring me, you can bring him. You know, you don't got to bring us both, blah blah blah. And then I'm thinking, do we actually have? I mean, I don't mind bringing him. I just wasn't
If you
sure.
bring Pearl, would she be Pearl or Black Pearl?
Oh, see, because I'd be more inclined to bring Pearl if she became Black Pearl somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But you were saying that you don't get her till after this.
Well,
quest,
according
right?
to what I read online,
Yeah.
there's no consistent way to get her until after the Bejeweled City is like populated.
Yeah, because if you could get Black Pearl, and that would be the strat.
Yeah.
That would be the strat for this level.
Yeah, definitely. She'll well, I mean, with your weapon, I don't think it'll make that big a difference, but it definitely wouldn't hurt.
It wouldn't hurt to have Blammo all the time.
Yeah.
Base. All right, this is it, man. So first thing we're gonna do is pick up the mirror piece
Yeah, in the Bejeweled City.
before we forget.
Oh wow, my friends are like all texting about what they found metal detecting. I'm like, stop.
Oh, nice. Hopefully, it's found some good stuff.
Yeah, it was raining yesterday, and they were like, "Want to go metal detecting?" I'm like, "Ew, not today. Like today's not a good day."
Yeah, probably pretty messy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were going to some places which were like they're good parks. They produce stuff in the past. Oh no, this is just a bunch of text about where they were meeting up from earlier today. I thought there were new texts. Okay, never mind. Fighting a Marlboro and a Beholder. There's some pretty powerful enemies here.
Oh yeah.
The golem being one. It's funny because in the strategy guide, it says that the golem is like a boss character, but they don't have an entry as like a normal enemy. But here you fight the golem as if it were a normal enemy, so
Yeah.
just something to
That golem,
know.
I just recently found out is great for grinding.
Yeah, he drops a lot of experience and stuff. I don't know what the actual drops of the golem are, though.
Yeah, just
But yeah.
grinding experience on that. Like, if you leave and come back, it respawns.
Right.
I am so fascinated with golems because I don't have much experience with them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with them. I've never made a golem in the game. Actually, it doesn't actually look like the golem is in the bestiary here. How lovely.
Not surprised.
He probably has a name, though. He probably has an actual name, and I'm just missing it.
I think it's just machine golem. I don't mind pausing to see.
Oh, M for machine. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Let's see. Mallard, Marlboro, Mana, Mushroom. Nope. Oh yeah, Machine Golem. All right. And it doesn't tell you that he drops any items or experience. Yeah, this is not too good here.
Drops
guidance.
boatloads of experience.
Yeah, like the guide doesn't tell you any of that. It's just like, there's the golem. These are the attacks, and it says he's a boss. But I think that's only for the boss fight in Lake Kilma, where he doesn't actually drop anything.
Right. Well, he drops experience.
In Lake Kilma as well?
Pretty sure.
Huh, so I guess this is the exact same boss. Nice.
Nice. We got green, which is real close. Blue is kind of close. Actually, we got it. I think yellow is closer. Not if we go... Way to go.
Elazul was trying to fight the succubus, and that was pretty funny. He had her in the corner. I think she dropped a Moonrock Tiara. Something was dropped.
Yeah, I think I should have gone left, but oh well.
We'll see. This might be, maybe, possibly, faster. Oh yeah, you should have gone left. Once you see the yellow, you're like, oh god. Okay. It's a beholder, and I forget what that seashell thing is.
Right. Me too.
You received a sapphire. How lovely. Green, blue. Yes, dragon.
Yes, thank you, Dragon. Dragon sometimes does that. Oops, what am I doing? And it's very helpful. What am I doing? What have I done? I didn't mean to.
You're fighting extra enemies.
I came in here and then, like, while I tried to turn around, I slipped into the battle circle.
I think the battle starts automatically, right? As soon as you enter, like
no,
it doesn't matter.
You have a little bit of room.
Okay. We're taking the scenic route.
Yeah,
That's
we're taking
what
the scenic route, y'all.
He's like, oh my god,
this is for fun.
Not like this.
Just
That's hilarious.
Oh god, Dragon, you missed it. I wonder if Dragon saw the little bond battle and the Tropical.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
He died really early on.
Failed treasure map, I think.
Yeah, you failed it, and then when you did do it, they were being stubborn and wouldn't give you the pieces. It was like one of the worst treasure maps I've seen.
That was bad.
Yeah, but you know what? We found a lot of skips today, like things that we can sort of not even necessarily skip, but things that we can do better. So
yeah, a few optimizations here and there. That's good.
Here it comes. Here it goes again. Let's do this. They make these jewel beasts look like so epic. Like when they first spawn in.
Yeah.
Saw the flower battle? Oh yeah, the Laban.
Oh yeah.
I think you
It was
died on both of them. You've died on both Laban and Tropicalo.
I've been dying left and right. Been great.
And you know what? The timing is not that bad.
It's been good for the memes, or good for the
Mhm.
good for the lulz. Yeah,
Yeah,
time's not bad.
definitely.
Yeah, honestly, with all that's happened, we're doing pretty good. I'm happy. We might beat the last run. Of course, the last run there was a lot of extra content, I think.
Yeah, I think the only other extra thing is they named the hammer and fighting Deathbringer too. Right? Those are the other ones, right? Collect all mirror pieces, name the pet. Yeah, name the hammer and fight Deathbringer too. Ooh, get the golden seed artifact. I don't wanna, but I kind of do. That'll be fun.
Green and red for Christmas colors. Holiday colors, green and red. That'll help me remember it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dragon. Awesome. Red
It's
and
the
green,
second
so where's
time.
the steps? Maybe the steps are right here. Red and green. Red and green would be right over here.
Green was. This is the second time you go into that room to get the green ones.
Yeah.
There goes green on the first floor too. Jeez. You think they dropped enough experience? You just fill a room with demi-humans.
Yeah, this is the level to use to grind. Green and red.
Red, yep.
Yep, Xmas. That's it, man. Now it's time to go do the diamond.
The diamond? Alright, if you must.
We've lost enough time.
You've lost enough time. Whatever. Just get it over with.
Totally. A time hole, right?
It's aquamarine. Do they have a store in the Bejeweled City later after this quest?
I wish. Maybe somebody sells something.
Yeah. Oh my god, imagine they sold, like, emerald, diamond. Like, how'd you get this?
Right? Oh no, right? Yeah, it may be a conflict of interest. I'm not sure.
Yeah. You know what? It is a boss, the golem here.
Cool.
Because it drops the bigger crystals, so I guess the guide was
Drops
right.
like
There's
at
only
least 4 or 5 of those bad boys.
I think that's the only boss that's respawnable.
I know, that's what's so cool. I wouldn't expect something like that to be respawnable, so that's pretty nice. Ribbons, damn it. I shouldn't have done that.
We'll go back?
I should just go this way. Yeah.
Yep. Here it comes.
Here we go.
These jewel beasts are like...
This is the last one, I think, I guess.
The yellow one.
Moment of truth. Let's go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That was actually really good.
That wasn't so bad. So I need to try to continue to remember to save a blammo for this.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if I have it.
I don't think you, unless you used it for that last Joe Beast, you should have it if you didn't use it for the last Joe Beast.
Yeah, pretty good RNG, huh, Dragon?
That's disgusting.
I need to remember that you stand in the center. Or, I guess the trigger's in the center there.
This guy looks ugly.
Not too bad, considering I didn't have a chance at the beginning. His iframes from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was going to get zapped by that thing, though, that laser. I was, like,
You had
real close to it.
Yeah, you had a good position far away, though. Like,
Yeah.
you were... It didn't hit you.
Yeah. Woo! Master, take my core.
Sandra, she sacrificed herself.
Yep.
She's the, what do you call it? The, backstabber in all of this.
So if I could fight as anyone, it would be this character.
The space whale?
Yeah. Can you imagine? And I would bring a pet along. Like a rabbi.
Oh, God. It's such a weird character.
Yeah.
Like, that face at the end is creepy. And he has, like,
Sandra.
sort of like these wart crystal things. I don't know how to describe it. It's just weird, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you got money.
Got money.
I think you have something equipped that drops extra money when you defeat enemies. That's why.
That's awesome. Because I noticed it on Irwin Battle as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a tier. A single tier.
Oh, man. So Dragon, you can get equipment in this game that will help you. That will drop extra lucre from enemies, and even on enemies that don't drop anything, like Crimson Dragon, Irwin, and this Lord of Jewels 1000, they will still drop lucre, even though they don't drop anything else. If you have that item equipped, that piece of armor, so that's what happened there. Put it on player 2. Unfortunately, you can't remove the second player armors or weaponry.
Right. Wish you could.
Yeah, I think Niccolo has it. The extra money drop ability as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, we were talking, Dragon. I don't know if you were here about. I wanted to temper sort of all of the equipment, like armor and pendants and rings and robes and all that stuff that the NPCs wear. So like the main character can like go out with Pearl wearing exactly what Pearl's wearing, or like go out with Elizul using like his one-handed obsidian sword, and basically like be, I think it'll be cool. I think technically the broom that Lisa uses is a staff, I'm not sure what Bud uses. The pen. Some kind of metal thing, but it's not a staff. Not sure off the top of my head. It said ellervated is late. That was funny.
Right?
I think
I'm late
I
to
think
the-
you did start like 5 or 6 minutes late, so I'm just thinking today. I was like, oh, that's funny. Lisa called you out 7 hours later. Ooh, my friend found 2 buffalo nickels and a war nickel, which is awesome. They're like chatting about what they found today. I think this scene is so like waiting for watching them wait for you to come home, and then how happy they are when you do, and you sort of see like the background, the sky, how it looks like it just rained or something. Like it's kind of cloudy, but the clouds are breaking up, and the sky is purple.
It's very feel good.
Oh yeah. Everybody's sad, and then you just waltz in there. Like, didn't Elazul and Pearl know that you were back? They just let the sorcerers cry over you. You know?
Yeah. That's a pretty cool spear that Hero was holding there. Heroine was holding there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go here, man. Good. You know, we could go ahead and, for once, show all the events being checked off.
Oh yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster of emotions. Yep.
I do that all the time when I'm in the menus. I'm like clicking the wrong thing all the time.
Got him.
Wow, nice.
You saw an X, you'd have a heart attack. Like, what?
What is this quest that I failed?
Yeah. Or if it was empty. Empty or an X would be like, oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Rip run.
You'd be like, at what point did I fail this quest?
I totally ripped the run at the end of the game. The last possible moment.
No, dragon. You don't have to talk to the cactus.
Right?
I think he's trolling.
Oh yeah.
Don't you butt me. This isn't a cactus run.
I gotta get this last mirror piece.
It would be cool to do a cactus run, but I think it'll add so much time. I think you'll spend at least another hour
Jesus.
entering and exiting home to talk to the cactus.
Oh my god.
I see elevator. You keep going back and forth, and that's.
I can't decide which room I want to be in.
Yeah, I think a cactus run would just take too long.
All dialogue, all cactus run.
Oh, it's impossible to do all dialogue.
That's what I figured. No damage.
There's no damage. That would be monk ass. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it is technically possible, but I don't think it's feasible for a normal person to do like a no damage run.
No damage, all dialogue, all demi-human. No, just like...
Yeah, I mean, you can do an all demi-human 100% run.
Staff only, no damage.
Bo.
Bro, you're strong.
We'll call it the Legend of Chumpy.
Yeah, right. You're
They'll be
an
like,
odd meat or a juggernaut there. Champions of me.
here it is. The last 4 battles.
Oh.
Dragon, yeah, because that golem is technically a boss. It's not considered a normal enemy. It would never an item, and also the experience crystals that drop off from it are not like these small crystals that just drop from all these dragons. They're the larger boss experience crystals, and so that's the best way to grind experience. Also, there's certain things that you can temper onto armor that'll help increase the amount of experience you get just like normally as well. The same way you can get extra lucre, you can get extra experience as well as an ability on a piece of armor.
Alright, let's go, let's go. Let's destroy or not Sanda. Let's destroy the Mana Goddess.
The Mana Goddess. The crazy thing is, I don't even think she has an entry in an encyclopedia. I'm not sure. It would I would have to check in the New Game Plus file, but
No, I think she
Yeah.
is. I'm pretty sure she is.
Oh, she does. Okay, I'd have to check in my New Game Plus. Oh, that makes sense, I guess. Bam.
Oh.
Come on. Why wasn't your character hitting? Like she attacked you like 3 times.
Yeah. Good.
So the way this battle goes is that the reflection of the moon on the floor, oh god, is slowly being sort of shadowed, and once it is completely shadowed, the Mana Goddess would do her ultimate ST. Obviously, you kill her way before that happens, but that's the way the battle goes. Yeah, good game, Al. That was awesome. Turbo, I didn't even know you were here. El, Looker, there's money on the floor.
Oh no!
There's money on the floor.
I was trying to do this.
Just let it disappear.
Yeah.
Niccolo would look at you like,
That's the tip to the Mana Goddess. That was great. That was great. Well, that was All Events Monthly number 3. And before anybody has to go, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. And I so appreciate John here, the Detecting Zone, all the time that you gave up today to be here. And the same for Gnome. Gnome gave us about 5 hours of great commentary earlier. Thank you so much.
yeah, thanks, Ellervated, for inviting me to be here. It's fun. Every time I see it, I learn something new. So it's a huge learning
Yeah, I
experience
learn
for me,
something
too.
new every time. I think I'm done mashing. Yeah, good deal.
Awesome. Actually, I'm gonna head out because my wife is still sick. I had, gotten her that stuff earlier, but I'm just gonna check upon her. So,
course.
thanks everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, I hope she feels better soon. See you, John.
Thanks a lot.
I am going to mute my mic, but I'm going to allow. I'm going to play through the whole cutscene for everyone, so enjoy this cutscene. Thanks again, everybody, and hope you all have a great rest of your day.